Welcome, everyone, to the Islanders Never Say Die podcast. I'm your host, TJ, and with me here, as always, is our NHL analyst and expert, the grumpy old man. They say there's no shame to his game because he's always the same.
That's me.
Grumpy, how are you this fine Saturday evening?
Good. A little bit. I'm missing hockey already. Don't like the fact I have to wait till Monday night.
The good thing was you don't have to worry about missing hockey for too much longer because the New York Islanders are going to be facing off against the Carolina Hurricanes on Monday. The Islanders are going to be playing the Carolina Hurricanes in the first round of this year's the 2023 NHL Playoffs.
Yeah. And just as predicted weeks ago, that's the case.
Yes, and before we kind of dive into a few things, I want to take care of a few housekeeping items because there's some updates that we have to provide for you guys. Important updates. First off, if you're new to this channel, welcome. This is a twice a week All Islanders podcast that takes place every single Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're new to the channel, we invite you to stick around a while. We implore you to do a few things. We encourage you to subscribe on YouTube, to like on Facebook, and to follow on Twitter. Now is as important of a time as ever with the podcast network. So, I don't know. There's no easy way to kind of formulate what's going on there, but we just need to make sure everybody who listens to the podcast in an audio-only format also make sure you are at least follow one of the social media links or the YouTube or anything like that, just so you don't get left out of any key and important information. But again, as I mentioned, this is a twice a week All Islanders podcast that takes place every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's I'd say, Grumpy, we've had this podcast for about 5 years now. 5 years since the Doug Waite time period and era.
It's been more than 5 years, right?
How long ago was Doug Waite the coach? Because that's when we started with Doug Waite, the lowly time periods of Doug Waite.
6 years ago.
So, 6 years. 6 years we've had this show. So, we enjoy it. We do it twice a week, every single week, and we really do enjoy this show. We enjoy getting to interact with everybody who participates, who comments here on the live stream and items like that. So, make sure you guys go ahead and subscribe on YouTube, like on Facebook, and follow on Twitter. We also have a secondary podcast called TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. It's a twice a week all sports podcast that takes place every single Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Why do you even waste putting a time on when it starts? I mean, how many would you say of the podcasts we've done over the years, how many have actually started on time?
I'd say maybe about 40%.
You're wrong. I will say you did
45 or 50.
You did pretty good. I would say maybe 10. And I'll say that you did pretty good to start the year on this podcast where you start on time.
There was some other. Okay, well, today the power went out at my house, Grumpy. The internet wasn't up. What do you want me to do? Go ahead and try to
get out your rabbit ears.
Go ahead and freaking drive to the local cell phone tower and hook up my computer into the cell phone tower to make sure I've got some internet or something. What the fuck, Grump?
Get out your rabbit ears.
Get out my rabbit ears. Start up my electric generator so I can go ahead and make sure I've got power. There's not much I could do when there's no power. Sorry,
okay.
But yeah, and you and I had to talk about some items, some housekeeping items too. So we had to take care of some things. But yeah, I was that power. But we are trying. I am trying my best. I won't say we. I am trying my best to continually get here on time. So that's important. But yes, the Teach and the Grumpy Old Man Show twice a week sports podcast, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays. We talk anything and everything sports. We talk NHL, MLB, NFL. I'd say we talk a little NBA. We talk college athletics. We talk anything and everything sports on that show. World football, fan fights. It's myself, the Grumpy Old Man, and Magnificent Son X. So, make sure you give that a look at, give it a watch. It'll be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You could find that in the link in the description below or as a feature page on our YouTube channel. Now, I'm excited about today's podcast because there's no hockey going on. So Grumpy should not be watching any TV. We should have Grumpy's full attention on today's podcast. Nothing else distracting the grumpy old man. I'm looking forward to that.
You always have my full attention, by the way, just to let you know.
But today we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to go ahead and talk about what this upcoming matchup looks like against the Carolina Hurricanes. You know, what's the expectation? Hurricanes always seem to give us a problem. They seem to be a matchup nightmare. What are the routes to beat the Carolina Hurricanes? How realistic does that look? What does the playoff landscape look like for the New York Islanders? Can they get hot? Can Sorokin steal a series? We're going to talk about all of that and much, much more. Well, first off, Grump, Hurricanes. Obviously, we're excited about that. It's a much better draw to get the Hurricanes than it would have been the Boston Bruins.
Yeah, Hurricanes are banged up a little bit, particularly in the scoring department. You don't want to play Boston until the latest possible time that you have to play them. You'd much rather play everybody else.
Yeah.
You don't, I mean, okay, Boston broke every team record in the NHL this year. Everyone.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did.
You don't want to play. You don't want to play them in the first round. You don't want to. Well, you wouldn't play them in the second round. You don't want to play them in the second round. Maybe you hope you get them in the third round.
Okay,
that's best case scenario for the Islanders. That's it.
Okay, I'm not trying to talk specifically about Boston. I wanted to go ahead and use this as a segue. I did a very scientific poll on Twitter, Grumpy, to see at the time period before our matchup was determined as to who Islander fans would rather face or rather see the Islanders face off. Okay, we only had 99 votes, just close to 100. But I mean, still, there was 18% that said roughly about they would rather play the Boston Bruins than the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, let's talk about why people would think maybe Boston instead of Carolina. Carolina is a matchup nightmare for the Islanders. They're fast. They're a skilled team. They have a fantastic defensive core. I mean, they're a tough team to play. Very, very tough out at home too, Grumpy.
Very difficult. The goaltending, I mean, Freddie Anderson's a good goaltender. Is he somebody who's going to steal a series for you? No. But stylistically, you're right. They're a nightmare for us. They're really strong in the neutral zone. They are really aggressive on the forecheck, have team speed, can skate all night long. Problems have been given the Hurricanes some issues recently. Losing Svechnikov was a huge loss. They lost Pacioretty, I believe, in December, pretty much as soon as he came back, and then losing Svechnikov, that's huge. So those are two of their best scorers on that team are out. I think the reason why that poll looked the way it did, a lot of people forgot how Boston dominated us earlier in the year. But boy, that Carolina whooping was fresh on their minds. And once again, Boston plays a style similar to ours, right? Pretty much, just grinding, playing solid defense, not super fast, and we've had success against them in the past. I can't remember the last time Boston's beaten us in a playoff series, to be honest with you. It's been a long time. I mean, we don't play them often, but it's been a long time since they've beaten us. I don't even know if they ever have.
Boston has beaten us in the postseason before, but yeah, it's been a while now. Boston this year, obviously a much different team than in years past. I will say, right, I do want to talk a little bit about the matchup. There also is some positive news, which we're going to talk about. Matt Barzal, which was the question mark. We've got updates on him. Alexander Romanov, which was a potential question mark entering this year's NHL playoffs. Have updates on him too. But when we look at the Islanders' performance against the Carolina Hurricanes, so from 2020, the Islanders have a 2-8 record over 10 games against the Carolina Hurricanes. And if you take it back 1 year further to 2019, or even since the playoffs of 2019, when we got swept by the Carolina Hurricanes, it's 2-12. So we are not, I think still, right, I think they're banged up. That could benefit the Islanders, definitely. They're a team that creates a boatload of chances and opportunities, but unable to cash in and finish. I think the Islanders could take advantage of that with a superior goalie that we've got. We definitely have the advantage in net. I think, on the defensive side of the puck, it's I'd say, maybe we're head to head. Maybe we have a little bit of advantage over Carolina defensive side of the puck. I think the forward group probably more talent for the Carolina Hurricanes, but this Islanders team forward group is designed for playoff hockey.
The problem we have with Carolina is they're really good moving the puck out of their zone defensively. They're not a whole bunch of big bruisers back there, but they get that puck, they get it out of the zone. And we don't really have very limited sustained offensive zone time. It's like some type of chaos has to be happening for us to get goal opportunities for the most part. They're really solid and they're really strong through the neutral zone too. Yes, they generate a lot of chances, put a lot of shots on net. Means your goalie's got to be, ready all the time. I'm confident Sorokin will be that, but we lost 2-1. That game should have been 5-6-1 the last time we played them. They just totally dominated us. I'm just like, okay, can we beat them a game, maybe 2? Sure. But I just think winning 4 games out of 7 against that team is going to be a real uphill struggle. We just don't match up with them. I've been saying it for years.
I'm looking over, and the record may be even worse than what I thought if we look from 2019 forward. So I'm sorry, Grumpy. I'm just crunching some numbers. Yeah, this is not the same Islander team that is playing these teams of Carolina in the past. And this is not the same Carolina team that has dominated us years from the past. Obviously, it's discouraging. You've got kind of that unsavory taste in your mouth after the way that we were beaten by Carolina just recently. But here's the thing. It's the playoffs. Things ramp up and things are different, right? Even though the Islanders were playing for, almost playoff style of hockey towards the tail end of the regular season to make the postseason, I would expect you're not going to see the Islanders get – I don't want to say we're going to see the Islanders get rolled in a series, if you know what I mean. I don't anticipate we're just going to get swept. I don't anticipate that we're just going to get pounded into the ground or anything like that. I feel like the Islanders are going to fight the series.
Well, they always fight every series. I mean, they don't give up.
Well, I mean, I'm not expecting like in the 2018-19 season when they got swept 4-0. I'm not expecting that from the Islanders against Carolina this year.
Yeah, I think if we're catching Carolina at a good time.
Yes, I agree with that.
Still trying to make adjustments from losing Svechnikov. That's huge loss. Huge loss for them, particularly on the power play. Their power play is not great.
Pacioretty hurts too.
Yeah, but okay, Pacioretty was only there 5 games. Svechnikov has been there for a number of years. They're not great on the power play. Neither are we. The big advantage for us, in my opinion, is we're getting Matt Barzal back. What percentage of Matt Barzal? I don't know. I can't imagine it being 100%, but even 80% Matt Barzal is probably, certainly the most creative and dynamic player on our team.
Well, now that's a story that we'll kind of talk about now. Matt Barzal apparently was back. The rumor was, and the rumor is, Matt Barzal was back healthy and skating a week before it was announced. I'm not sure how true that rumor is, but little birdie told us that rumor, that he was back skating. A well-connected individual told us that the rumor was he was back skating a week before they officially announced it. I'm not sure how he could be like skating. Maybe they turned all the lights to the rink off, or he was just skating at a local rink in the wee hours of the morning. So I don't know how something like that would be kept underneath, hats so well, just because of, the media and them looking for a story in some capacity. So I'm not sure how well that could be kept undercover, but that apparently is the rumor, Grump.
Okay. He's not going to be 100%. He's not going to be 100%, period. Not going to be 100%. Is Romanov back practicing with the team also?
Yes. Romanov and Matt Barzal were both back practicing with the team. My point is Matt Barzal is going to be back. I think he's had more, based off of this source and based off of the rumors, right? He's had more skating than just, hey, he was skating last week and is good to go, which would explain why he went from I'm skating and doing some work on my own to, okay, I'm not wearing a non-contact jersey. I'm back here practicing in full with the team. That would explain how that happens too.
So what does it do for our offense? It makes our power play potentially much, much better. Certainly better than 31st in the league. I mean, he is the source that drives the power play.
Sure.
I think that's good news for Bo Horvat. I mean, I know we've seen the lines of Horvat with Barzal and Lee, which I think is a big mistake on the first line. I'd put somebody else on the first line. It would not be Anders Lee.
I don't get the Anders Lee being there either. I'm kind of confused by it.
You get two players who are very, very similar. And it's like, yeah, you want somebody else, a different dynamic on the left wing. That's just my opinion anyway. I don't know where he fits, but that's what I would do. I would not put Anders Lee on that first line.
I've got an update here as to what the record was. I wanted to crunch those numbers. Since that 2018 and 19 playoffs there, the Islanders, yeah, it's 2, Grumpy, just to confirm there, 2-12 over that time period.
Yeah, they own us. They own us. We don't match up with them. I thought we match up better with Boston. They're a wagon though now. Didn't matter. I don't think it matters. I can't see us beating them 4 games out of 7. I just can't. Sorokin's going to have to pitch like I don't think Sorokin give up more than a goal a game and expect us to win. I really don't think so. People forget Carolina's second best defensive team in the NHL this year. People forget they're really good defensively. Yeah, they score a lot of goals too, but they're the second best team in the NHL playing team defense and not allowing goals.
Yeah. And, we much better matchup for us to play Carolina than it was to play Boston. And, how we could beat Carolina in this series is Carolina's a banged up team. They're an injured team. They're a team where I'm going to ask you this. Let's say Carolina gets ousted by the Islanders in the first round of the playoffs. Does Rob Brendamore's seat start to get a little warm?
I don't know, but no, I don't think so. Okay. With the injuries they've had, I'm going to say no. I mean, the Islanders are 100% healthy now, right?
That's what I was about to say. The Islanders, since starting on right with Matt Barzal, he's going to be back. I think he's going to be healthier than we anticipate, solely because of that news, possibly skating before it was known to the news and the media. I don't know, again, how the hell that happens, but a pretty reliable source told us that. But he's going to be more than 70 or 60%. It's not like he's like, okay, they're just trying to slap a band. I'm anticipating he's going to be healthier than they're just trying to slap a Band-Aid on a healing wound. Now, I could be completely wrong. And, sometimes you see players out there that are playing in the postseason where it's like, well, we tried to go ahead and get this rehab back. He had a partial tear here, and we wanted to see if we can rush him back for the postseason and win a Stanley Cup. Stuff like that happens too. So I could
all the time.
That's what I'm saying. I could be completely wrong, but from what I'm led to believe is maybe this is something that he's going to be more healthy than we anticipate. I'm not expecting to see a lot of rust from Matt Barzal.
I think it's going to take a little bit for him to get up to speed. I just do. I mean, he hasn't played competitively in 3 months? He's not just going to
not 3 months. What?
February, right? To March?
No,
to April.
No, not 3 months, Grumpy.
Okay, how long's it been?
I'll pull up the last time he played. The last game he played against the Boston Bruins. Bruins, we played them. Give me a sec. I'll pull up the record. I'll pull it up. But he played more recently than 3 months ago, Grump.
Okay. He hasn't played a competitive game for a long time. It usually
February 18th, I'm thinking he got hurt.
Okay. So 2 months. 2 full months.
2 full months. Sure.
Okay, so 2 full months. You're not just going to step out there and, hey, I'm ready to go. I'm 100%. It's going to take a little while.
Sure.
Maybe a game or 2.
Sure. I'm just saying I'm not expecting like he's going to be lagging behind, or it's like, again, he's out there playing on a severe injury, trying to go like Braden Point last year. They tried to patch him up and to get him out there for the playoffs. When what did he have, like a torn hip flexor? What did he have torn? He had some sort of torn item in his legs or his lower body. And they're like, hey, let's try to patch you up and get you back out there. I'm not expecting that type of Matt Barzal. He's had 2 months off. And I hope he's ready to play.
And looking at the skating skill of the New York Islanders, I think 50%, and he can still keep up with that group.
Yes. But, how do we beat a team like Carolina? Carolina's banged up. Carolina's Freddie Anderson has not been stellar in postseasons in the past, and perhaps that continues. Now, Carolina has a much better, I'd say, a much more playoff-ready defense core than they had last year. I think Brett Burns is I think he's a huge difference from last year's Carolina's team on the back end. But you're right, their offense is severely hindered with the injuries to forwards that they've got.
High volume attacks on Sorokin. That's the way it's going to go. I mean, the last game, which really, it was Barzal. I don't think Romanov was in at that point in time either. Maybe he was last time we played them. I don't remember. But they spent like 22 minutes in the Islanders zone. You can't, if you play games like that, you're not beating anybody. I mean, I realize they only scored 2 goals. Sorokin was tremendous. They had a couple of posts. I mean, the Islanders had maybe 4 or 5 scoring chances the whole game. I mean, one of them, they get that little, that little comebacker across from Bailey. I think it was from Bailey on a pass from Engvall, which caught Anderson a little bit by surprise. That's what happens. That's how I think the Islanders have to win, on some type of counterattack where we just get a break and they score a goal on Anderson. And I also think scoring the first goal is really important in this series. If you let Carolina get a goal or 2 up on you, you're in trouble.
We're not a team that plays well coming from behind. We're not. We're a team that plays much better with the lead, where we can just go ahead and stack. Was everybody paying attention to how the Islanders were playing against the Montreal Canadiens? I believe it was the last game of the year, where it looked like when we had that 1 or 2 goal lead, we just started stacking 5 guys below the dots. That's how the Islanders play with a lead. Stack everybody in front of the net as humanly possible. Don't let any shot get through. Frustrate the hell out of the team. Hope that an opportunity presents itself because of a misplay on the other team's back end, trying to keep the puck in the zone, and go ahead and get an odd man break and execute. That's how the Islanders are going to be playing in the postseason. That's how we played under Barry Trotz in the postseason. I expect that to be the same how we play this year in the postseason. I don't expect, now that we have Matt Barzal back, for us to change our style back to the high-flying run-and-gun system that we were trying to run earlier on this season.
Agreed. It makes no sense to do that, honestly. That being said, I just can't see us beating Carol 2 out of the last 14, and we're expected to win 4 of 7 from them.
Yes.
And
so
they're really, really, really tough to beat at home. Really tough to beat at home.
You've got to take one. The Islanders are tough out at home too, right? So the Islanders are a team that's really tough to beat at home. You look at us, we've got the best penalty killing percentage in the NHL at home. Our power play is hideous, and I mean hideous. That's one big plus about Matt Barzal. He's back. There's no way possible that the power play can be worse than it was in the regular season. We were 31st in the NHL in the power play on the season. So, we talk about the health of the Islanders. The only guy the Islanders are missing off of their roster that they had to be in the year was Wahlstrom. That's it.
Right.
And he's been out since, I think, 2022. So he hasn't played in the last 4 months. So, I mean, we're well accustomed to being able to play without Oliver Wahlstrom. The one thing that does scare me is that Josh Bailey is going to find his ass back into the lineup. I do firmly believe that.
So do I. He will play. He'll absolutely start the first game.
It makes you think, who's going to be the odd man out?
Holmstrom. Holmstrom's guy out. Right?
No, I'm saying with Matt Barzal returning, Holmstrom's already out.
Okay. So
who's going to be the odd guy out, Pierre? I mean, who's going to be the odd guy out? That's what I'm wondering, Grump. Is it right? They've already Holmstrom was the odd guy out when Josh Bailey returned. Well, Matt Barzal is added back into this lineup picture as well. He's going to ideally play game 1. He should be ready game 1. But that's my thing. Are we going to sit Hudson Fasching for freaking Josh Bailey?
Unless they put Fasching on the 4th line and sit Matt Martin.
Why would you sit Matt Martin in the postseason?
Because you don't have the wheels anymore. You got to be able to skate to play with Carolina. You got to have your best skaters out there. Engvall's got to play. He's one of the. I don't think he's meh. To me, he's a meh guy. But
Engvall was playing on when they were practicing. He was on a second power play unit. So the power play unit with Matt Barzal back was Barzal, Dobson, Horvat, Nelson, and Lee.
that's a bad power play unit.
The second power play unit was Aho, Palmieri, Pajot, Engvall, and Parisa. Yikes. Is there any wonder why we're an awful power play team? Look at the power play unit that we're rolling out here in practice. Look at this shit.
It's just lack of talent. It's just lack of talent. To me, Lee, I would rather have Lee on the second power play unit, and I'd move Pajot up to the first one.
I don't mind Lee on the first. Lee, I think, plays well with Dobson. Dobson throws as many pucks on net as possible, which is a good thing. Lee's able to deflect those and put them on target. I think Lee and Dobson works well.
Horvat and Lee are like a duplication of their skill set. Horvat's better, and he moves a little bit more than Lee, but I don't know. I don't like that power play unit. Just don't like it. I'd much rather have Pajot. You got to be able to move. Got to be able to move. That's the one. The Islanders power play doesn't move. It's slow. It's ponderous, and nobody moves. That's the issue with it. Nobody moves. Easy to defend.
Well, now here is the thing, right? We talked about where possibly could Josh Bailey slide in. During line drills, Josh Bailey was taking rotation skating on Cizikas' left wing with Cal Clutterbuck instead of Matt Martin.
There you go, Matt Martin out.
Still, things can happen, but I think to myself, how does a guy go from being a healthy scratch consistently game after game to where, hey, NHL playoffs come around, you're playing the energy line, Josh Bailey. We're going to need you to forecheck. We're going to need you to throw the body. He does none of those.
Okay, but he's a proven, big air quotes, playoff performer. He's been there. He knows what it takes. He's had success in the playoffs. That's why he's going to get the shot to start. You can't say the same for Hudson Fasching or Simon Holmes. We just can't say that about them.
How many times are you going to want to call him Hunter Fasching?
I didn't call him that.
You started calling him Hudson Fasching. You do it all the time, Grump.
Who cares?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just kind of shocked. Matt Martin's the odd man out. Don't get it. What does Josh Bailey seriously offer? Besides, I've got experience and I've been here before, but so is Matt Martin.
He knows what to do.
Let me ask you this question. I'm going to give you a scenario. Let's say Brett Burns is mixing shit up and Matt Martin's sitting his sweet ass on the bench. Matt Martin's not a fighter or an enforcer at the same level as he used to be, but he'll go out there and get his ass kicked if he needs to. I mean, who's going to be out there? What are you going to ask, right? Carolina's not a small team. You have to have a physical presence in the playoffs. And to say we're going to get rid of one of our physical presence to go ahead and have Josh Bailey is just something I don't get. We have plenty of guys who can kill penalties. Right, I can maybe see you saying, "Oh, Josh Bailey kills penalties, and that's how it's value." We have plenty of players on this team who kill penalties. I just don't get it.
I understand why they're doing it. I absolutely do. Maybe they're hoping to get some jump from him. He's played well in the playoffs the last couple of playoff runs. Yes.
Like you said, Lambert said Martin's playing game one. I don't know. When I see guys practicing on other lines, I'm not sure what to think of that. I mean, first game is a Monday. So
maybe Fasching's the odd man out. I wouldn't take him out. He can skate. You have to be able to skate to play with Carolina. That's why they give us so much trouble. They give the Islanders problems because they skate better. They dump the puck in. They chase it. They generate chances with their cycle down low. They're really, really good at it. Really good. They've owned us for years now. Just owned us. Can we beat them? Yeah, if Sorokin has at least two shutouts and a couple of games where he gives up one goal, yeah, we can win that. That's the way we can win. Is it probable? No, probably not. I mean, he was outstanding against Carolina the last game. They thoroughly dominated us. It was 2-1. That's why I give us a puncher's chance or a goaltender's chance to win the series. But that's it. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
You're right. If we could go ahead and keep them, if a team outplays you and you keep the game tied or you carry a lead, that's how you win a series. That's how you frustrate a team. That's how you beat a team. If Carolina, if it was their first time in the postseason, sure, I'd give them a much higher likelihood of us being able to beat them with a surprise victory. I still think we have a chance. You know,
I mean,
it's not a big one. Just I'm going to tell you this: looking at what our recent record has been over the last 14 games against the Carolina Hurricanes, 2 wins, 12 losses. The chance is not extremely high, but I think there still is a chance.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at percentages, what percent chance do you think the Islanders have to beat the Hurricanes in a 7-game series?
10 to 15.
Okay, I was going to say 20. I said 1 out of 5. And that might be too high. And I only say that because they're banged up and we're 100% healthy.
Okay, thank you there. And I think somebody messaged this down. This was 9 hours ago. Lambert says it was a maintenance day for Matt Martin. He's going to play game 1. Okay, so maybe Bailey's the odd guy out. That's fine. Bailey should be the odd guy out.
Or Fashing. On the third line.
Why do I have this odd feeling that he's going to try to somehow force Josh Bailey in the lineup? Maybe it's just an irrational fear of mine, but he went back to Josh Bailey anytime he could down the stretch. I don't know.
I mean,
he's played him in big roles. He's played him on the first line consistently this season. I don't know.
What did the second line look like during practice?
I don't have the line combinations pulled up during practice. We'll find out more tomorrow. But I just was curious as to what was going on there. Practice lines, no Martin or Romanoff. First line was Lee, Horvat, Barzal. Second line, Engvald, Nelson, and Palmieri. Third line, Parise, Pajot, Fashing. Fourth line, Bailey, Cizikas, Clutterbuck. Extras were Johnston and Holmstrom.
Okay, if they play Bailey, Fashing's the guy who sits out. That's what it tells me. Fashing will be the guy. I think that's a mistake.
Sure.
But if Bailey plays, Fashing sits. And here's the thing. They might wait until they go down a couple of games and they say, we got to change it up. I'm not taking off guys who can skate. To me, you have to be able to skate with Carolina.
Sure. And hey, if we win a game on the road, I feel the Islanders win the series. I really do. If we win a game on the road, I feel the Islanders win the series.
Not me.
If they come out and win game 1, I'm in bed with the Islanders win the series.
No. Nope. Not me.
No you don't think the team Carolina hasn't won a road playoff game last year? They didn't win a road playoff game last year. You don't think that maybe is an issue for them?
They've won 2 out of the Islanders have beaten them 2 out of 14 games.
Sure.
That carries much more weight with me than not winning a road playoff game last year. They have dominated us for years.
Carolina's had a lot of early exits despite really good teams, in my opinion. Year after year, they have an early. They underperform my expectation year. They overperform. They have crazy offseason moves. It results in great regular seasons, and in the postseason, they kind of struggle. Last year, I think, was the first time they had won a postseason series since they beat us. I'll pull that up. I got to pull that up to be sure. But they have not been an extremely successful team in the postseason, and they didn't win any road games last year. The thing is, can we? My question, and I think what's going to be the big question is, can the Islanders win on the road? If the Islanders can win a game on the road against Carolina, I feel very confident. Steal one against the road, and I feel confident at home for us.
No. They outplay us no matter. They play us on the moon.
I think they're the better team than us. I'm saying how do we win? The first step is win a road game, and I feel confident that we win the series.
Yeah,
I feel we've got the far better goalie than Freddie Anderson. I feel like defense, I feel like we're kind of neck to neck with.
No, not even close. They're way better than us defensively. Way better.
So?
Way better. They move the puck.
You think they're a better defensive team than us playing this system?
Way better defensively, way better offensively.
I think they're way better offensively, no doubt about that. I think we're way better in net, and I think we're an even team or close to even in net in defense.
We're not. They're too fast for Pelech and Pulak.
Sure, but if we're playing the lay back in our own zone style, it's not about speed for us.
They get headman passes all the time. They get breaks on us all the time. They're too fast for us. I mean, how many times you have to watch them just dominate us night after night?
I think they're the better team than us. I do. I'm not saying they're not the better. I think they're a better team than us.
I was stunned we beat them one game this year. Yes, they came off a 5-game West Coast road trip. I mean, but even in that game,
you were so confident they were beating us.
Absolutely, I was, because they own us.
They do. They've won. We've only won 2 out of our last 14 games against the Carolina Hurricanes. You're right. They do own us.
I mean, it's just so you think if they win one game in Carolina, that's it? Well, they've beaten us in Carolina. They've beaten us in New York. They've beaten us on Mars. They've beaten us on Jupiter. They've beaten us out west. They've beaten us in the Congo time zone. They beat us every time they play us. They own us.
If we go back to UBS with a 1-1 tie in the series, we win the series.
And we lose in 5. That's what it means. We lose in 5. We're not beating them. They're really, really good at home. They have the second best record.
10 to 15% chance I'm giving us. I don't think we'll beat them on the road, but continue. I'm sorry.
They have the second best home record in the NHL this season.
They're great at home.
They're really good at home.
They're a bunch of jerks, Grumpy. You know better than anybody. You're in that area.
And here's the thing. Last year, they were unbeatable at home.
Correct.
Unbeatable at home. Correct. Even in the postseason, they lost the last game with their third-string goalie to the Rangers.
Sure.
I mean, they weren't winning on the road, but man, they were winning everything at home. I just think they're better than us. I mean, it's just a bad matchup. Just terrible. Boston last year, right? Same team like us, very similar. They took care of Boston. Matter of fact, they're a team that could beat Boston if they make it that far. Just stylistically, they give Boston a hard time.
Oh, my God.
If they get that far, they'd have to beat the Rangers, because I think the Rangers will beat the Devils.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, what are the odds? I mean, do they have does DraftKings have the odds of us, winning the first series against Carolina? What's it? Plus what? 1,000?
This is where you need Annie Francis. I don't know. The plus minus means nothing to me. I need Annie Francis to decode that shit for us.
I think plus 1,000, if you put 100 down, you get 1,100 back. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the odds are to win the series, but I'm going to guarantee you Carolina's a favorite.
Sure. They are the better team. They beat us. We've got 2 wins over the last 14 games against them. I'm saying the way that if we win the series, it's 10 to 15% chance of giving us to win the series. It's not high. 10 to 15% chance is not something I'm going to Vegas with and saying, throw everything on a 10 to 15% chance. Well, I guess those are actually not bad odds in Vegas, perhaps, depending on what the payout is. But a 10 to 15% chance of the Islanders beating the Carolina Hurricanes. How that starts is a road win. If you get a road win, I'm feeling much more confident.
Okay. They beat us, like I said, they beat us in UBS Arena. They beat us. How many times we played them in UBS Arena this year?
Sure.
They didn't beat us then.
Yeah, we have. I'm looking here.
They won the Carolina game, lost all the rest.
We have not beaten them at home since 20. We have not beaten them at home. Dating back to the 2019 playoff series, we've not beaten them at home.
Well, we didn't beat them at home in the 2019 playoff series either. That was
I'm just saying we have not beaten them. So Grumpy, no, maybe you weren't understanding. We didn't since 2019 playoffs, the 2020 season, 2021, 2022, 2023, all those times over this 5-year time frame, we have not beaten them at home.
And you think if we win one game in Carolina, that changes all that?
I think there's a lot of injuries that play into effect on that Carolina team.
They're even when they play us. Remember, they don't have to do anything spectacular to beat us. They really don't. All they do is play solid defensively and get 1 goal.
They're a team that struggled down the stretch. Struggled to beat teams like Ottawa. Could not beat the shitty dregs of the NHL. Get freaking rolled by by the Red Wings. They're a struggling team.
You know who they didn't struggle against down the stretch? Us. They made us look like it was like the bully on the playground. over 22 minutes. 20, that's a whole period plus in the Islanders' offensive zone. Think about that.
That's how the playoffs are going to be for us against any team we play.
Well, then we're not winning. We're not going to make it out of the first round. I mean, I'm glad we're playing Carolina as opposed to Boston, but it's like pick your poison, right? We're just not a matchup.
Against Boston, I thought maybe we had a 1% chance of making it. Just to say we had a chance, right? Because anything can happen. 1% chance against Boston. I think a 10 to 15 against Carolina. There's still not things I feel very confident in, but a 10 to 15% chance of winning.
Their defense is really good, really unsung.
I think having Matt Barzal back is a big help. Our team is healthy. Matt Barzal will be healthy come game one. So will Romanoff. We are at that point. We have how do you always say, Grumpy? The druthers or the pick of our druthers or something like that. You always say.
I don't know, but that sounds like nothing I've ever said. What you just
you always say druthers. You like using that verb or that word, but anyway, we've got our selection of who we want to roll out there on the ice. That's simple. We're a healthy team. Carolina's not. I think that plays a part. So Carolina is a team that has consistently struggled in the postseason. Last year, could they have done better with a healthy goalie or even their second string goalie? Yes, they could have, but they didn't. You could be asking the same question this year about them. We could say, well, would Carolina have been better with Svechnikov in the lineup? Sure. I'm sure there would have been. I'm just saying injuries are part of the game. Healthy teams usually have a chance to make deep runs simply because they're healthy. Like Colorado, right? Landeskog is out for the season. Colorado has no chance of winning the cup without Landeskog. Sorry. No chance at all.
Well, certain teams do. Tampa Bay. They can have a whole bunch of guys banged up and make it within a couple of games of winning a Stanley Cup final. But, I mean, we're not one of those teams. I mean, who's to say we don't pick up an injury against Carolina?
We can. We definitely can. I'm just saying for the first round, trust me, I'm not looking ahead to the second round. Are you kidding me? This is not even a guarantee we win the first round. I'm not looking on to the second round just quite yet.
Yeah, like I said, for me, we have the better goaltender. They're better everywhere else.
The only way that we could make ourselves to another Eastern Conference Finals is one way. We find a puncher's chance to beat Carolina, and we play the Devils in the second round. We played right. We look at the records. Shockingly enough, we had a winning record, against both the Devils and the Rangers this year.
You don't want to know who we didn't have a winning record against?
Carolina.
Carolina.
That's true. 1 win, 3 losses.
Carolina is better than we are.
Sure.
They're always better than we are because they play a modern NHL system. They're real aggressive on the forecheck, have a lot of team speed, and they generate a lot of chances. We're on our heels the whole game. Can you remember the last time the Islanders were, hey, we're really pressuring Carolina all the time? No. Anytime we score on them, it's some type of crazy scramble in front of the net where they'll get a little discombobulated for a couple of seconds. 2 or 3 guys break their sticks. They're on the ice. We run over the goalie. We kick the puck in. That's how we score against Carolina. Carolina's a bad matchup for us. Yeah. I thought maybe we'd have, and like I said, a more of a chance of beating Boston, but what does that mean?
Not much.
Yeah, we're not. I just don't see us moving on. I don't think anyone with the brain really, if you look at it rationally, can say we're favorites against Carolina. Sorokin will have to pitch 2 shutouts and have 2 games where he only gives up a goal for us to win.
Sorokin has to play phenomenal hockey. There cannot be an off game for Sorokin and us to expect to win this series.
No.
That's any game in this year's playoffs. If Sorokin is not playing, I'm talking about near flawless hockey, we're not winning. That's a game we could just chalk up to an L. I mean, yeah, he helps spackle over a lot of the flaws that this team has with fantastic net play.
Yes.
So, Sorokin has been fantastic all year long. This is the most games he's ever played in his entire professional career in one season, in the regular season. So,
what's the defense pairings going to be?
It's going to be back to Aho and Dobson again. It's going to be same defense pairing we saw when we saw a healthy Romanoff is what we're going to see back.
Well, then we're going to get scored on when that defense pairing's out there. You can just mark it down. he has to mix it up defensively, in my opinion. You got to have somebody who's rock solid out there defensively every single pairing. And here's the thing. Why is Carolina so good at home? They got last change.
Sure. You're looking at Pellick and Pulak, Aho and Mayfield and Bolduc and Bolduc, and Dobson. I assume when Romanoff comes back, Romanoff is going to be paired there with Mayfield.
Oof.
Aho is going to be paired with Dobson.
They were bad. They were bad together. When they played together, they were bad. Those are bad match. Those are bad combinations.
And our great goalie play spackled up again the issue behind it.
Yeah.
I think, right? Yeah, I don't think Romanoff had played better under the new system. It's not like he was anything to write home about, though. And
he was better when he was with Pulak.
Sure.
They were better. I don't think Pellick and Mayfield is a good pairing. They're too slow.
I don't like the Aho and Dobson pairing. We've talked about that before, Joe.
No.
It's just a recipe for, hey, we're probably both defensively not the best defensemen on this team, and we're more offensive-minded defensemen, and we're going to slap two offensive-minded defensemen here on the same line.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying that Carolina is going to blow us out every night, but we're a tough team to play against in the playoffs. We suck the life out of the game. We're just like fun suckers. We're the anti-NHL. But, it can get the job done. I just don't think we're good enough. And then, that begs another question, which I'm going to save for later.
Because that's right. We're supposed to have Phil's facts coming on with us here this evening. So he's supposed to be on. But before we start jumping into some comments,
okay, go ahead. I just want to talk about other teams in the division.
Sure, we can talk about that, and I'll do the ad read.
Okay. We'll do the ad read, then we'll talk about that, because I want to look at the seriousness of the rest of the division compared to us.
Sure. Okay. We're going to do today's ad read. Today's podcast is sponsored by DraftKings. The NBA, it's NBA playoff time, and that means big hoops action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Get in on the excitement of every game with the touch of a button. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Plus, everyone can score with a no-sweat same-game parlay every day during the NBA playoffs. Open up the DraftKings Sportsbook app and opt in and play the same-game parlay on any NBA game. And if you don't hit, you'll get a bonus bet back up to $10, Grumpy. So you can throw a whole bunch of, if you're a Knicks fan, start betting on all your Knicks that you know are going to do well. You could start going ahead and betting on the Sixers. You can bet whoever the hell you want, same game parlays. But download the app now and sign in using the promo code THPN. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Again, with promo code THPN. If you've got a gambling problem, please look at the link in the description below for resources to call and reach out to. Look at the link in the description and the details below.
Yeah, I like that. So I just want to talk a little bit about the rest of the Metro Division. Pittsburgh doesn't make the playoffs, season ends, and within 15 seconds, they fire whoever's in charge of hockey operations. They fire the GM. They fire the assistant GM. Pittsburgh, and their failure is because the general manager did not address their weakness in goal.
They fired Ron Hextall, general manager of the Pittsburgh Penguins, and president of hockey operations, Brian Burke.
And then they fired the assistant GM as well. 3 guys got fired. See you later. You didn't make the playoffs. Gone. They're in the playoff. They're in the winning business. Now, does that mean that they're going to win next year? No. But at least they know, guess what? We knew we had problems. The GM and the hockey ops guys didn't address that situation. We talked about it last year, 2 years ago, and this year. We said, if you have that clown in net, you're never going to win anything.
Yep.
And this year, it was more apparent than ever. And it's like, see you later. The other 2 years, okay, we made the playoffs. Fine. You'll get to stay. They didn't this year. They didn't address the goaltender at the deadline. That's why they got eliminated. No other reason why Pittsburgh was eliminated from the playoff race is they didn't have the goaltender who could stop a puck when it mattered most. That's Tristan Jarry. His contract is up. I guarantee you he will not be in Pittsburgh next year. I think they'll go with an empty net, then re-sign that freaking clown and put him back there. No way is he coming back to Pittsburgh.
Hold on. You think they're going to go with an empty net?
They had one last year.
Oh, that.
Washington. Who gets fired? They didn't make the playoffs. Do you think that Laviolette was the reason why they didn't make the playoffs this year?
No.
Nope. They have a boatload of injuries. You know what they said, though?
See you later.
You didn't make the playoffs? Bye-bye. See you later.
Is it scary knowing that if we didn't make the postseason,
nothing would have happened?
We were still keeping everything.
That's my issue. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're an organization that's serious about winning, and you don't make you make really marginal changes to the roster. You've been here 5 years. It's going to be 6 years. Marginal changes to the roster, right? Okay, you keep on trading away first-round draft picks for guys in their 30s. That's a mistake. This year you sign a guy who's 28 years old. How many points did he put up? And then you give him a contract, 8 years, $8.5 million. I like Bo Horvat. I think he's going to be much better with Matt Barzal. What happens if the Islanders lose in the first round of playoffs? Would you say that this year was a fail?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, I look at this year as a failure.
And his biggest failure is the fact that now he's abandoned any future for this team. This team isn't Washington with Ovechkin and Backstrom and Wilson and Carlson and all those guys who've won before, are top A-level players. This team is in Pittsburgh with a Malkin and a Crosby and a Letang and a Gensel, A-level players. That's not this team. This is a team of ham and eggers for the most part. You've done nothing to improve it. And all you've done is gut whatever farm system you had, as well as decimate your draft capital for the last 5 years. To me, that's why I give him absolutely an F for the job Lamoriello's not done this year. Last year, you don't make the playoffs and you still don't sell any of your UFAs. Why would you not trade all of your UFAs last year? Even this year, do you realistically think this team has a chance to compete for a Stanley Cup? Is this team a team that's average age 24, 25, where you say, okay, we'll keep these guys as leaders to teach, these younger guys who are the core of the team coming up? No. They should have absolutely cut bait with Varlamov, Mayfield, Parise. Absolutely. And then rebuild the team on the fly.
I don't disagree on those points at all. You and I align exactly on that. We do. Right? It's people are, Phil's facts, and I'm sure we'll talk about this when he gets on, but he was asking for the grade of Lou Lamoriello this year. Well, we are going to I will reserve judgment until after the postseason, because if you get bounced, if
the GM's job is not the on ice, it's about putting the guys on ice and building the future of the team, the today and the future. You can't just abandon the future when you have a team that looks like us, which is just a team of grinders and Jags. They're called Matty and the Jags for a reason. Could Bo Horvat be one of those guys? He could. He's going to have to play with Matt Barzal because he showed us he's not capable of producing. Not on this team, he's not, because there's no high-end offensive talent on this team with the exception of Matt Barzal. That's it. That's it. Brock Nelson, for as good as he's been, is not a great offensive talent. He's not.
I think he's much better than you give him credit for. I've always thought that, though.
Okay. What I said was, for as good as he's been, and he has been good.
He's been great. He hasn't been good. He's been great.
When you look at offensive talent, does Brock Nelson wow you with his offensive ability?
Yes.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
No. Absolutely not.
It's not like,
Absolutely
okay, Anders Lee never wowed me with his offensive talent because he just sat his ass in front of the net and redirected shots. Right?
Exactly.
Okay, Brock Nelson doesn't sit in front of the net and redirect shots. Brock Nelson shoots them and he's got a great wrist shot.
He's a good
Brock Nelson
player.
spots.
He's a good player. I'm
Great
glad
player.
he's on the team.
Great player.
He's
Great
not
player.
on the same. Would you say he's our second or third best offensive talent?
Sure.
Okay. How does he match up with Ovechkin or Crosby and Malkin and Gensel? He doesn't.
Okay.
And that's my point. That's my point.
Those guys you were mentioning, there were some generational talent on that list.
But that's why if you don't make the playoffs, those guys go. That's why they keep on reloading year after year at the expense of draft picks. That's why Pittsburgh's done it year after year.
Well,
is it wise? It's not. But when you have generational talents, I could see why you do it. That's why Tampa does it. The Islanders are not in that position. That's what makes Lou Lamoriello's failure even more insidious.
Yeah, I think philosophically, it's a recipe for disaster. I don't agree with what he's doing at all. But you talk about how short the leashes are for most everyone in the NHL, general managers, head coaches, you name it. Peter Laviolette went there. Think about it. Performed better than Todd Reirden did. And they wasted 2 years or 3 years, however long Reirden was there with Ovechkin, Carlson, etc. Yep. Look at all the injuries they had. And again, right, I'm not a guy who cries injury because every team experiences them. They were missing key players of their team for long stretches this year. They missed the first 2 or 3 months without Tom Wilson and Nick Backstrom, 2 top 6 forwards. They missed three since December until late to mid-March without John Carlson, the best defender. They had so many injuries banged up, and they say, yeah, we're going to part ways. Well, didn't get the job done. See you later. Goodbye. Pittsburgh doesn't make the playoffs for the first time in 15 or 16 years.
Everybody's gone.
Everybody's gone. That's how. And I'm not saying you need to fire and remove people just for the sake of doing so, but that's what happens, right? When they look at them after a while and they say, "What the? Hold on a second. We have such a finite window to succeed, and if we're not doing that, we need to look at other options." I think the Islanders' window is so unbelievably finite, as we've discussed before. Lou has no chance of getting Lou will be back this next year. They could get bounced. They can get swept by Carolina in the first round of the playoffs. He will be back. So will Lane Lambert. So will everybody else. So I don't think we're going to get swept in the first round. I'm just saying that could happen. We could have not made the postseason, and I do believe that Lou would have been back too.
Okay. The whole thing is professional sports is a results-driven business.
Sure.
Particularly in hockey. You need to make the playoffs to make money.
Yep.
2 games ain't going to cut it. John Ledecky.
Scott Malkin.
Louis Lamoriello. Fredo. 2 wins ain't going to do it. And the fact is, that's, for me, as long-time Islander fan, this is the worst, not the worst time ever, but I'm just looking in the future. And all I see is I just see us being bad for a while.
A bleak and desolate wasteland in the future.
We're going to be back to, and it was different when Milbury was here with Charles Wang. It was different. I'm not saying Milbury was a great general manager. He was not. But he was really hamstrung by financial constraints that were put on him by the ownership group. Same thing with Garth Snow. Same thing. Was he a great general manager? Nope. You know how you know those guys aren't great general managers? They never get another job.
Yep. Same thing like Todd Reirden can never find another head coaching job because he's a bad coach.
Think about it. All the general managers who've been here, the last number of them, once they leave here, they never get another job. It's like a stain on your reputation being a general manager for the Islanders. Neil Smith never got another job. Mike Milbury never got another job. Garth Snow never got another job. Lou Lamoriello's not getting another job. If Fredo slithers into the front office, he will never get another job. We need to go outside the family to get someone else. You can't, this nepotism thing, and I mean Islander nepotism, where it's just Islander guys. For the majority of the history of this franchise, we've been losers, with the exception of the dynasty years and up through the early 90s. That was it. That's it. For the last 30 years, for the most part, this team's been bad. Really, really bad. That's where we are. Lamoriello, I loved what he did when he came in. Loved it. But you know what? There's guys who get you to a certain level, and then it's time to move on. I always said Marty Schottenheimer, great NFL coach, late great NFL coach for the Chargers, for Kansas City. He was a guy who could get you right here, but he could not get you over the top. That's where we're at. I mean, I just don't think Lou Lamoriello at his advanced age and the way he thinks a general manager should be and how a team should be run, those times are over. They are absolutely over. If you look around the league, what are all the good GMs doing? They're locking up their young talent at a very young age with big, long contracts. That's something Lamoriello just will not do. That's not the way you do it. He lets guys get right up to UFA, and then he tries to re-sign them. Well, when you do that, you're up against the cap all the time.
But yeah, and I don't want to make this a total of that type of podcast, Grump, right? Because we're talking more postseason. But I wanted to, you just start going on your path, and takes
That's
where it is.
What can I say?
But
you mentioned something about grading Lou Lamoriello, so that's
I don't disagree with that. But it was funny to see everybody giving A pluses and Bs. A plus, A, B plus, maybe a B if you were feeling harsh. And I'm like, it's way too early to start discussing what grade you give Lamoriello, because seriously,
how does he get an A for you getting into the seventh playoff spot? How is that an A?
Because of the amazing moves he made to help this team make the postseason without Matt Barzal.
Oh, please.
I'm telling you, that's what they're saying. That's what the fans are saying.
It's not that we did what we did. The other team shit the bed.
Here's the other thing,
Pittsburgh, Florida, Washington. They all shit the bed down the stretch.
The reason I wanted to bring that up is because our team, I disagree with being able to give any sort of grade just quite yet. Our team, it's not like we haven't made the postseason in 20 years, so making the postseason is an accomplishment. We've made the postseason 4 out of the last 5 years. Is making the postseason a huge accomplishment that we should say hooray for?
Nope.
I'll be honest with you guys. When we're making the postseason 80% of the times over the last half decade, the expectation should be at least making the postseason every year. That's what I expect from the team. That's what you should expect as a fan, right? And that anything else is just icing on top of the cake, depending on how the team is, if there's injuries, stuff like that. But I think it's really tough to give out grades, and I'm not giving out an A to a guy who just made the postseason. Yeah.
Who would give him an A?
A lot of people are giving him A's.
Oh, stop.
I'm being dead ass serious with you, Grumpy. Ask Phil's when he comes on. Ask Phil. Phil probably gives him an A too. I'm just saying you can't give any grade out until you know what happens in the postseason. That's about as simple as it is.
Let's say you get bounced in the first round of play. You're going to give him an A?
Yeah, that's what I said. If you get swept in the first round of the postseason, it affects what the grades are. So it's one of those things. It's a Phil's facts thing, Grumpy. But I want to start getting some comments here. Nander F says here, TJ, your show should start at 7 p.m. You will be ready for an 8 p.m. start and no delay.
It's not true. He'd still be late.
I can't help when the power goes out, guys. Sorry. Come on. Let me see here. Veritas Invictus said, it's been a while for me eating out. I really have to watch what I eat. Kidney issues. Come on, TJ. Let's get it together.
Hey, take care of those kidney issues, though, brother. Do that. That's for certain.
Yep. Drew L says, I'll say I had a Burger King recently, and I can't lie. It lives up to all the advertising. I haven't had Burger King in a long time.
What is their advertising?
Whopper, Whopper, dun, dun, upper. It's like all that. They just sing that Whopper song. BK, have it your way. It rules. Something like that. It's catchy.
Okay.
But Thomas Rudy says here, less than 47 hours. Hope Barzal's a go. Yeah, Barzal's going to be a go. From what we understand, Barzal's going to be a go.
So do you think that the Hurricanes are going to target Barzal for some physical play?
Well,
I would.
I think they're going to target everybody. I think we're a more physical team than the Carolina Hurricanes. Is that odd to say? I think we're a more physical team.
Carolina can play physical. They can. They can. They're better than us at everything.
I know they're better than us. I'm not saying
Except for goaltending.
Do they have a better general manager than us, Grumpy?
Yep.
How about a better coach?
Yep.
That's something we haven't talked about either. First time head coach Lane Lambert makes the postseason, but I promise you, if we get bounced or swept in the first round, people will be saying this is Lane Lambert's fault. Unless Lane is lining up Josh Bailey every single night, you're not going to see me pointing the finger at Lane Lambert just quite yet.
It's Lou Lamoriello's fault. Everything is Lou Lamoriello's fault. Right? We said Trotz is gone. Everything from here on out is on Lamoriello. Everything.
Yes.
Even if you get a cold hot dog at the concession stand, that's Lamoriello's fault. Everything is his fault from here on out. Everything.
Good gracious. A cold hot dog is now Lou's fault. Lou better be
He runs everything. Got his little fingers in everything.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, man. And Joseph C says, no more time notifications, TJ. Just put it as T to be determined. A Cedar says here, Grumpy, let's go. Bash TJ for being late. I need a good laugh. Oh, goodness gracious. Brian Jennings, how are you? Andrew L said, told you Barzal would be back all week long. You guys, mainly Grump, saying he wouldn't be back for round one. I didn't think he was going to be back for round one either. But now after we spoke to somebody, I did, and I think so did Grumpy about this too, on Thursday or something like that, or Friday. And they had told us before it was leaked that the rest of the way that he'd be back ready to practice. It was like next day he was out there practicing, and they were told that he was out there skating around before it was reported to the media a week before. As to how true that is, I'm not sure. We're going to find out real soon.
Let's see what percentage he's out there.
Sure.
Because it's going to make a difference.
Yep. But Curtis, what's up? How are you? Brian Jennings says here, what are you expecting from Barzal? Is he actually healthy?
No idea. I guess we'll find out Monday night.
There it is. Well, hold on. We do have Phil's facts. We're going to go ahead and join here. Let me change. What did I do here? Yeah, let me go ahead and change here this. So we're going to make sure we can see Phil's face here, Grumpy. Phil's fat. Oh my gosh, Phil is not wearing a button.
Let me get out my freaking pillow so I go to sleep.
That's what I'm here for. You know, it's late on a Saturday night. I know you need the shut eye. That's why I'm here.
You know what? Look at this. He's not wearing his comical little white. Oh my God. His little white button-up shirt. He's wearing a white. Is that a woman's t-shirt with a little V-neck front there?
Listen, a house full of women. That's all that's available.
Nice
we don't buy men's clothing here anymore.
Nice cup. You never did. Who are you kidding?
Well, I gotta ask.
Cups are all this color.
I've got to ask. Is that
Very
coffee?
masculine.
Is that coffee, or you got some late night?
It's chamomile tea. Are you kidding me? Please.
It's a nice light tea.
It's nice light tea.
Oh,
This is what he does. He puts it in and he just goes like this with a tea bag. Whoop, whoop. Okay, that's enough.
A pinch of honey. A pinch of honey.
Little pinch of honey. There you go.
Well, Phil, we've got to get your take here as what you're expecting round one of Carolina. I'm giving us a 10 to 15% chance. Grumpy says no way in hell. The Islanders.
I said 20. I said 20,
to 15%. Wow, that's lower than I would have thought.
I gave myself 20, but then I talked myself back to 0.
The Islanders have won 2 out of the last 14 games against Carolina. They've lost 12 of the last 14. So, yeah. Anyway, but they're banged up. We talked about that. They're a team that's battered by injuries. We were going through a little bit about, hey, goaltending, we've got the advantage. I think defense, we're kind of maybe even. Maybe they get a little bit of the advantage of that.
No, Phil, you agree with me.
It's a huge advantage. Huge advantage, Carolina, on defense.
Thank you.
I agree on goaltending. Huge advantage, Islanders, just because I don't trust Freddie Anderson that much, and he's never been able to do it in the playoffs. I would say that just based on play this year, just on how these players have played this year, you could make a case that the 4 best defensemen on how they've played so far this year are all on Carolina.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't think Pelican Pollock have been great this year. And Slavin, Burns, Pesci, and it was a career year for Shea, right?
Yeah.
Offensively, and he's great defensively. You could easily make a case that those 4 have been the 4 best defensemen this season in the series, which could change, of course, if Pelech, Pollock, Dobson, etc. step up. I'm with the grump. I'm with the grump on that.
Their third pairing is not bad. Gotcha looks with the kid who's been playing with.
Great third pairing.
What?
Great third pairing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think they're really underrated for a third pairing. They're really good, and that kid makes Gotcha almost acceptable as a defenseman.
It's better than our third pairing, that's for sure.
Well, who do you think's on our third pair, Phil?
It's Dobson, Bolduc.
Hindary is taking a shot at your boy, Noah Dobson.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, but in terms of deployment, that's what it's going to be. That's what it has been. That's what it's going to be.
I think Romanoff will be healthy, and it's going to be Aho down there. It's going to be back to Dobson and Aho.
Well, Romanov, they already ruled him out for game 1.
Out.
Oh, he has a concussion, right?
It's not clear what it is, but he's out for. Lane said he's definitely not playing game 1. I doubt he's even making the trip. So you could probably scratch him off your card for game 1 and game 2.
That's bad news for us.
Yes.
I thought he was going to be back healthy. I thought it was just a little concussion, but I guess not.
Yeah, he was supposed to be. From what I was told, he wants to play, but they haven't cleared him to play, kind of thing.
That's his second concussion of the year, right?
No. The only other time he missed, I think, was when he had a baby.
He had an upper body injury and he got hit. Maybe I know Pelech was out for a long time with a concussion too. I don't know.
I think, TJ, you're confused because with his defensive position, he was like he was playing with the concussion for most of the year.
Possibly, Grump.
No, the second pair is going to be Mayfield Aho.
See, that's man.
That could be bad news.
That's going to be bad news. He needs to. I was saying what he needs to do is break them up. He's got to put Dobson with Pelech, Pulak with. I almost
with Bolduc.
Sure.
Yeah, and then
Mayfield Aho.
Gosh, that's still bad.
I went back and I watched all 11 goals that Carolina scored on us this year. Took away the empty netter. I mean, in the 3 losses. In the 3 losses, they scored 12 goals. I just wanted to see the 11 goals that they scored on us at 5-on-5. We didn't give up any power play goals to them all year.
Yeah.
And we didn't score any on them. It was a combined over 18. So the power plays are going to be a snooze fest in this series. True. There will be 0 power play goals. Aho was awful. He was on for 6 of the 11 goals. And I think like 5 of them were just egregious mistakes on his part.
Who was his partner most of the time, Phil?
Dobson.
Yeah.
Dobson's terrible out there.
No, but here's the thing.
No, but it was a lot more Aho. There was one where he just like literally gave the puck to Aho. And then there was one that was like, I guess you could call equally him, equally Dobson, where Aho split both of them and then someone threw a pass and it was a perfect deflection. I mean, he's a hard player to defend, of course. But then there was, another one running around and looking confused and no one's anywhere and Jordan Stahl just scores. So, but there was another one. He just didn't tie up Kotkaniemi and Kotkaniemi just had a tip in front. And it was just because Aho was just standing with the stick on his hip and allowing a guy to get great net from position for no good reason.
You know what? Kotkaniemi has gotten better later in the season, I think, for them. I think he's gotten better.
That's where we have the clear advantage at forwards. Like their second line center would be our maybe 4th best center. Maybe.
I don't think we've got the advantage on the forward group.
We absolutely do.
No.
Okay, who are give me the 5 best forwards in the series. Who are the 5 best forwards?
Aho, Jarvis, Nietzsche, Barzell, Horvat, and Nelson.
Well, that's 6.
I gave you 6. I gave you 6.
Okay. In order, I'd go Aho, but not by much. Barzell.
I think he's head over heels.
He's a lot better than
Barzell.
I like head over heels.
Yes.
His two-way game, yeah, because he's also like an elite penalty killer. He's very good defensively. From an offensive standpoint, I would say it's probably a wash.
And we don't even know what percent Barzell is going to be.
He's very healthy, is what I've been told. He was skating apparently more than a full week before Lou said he was going to start skating that day.
Well,
And I was making the joke because we mentioned that earlier. We had heard that, but we had mentioned him like, what is he doing? Like skating in the dark, like where no members of the media are able to find this out.
Yeah.
He's like, they've got all the lights turned off. He's coming out like for a 3 a.m. skate to make sure they keep it all under wraps and they keep more of the secrecy of Lou Lamoriello around. Like, how the hell does a guy skate a week and a half before the press or anybody knows about him back?
It wasn't
skating?
a week and a half. It was more.
What if okay? See, I just like the thing, like the spidey senses in my
it
head.
makes no sense to me
We
why he
weren't
didn't
even
come
locked
back.
into a playoff spot a week and a half ago.
It's funny when they were like talking to Barzal about it. He's like, "Well, he's like the good news is they didn't need to rush me back because the guys were playing so well." Like I don't know if you watched that clip after practice the other day. It was yesterday actually, but he said that he made it seem as if things were like more down to the wire even, that he would have come back. But I guess they felt they didn't need him for that Washington game. They did. And then once the Penguins lost, I guess they're just like, all right, we'll beat Montreal because Montreal is a tomato can. So that'll buy Barzal an extra 6 days or 5 days, whatever it is.
Okay, so let's get back to the rest of those forward rankings.
Yeah, but I would go Aho, Barzal, Nelson, Horvat, Natchez.
Oh, no. Come on. You can't put Bo Horvat above Jarvis and Natchez. You can't.
I can very easily. I mean, Natchez,
this is nothing. He has done nothing without Matt Barzal. Now this could change.
And who's back?
This could change. Man, Jarvis and Natchez have been outstanding this year.
What does Jarvis have? Like 15 goals this year?
But he's been a great two-way player this year. How many goals has Bo Horvat scored for us?
7.
So
7 in like 30 games.
7 in 29 games. And how many has Jarvis scored all year?
They're on.
I'm serious. Like
they're on.
You're using. I mean, you could use a 29 game sample size.
14 for Seth Jarvis on the season.
14 goals for Seth Jarvis. So in 29 games, Horvat shooting a career low in that span had more goals than Seth Jarvis. I don't think anyone would seriously say that Seth Jarvis is a better player than Bo Horvat.
I think Natchez is a better player than Bo Horvat.
Yes,
I don't think that's close.
I mean, listen,
I don't think that's
he can definitely prove me wrong, but he was terrible in last year's playoffs, and this is really his first really, really good season in the league.
I think the style they play, and I was talking with Grump about this too. I think we got 10 to 15% chance. If we go back home to UBS with a 1-1 tie in the series, I think we win. If we don't, I think we lose. It's that simple.
When was the last time? Was it 1879? The last time that we beat them in New York? When was the last time we beat them?
I don't care. They have never played this lineup. They have never played this lineup before.
Oh, I don't.
The closest thing they have played to this lineup was the 2-1 win from 2 weeks ago, and that was without Barzal.
Okay. What did the Islanders have, like 3 or 4 scoring chances the whole game? They had over 22 minutes. They had over 22 minutes of offensive zone time.
Right.
I mean,
good.
I mean,
and spoiler alert, they're going to have more zone time than us. But also spoiler alert, they don't have a lot of finishers. And they had a heck of again, we all watched the Rangers-Canes series last year. They dominated possession. Their shortcoming was their inability to score. And that's always their shortcoming in the playoffs. And they played an all-world goalie in Igor Shesterkin, where these 45-point shots a game just simply don't work. They're going to be playing an all-world goalie this year in Ilya Sorokin. And my money is on Sorokin playing well in the series now that he has, for the first time in 3 weeks, a nice stretch of rest, which he desperately needed. They finally get him some rest over here with this break over here. And I just think that they're going to struggle to score, certainly on special teams. And at 5-on-5, ever since Svechnikov went down, it's been hard for them. They've been shut out 4 times without Svechnikov.
The teams they were shut out by, what was it, like the Boston Bruins, the Tampa Bay Lightning. They're good teams.
Vegas, New Jersey. They got shut out by someone who was like not even good. Nashville, I think, shut them out, right?
Nashville made the postseason, right?
No, they did not.
Oh, they just missed. Okay.
I will tell you who they got shut out by. Only 1 goal against the Flyers. It was like a 1-0 game. I was in there too.
I'm going to say this. I think their team that was kind of
here it is. Predators 3-0. They got shut out by the Lightning 4-0.
Okay, Lightning are damn good.
They got held to 1 goal on multiple occasions. Against the Rangers, they got held to a goal. Against the Flyers, they got held to a goal. And then they were shut out on back-to-back nights by the Golden Knights and the Devils.
Yeah, I mean, like when you're
How'd they
playing,
play the
okay,
last couple of games of the year when they had to win those games? How'd they play?
They only won 2 out of their last 5 games.
They won their last 2, didn't they?
They won their last 2. They beat the Red Wings at home 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
You should be beating the Red Wings 4-1.
So they won 4-1.
And then they beat the Hurricane. They beat the Panthers 5-4. I'm sorry, 6-4. And then they got the empty netter. I think they had 2 empty netters there, right?
They had an empty netter. They came back and scored, and then
they came back and scored. Right, so they scored.
It's like the same win we had against Montreal.
They scored 10 goals in their last 2 games. Okay, I just want to make sure I got that right.
Yeah,
when they really needed to, because they let Jersey creep back because they were sleepwalking. They scored 10 goals.
I don't think they were sleepwalking. I think. Listen, they played 2 awful goaltenders in their last 2 games. Alex Lyon stinks. I'm sorry, 7 games isn't going to convince me that a 30 or 31-year-old AHL goalie is good. Alex Lyon beat a lot of bad teams. Good for Alex Lyon. He's not a good goalie. Those goals were garbage.
I'll tell you what, they scored 10 goals in their last 2 games. Okay, thanks. So here's
how many goals did we score in our last 4 games?
I don't know. How many? I don't know how many. How many we scored? Oh, now you want to say 4 games? I said 2. How many we scored the last 2, Phil?
We scored.
We scored the most goals in the last 82 games.
We scored more goals in our last 20 games than they did in their last 20 games.
I think the issue for the
They also had a much easier strength of schedule the last 20 games than they did.
No, they didn't. No, we didn't. No, we did not.
I think
go through it. They had the much easier schedule.
Listen, you two can go piss on one another later about going through and parsing schedules, 19 versus 18 games like you both like to do. This is supposed to be an entertainment show, not like some damn history or some calculus exam. Just stop. Now, here's the thing, Phil. I have a question for you. How many goals can Sorokin afford to give up? I think for the Islanders to win the series, he's going to have 2 shutouts and 2 games where he gives up 1 goal. I think that's the only way for us to win.
No, I think we could. I think he has to keep it at around 2 on average.
2's not going to be enough. 2's not going to be enough.
I think it will.
Not going to be enough. Well,
I think it will.
We're going to find out Monday night.
I mean, you see Freddie Anderson shutting us out 4 times?
Nope.
I don't.
Nope.
I don't think Freddie Anderson.
I just don't think our defense is very good.
I don't think our defense is very good, especially without Romanov. I agree.
I mean, they're balanced. I mean, Teravainen has not had a great year this year.
He's been injured a lot.
I mean, yeah, but
he's missed a lot of time. He's not had a great year at all. I mean, look at them. They have 2 20-goal scorers on their roster right now.
Who's that sound like?
I don't know who.
What do we have? 3?
They also have 2 18-goal defenders.
We did not have 4 20-goal scorers on this team, Phil.
Yeah, because Bo Horvat.
We did.
Okay, that's a ridiculous way to look at it, though.
3.
Sorry.
3. All right. Let's say you take his 7 goals, extrapolate it from the how many games? 30 games?
29 games.
Let's say, okay, so 29 games. That still doesn't get to 20.
Pierre Engvall's 5 in 19 games gets to 20. More than 20. Pierre Engvall. I mean, if you want to do the whole let's extrapolate.
I don't. Goals. We had 3 guys who reached 20 goals. That's it. 3.
Yeah, because but why? We had 3 guys who reached 20 goals because one guy who would have reached 20 goals, in my opinion, was Matt Barzal, and he didn't play for 24 games. Okay, another guy who missed 27 games was Kyle Palmieri.
Svechnikov probably hit 20 goals. Would have hit 20.
But he's not in this series, though.
Svechnikov did hit 20.
He did. What I'm saying is they're not here. They had 4 guys coming into the season. 3 of them as 30-goal potential guys for sure. Between Aho, Pacioretty, and Svechnikov, those guys money in the bank for 25 plus. All of them easily could hit 30. And then they had Marty Necas hit 20 something. The bottom line is 2 of those guys just simply aren't here. Our guys who missed time, right? The only reason Palmieri didn't hit 20 plus is because he missed games. Guess what? He's here. Barzal would have hit 20 plus, missed games. He's here. Bo Horvat with another team hit 31 of those goals. He's here and he's playing with Matt Barzal now. So if you want to just, slice and dice and add it up, the Islanders, in terms of just finishing talent, we have more finishing talent on our lineup than they do in theirs. This is just objectively true up front.
Yeah, and just to get to give you the update there. Okay, well, we don't score as many goals as the Carolina Hurricanes, plain and simple. We've got 2 wins in the last 14 games against the Carolina Hurricanes, plain and simple. I'm not. So let me make sure. Now, are you giving the Islanders? Let me find a concise way to say this. You think the Islanders going to win the series? That's kind of the way.
I'm saying I would put this at close to even money. And I told you this. I spoke to TJ on Thursday night, and I said, without Barzal, I'd say 15 to 20%. I said, if we have Barzal back in, like I was told we should expect him to, I think it's close to a coin flip. I do.
Yeah, I don't.
We have on our top 2 lines offensively are much better than their top 2 lines offensively.
We don't spend any time in their offensives in their zone. People forget. Here's the thing. The underrated part of Carolina is how good they are defensively.
It's true.
They are really, really good. They're the second best defensive team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's Boston, Carolina, than everybody else.
I didn't know they had the second best record at home in the NHL too. I did not know that.
Yeah, they're good. They win at home. They're really good at home.
Very good at home.
And guess what? Their home away from home is UBS Arena. So I mean, what the hell can I tell you?
They went 9-1 without Svechnikov. 9-1 without.
Just to give you an update, the last 20 games, the Islanders played 8 teams that made the postseason. The Carolina Hurricanes played 10. So Carolina had tougher schedule down the stretch. They were playing Toronto twice, Boston. I mean, they much tougher. The Rangers twice. I think the Devil. I mean, they played a much tougher stretch of schedule than we did. And they
lost. They got shut out by the Devils. What did we do to the Devils?
We beat the Devils. We played the Devils well. I'm just saying.
Shut out by Vegas. What did we do to Vegas this year? Just remind me.
When did we play Vegas?
We swept them. We played them in January. Okay, we played them at the end of January.
3 months ago.
Okay, I think what TJ was trying, Phil. Let me tell you
something. We had a tougher strength of schedule.
You were in your selected facts.
They also played Philly twice in there.
They had a tougher strength of schedule. It still doesn't change. They played more playoff teams than we did.
Yeah, Phil.
And that's what I'm saying. Phil right now is turning this.
Drink a little chamomile tea. Don't chug it. Just sip it.
10 to 15% chance I think is realistic. We have won 2 out of the last 14 times we played Carolina.
We're the favorites. We're the favorites.
We're not the favorites.
I think it is optimistic and think we've got a 10 to 15% chance of winning. I think that is a very rosy outlook. 10 to 15%. We've lost 12 of the last 14 times we played them.
And none of them with this lineup. 0 of them with this lineup.
The lineup that we just rolled out there last week or 2 weeks ago. Did
it have our best player in it?
No.
Who's going to be playing with both?
Well, he's not our best player. Okay,
Ilya Sorokin's our best player. Yeah. Did it have our best offensive talent in that game? In a 1-goal game, did we have our best offensive talent? That's all.
It did not.
We did not. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying the tangible difference between having 18 minutes of Matt Barzal at 5-on-5 with Horvat and Lee and on the power play is very, very different than having 14 minutes of either in that game in particular, it was Josh Bailey on the top line. It's just very different.
We were done.
What do you want Horvat to do with Lee and Bailey?
I want Horvat to be able to produce without Matt Barzal, which he cannot do.
That's not his skill set, though.
A guy that we're going to be paying $8.5 million a year needs to be able to put up points without the best player on our team. That simple. It's not like, hey, Kyle Palmieri without Matt Barzal can't produce. Anders Lee without Matt Barzal can't produce. Brock Nelson without.
If you would have put Palmieri and Engvall with Horvat, I can promise you, and then put Lee and Bailey or Lee and Holmstrom with Nelson.
Engvall blows. What did he do down the stretch? What did he do the last 5 or 6 games?
Use your eyes.
I did.
Do we remember? We got to talk about this.
Here's the thing. You know how I know where Pierre Engvall is? I don't even need to look in the corners. I just look at the center of the ice because he's allergic to the corners. You know that, Phil.
That usually results in good postseason play. Guys who are afraid to mix it up, afraid to be physical, and afraid to be on the boards.
What was the goals for, goals against for the Engvall, Palmieri, Nelson line?
Couldn't tell.
No idea, Phil. Why don't you?
I'm sure Phil has that loaded up already.
Why don't you make up a fact?
15 to 4. 15-4.
Was that against the shitty teams? I know they were real
No,
good against
against all of them.
Montreal.
Against all the teams they played, and they played together for a while. They outscored their opposition 15-4 in their minutes. Nelson had a massive shooting bed. What changed for Nelson playing with Engvall and Palmieri than playing with Beauvillier and Lee? What changed?
The players.
Yes. Look at how much more space he has when you have a guy who can transition the puck up for him, like Engvall can, into the zone, and then pull defenders with him and open up space. I mean, you're laughing, but I mean, just
Brock
watch
Nelson.
your eyes. Look at that first goal. Look at the first goal against Montreal that he scores, where Palmieri feeds the puck, and then Engvall's just dragging players with him, and Nelson's got all day to shoot. And that's how, like, half those goals between Palmieri and between Nelson is Engvall creating space for them.
Now, are you trying to minimize what Brock Nelson
No,
produced?
I'm not.
Brock Nelson produced without Engvall and Palmieri this year, without an issue. Brock Nelson had another career year. 3 years in a row, the son of a bitch has had career year after career year after career year. We'll talk about in the offseason, right? What's the likelihood he can have another career year for the 4th year in a row? I'm not sure. I'm a huge Nelson guy, but he has nothing at all to do with, well, his offensive production is being completely fed through the likes of Engvall and Palmieri. Does it help?
Not completely fed. He had a 13-game goal drought in January before Palmieri came back, and he caught fire once he got paired, once they flipped out Beauvillier for Palmieri in his line. And they asked him about it. What's changed? And he's like, well, I'm playing with Kyle Palmieri now.
The entire team in January played miserably. I mean, how many goals did we? It wasn't just him. It was the entire team played like complete shit.
They did. And then we got key players back. And then after that, we added more players.
Or
and
Matt
that's what changed.
Numbers in January. The entire team didn't. Yeah, that's what I think. We're going to point the finger and say, well, it was because Brock Nelson didn't put up numbers here in January. Now he's got Kyle Palmieri. He started producing. The entire team produced like shit in January. The entire defensively, offensively, everywhere across the board.
I wonder what changed after January.
Kyle Palmieri missed 15 games, and that's the reason why the entire
he missed he missed 27 games, I think. But I don't know. I think getting
Palmieri
back
the first 12.
What?
They forgot to struggle the first 12 without him.
You know what? You want to know what hasn't changed? Carolina owns us. That's what hasn't changed. They bitch slap us every single time we go on the ice.
Sure.
Doesn't matter. I was stunned we beat them that one game earlier this year. Stunned.
Destroyed
I know
them.
they had a 5-game West Coast road trip they came off of, but I was still stunned. I thought they could just roll out of bed in August and come and beat our ass. I was stunned we lost to them. I don't
think you're giving Barzal enough credit for what he can do in this series. I don't.
I don't think he's going to be 100%.
I think he's going to be about as close to 100% as you can possibly be.
I just think it's been a while since he's had physical contact. Practice is one thing,
sure,
but getting out there and it's how the playoffs are. A lot of physicality.
Well, the good news is, I was going to mention this. The good news is we're not playing against a very physical team, which helps.
I think we're more physical than Carolina. I think the physicality is in our favor. I think defense is near tied. I think forward group still goes in Carolina's favor. They can all skate, and they put pressure on us. It's why they're able to keep complete zone pressure. It's why we have no offensive zone times, because they've got a unbelievable forecheck, great skaters, good passing, crisp passes. And in that, I think we've got the clear advantage.
And if Matt Barzal plays really well, maybe they'll only have 20 minutes a game in the offensive zone as opposed to 22 and a half, 23. I was astounded. I'm watching that game. It's like, we can do nothing against them. Absolutely nothing.
And who created the first goal of that game?
The only goal for us was Engvall.
Well, it was Engvall to Pajot.
Yeah.
We created it because Engvall basically skated through 4 skaters who had no idea what to do when he was coming downhill at them. And Pajot is wide open because what does Engvall do? He creates space for people. Again, he's not some elite passer and he's not an elite playmaker, but what he's very good at doing is drawing attention, because you have to respect his speed and that fact that he could blow by you in 2 strides.
What has he done in the playoffs in Toronto? I know you are familiar with the Toronto hockey scene. What has he done the last number of years for Toronto in the playoffs, Phil? How many
Not
zeros?
Much because
how many
Toronto
zeros
doesn't
were
do anything
included there?
Nothing, because Toronto doesn't do anything in the playoffs.
Well, but he played 7 games in all these playoff series. How many points did he have?
He didn't play 7 games in all those playoff series.
I'm just
Was
saying.
he a healthy scratch?
No, he just wasn't around for all of them.
Okay.
He's been around, I think, he's been around for the last 3.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, how many points does he have?
I do not know off the top of my head.
I'm going to bet 0. If I'm a betting man, I don't even know.
He has more than 0 points. I don't think he has any goals.
Let's see. Well, that's a shock. Let's see.
Listen,
you know what,
Mitch Marner went like 18 playoff games without a goal.
Oof. Yeah. Is this the year they finally go ahead and win? He has no goals in his entire postseason career. He has 4 points in 17 games. 4 assists.
That fucking blows. So you could say how this guy doesn't do good in the playoffs is the guy who you're putting all your eggs in the Pierre Engvall basket. 4 assists in 17 games.
Great. He was being utilized in a completely different way with Toronto than he is with the Islanders.
So
he was playing on a shutdown line. He played on a shutdown line for Toronto. He's not playing on a shutdown line here.
So we can assume if he plays 4 games, like this series, 4 games, he'll have 1 point. Is that correct? To give him 1?
I think he's going to make an impact in this series.
You realize we're having diminishing returns with his Engvall character as the season went on. You're aware of that, right?
Hudson Fasching is better than Engvall.
Hudson Fasching is way better.
He's not.
Infinitely better.
He is not infinitely better.
At least he's physical.
That's a silly statement.
He's physical. You know what? You mentioned how Engvall came up the center ice, and it was a nice play. Absolutely. You know what's going to happen in the playoff series? He's going to be on his keister, and then he's going to be.
No, he's not.
Right.
Because this
it's not worth getting that 1 assist in 4 games.
Listen, if this was a series against Boston, then yeah, I would agree. Carolina is not a physical team. That's why the Rangers killed them. I mean, they didn't end up killing them. Zone time heavily favored Carolina. I mean, they got outshot almost 2-1 in one of the games that they won. But the bottom line is they kept everything to the outside. That game that we played against them last week, they did not have a lot of quality. That first goal was
not true.
It is true. It is true. They had very few. You go ahead.
You know, here's the thing, Phil. I remember, what was the last time Phil was on this show? It's been a little while, hasn't it?
It's been a while.
He compared Ilya Sorokin to Kirk freaking Cousins.
He looked like Kirk Cousins in that game. That first goal was awful. I'm sorry.
And you were trying to say, I remember you trying to say that everything evens out. When we look at the stats, the Phil's Facts stats, how many wins above replacement is Sorokin this year, TJ?
I talked to Phil about this on Thursday too. I'll have to pull it up.
We don't need to go through this whole thing again because it's just going to be a 45-minute frustrating exercise where we don't agree on it.
You could just admit that Sorokin is the reason the Islanders are in the playoffs because of his stellar play. Just admit it, and we can move right along.
He is one of the reasons we're in the playoffs.
He is the reason.
If
Varlamov was in
net, a big part of the reason.
If Varlamov was in net, we don't make playoffs.
Sure, I agree with that.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
Possibly.
And he's probably one of the best backups in the league. I'd say top, 3, 4 backups.
He's the best backup in the league.
Swayman's better than him. Come on.
Okay, fine. Swayman. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, but he's close. He's right up there.
That game, and I rewatched it again afterward, I did not count one single second chance opportunity because we cleared the front of the net very well there. There was no rebound and sprawling save or anything like that. And almost everything got in on Sorokin clean. Not a lot of tips. They were firing it up from the blue line, but they weren't getting a lot of tip pucks. Both goals, one of them was on a shot that it hit Sorokin's pad and then it squeaked past him, and you knew by his face that he knew he should have had it. That was the Kokniemi one. 100% should have had that. And then the other one was off the rush, a 2-on-1, where the one weakness in Sorokin's game is 2-on-1s. And I've been saying it for a year and a half. Just take the shooter, because I look back at 15 2-on-1s after that game. Every single time they pass, Sorokin is able to slide over and get it. Almost every single time. He only gets beat on 2-on-1s when it's a clean shot because he gives up a lot of the top of the net. I've been screaming, just take the shooter. Let him worry about the pass. You take the shooter. And Dobson just didn't do either. Dobson didn't take the shooter or the pass. He just kind of was like, I don't even know.
Are you allowed to scream in your house? I would say that's probably a no-no. I would say
not at this hour. No, not this late at night.
That's why it's so common.
I'll bet never.
Grumpy, if you scream too loud, the warden comes down.
The warden comes down and gets all crazy.
I'll give you the one other like X factor variable here. Usually when you play a team in the playoffs, you got like 4 days right now before the whole thing starts. There's a lot of pre-scout. There's a lot of film that goes into this, and especially with like power play scheme and trying to understand what they're trying to do, so you can preemptively predict where the puck is going when Barzal has it on his stick or whatever. We're going to have the advantage of they just do not have a lot of film on this current alignment, especially with the power play. So that's one thing. And then also at 5-on-5, you only really had 6 games of Barzal and Horvat, and only one of those games was Barzal, Horvat, and Lee. That was the game against the Penguins where they scored 2 goals.
Are you thinking that they're going to be nervous?
That's just Jari's in net. Those games, you might as well just throw those out.
It wasn't Jari. That was DeSmith, actually. But
what the hell's the difference? They're the same. They both suck. They'll both be gone at the end of this year. Gone.
Jari was better than Freddie Anderson this year, but okay, sure.
No, he wasn't. Not in big moments, he wasn't. Not in big moments. Absolutely not, Phil. Come on.
Yeah, Freddie was great in big moments this year, sure. Freddie, I mean, he was injured half the year again because he's always injured.
So what are you trying to say? Tristan Jari blows. He's like a bottom tier.
I don't think Freddie Anderson is much better. Freddie Anderson is the reason why Toronto blew 2 Game 7s to Boston.
And what was the reason last year why Toronto blew Game 7 to Boston, or blew Game 7 to Tampa? Was it Freddie Anderson too? The team just doesn't win.
No. Campbell only gave up 2 goals. I mean, that's different than Freddie Anderson giving up 6 goals in a Game 7.
Game 6, Jack Campbell blew, right?
No, he didn't blow. Jack Campbell was fine. He only gave up 2 goals that game. Toronto, I mean, they went into a third period with a 4-3 lead, Toronto, in Game 7, and the first shot came from a forward from the blue line. I think it was DeBrusque. I can't remember who it was. It was the worst shot you've ever seen. And then like 2 minutes later, another one in the back of the net. He gave 5 goals in a Game 7. He stinks.
They lost to Boston because they got bullied. They were a soft team who, they could score. They needed to get tougher. They've done that the last 2 years. They absolutely have changed their style a little bit. I still don't think. I think they're going to lose to Tampa again. I think they'll find a way to lose. They might beat Tampa one game 8-0, 9-0. But if it comes down to Game 7, there's no way they're beating Tampa. No way.
If I remember correctly, the first one with Boston, they pulled Freddie, I think, in Game 2 for Curtis McElhinney. That's how bad it was getting. I think it was either Game 2 or Game 3. I remember McElhinney.
Change the goalie up when Toronto sucked defensively. They've sucked defensively for years and years. You know that. Terrible.
Yeah, but Freddie again.
It's not the goaltender. It's stop.
That was my point. Let's
get back to this Kirk Cousins thing, because that was such a ridiculous take that I need you to just take ownership that was ridiculous.
Okay, bad take.
There you go. Thank you very much.
He did preface it by saying it was a hot take. So anyway,
don't try to bail him out.
No, okay, but I'm not saying TJ. I'm not saying they're going to be nervous about it. I'm just saying, schematically speaking, there's just not a lot of pre-scout film available on what our top line is going to look like and what our power play is going to look like going into this game, and there's a subtle advantage in that.
Yeah, so we might actually have some offensive zone time on the power play. Now, here's what I will say. Maybe we won't get scored on the power play with regularity. Who knows? I don't think Barzal moves the needle that much from 31st in the league in the power play to what?
20th, maybe.
No, not that much. Maybe 25th. I don't like the configuration. I just don't like it.
It's a bad configuration. But I will point out that in the 6 games that they had Barzal and Horvat on the power play together, it was 36%.
But was Lee on that power play too?
He was. Yeah.
I thought
the power play goals, one of them was Horvat from a really weird angle against Montreal. It just happened to leak through. There was another one that was a Barzal one-timer. That was in the Vancouver game. And that didn't even include, there was another one. No, the one-timer wasn't even in the Vancouver game. I think that was in the Philly game. That was the second goal in the Philly game. They had another goal 1 second after the penalty expired in the Vancouver game, where they had the Horvat tip and goal off the Dobson shot, and then Vancouver challenged for goalie interference, and they were right because Lee backed into Delia. And then like 30 seconds later, as soon as the guy got out of the box, he was even in the play yet, it was a Barzal one-timer. So they were playing better with Barzal.
Okay. I just want to preface this. You're putting your eggs into, well, hey, we scored on Montreal, Philadelphia, and Vancouver.
And Ottawa.
That doesn't make it better, but
It doesn't make it better, Phil.
I mean, you could only score on the teams you're playing. And they scored. Did they have a power play goal in that Seattle game too? I can't even remember.
They're not Carolina, though. That's my point. They're not Carolina.
No, I get that. I'm just saying that there's now a possibility that they could score, because the biggest issue they had on that first unit is they have no one that could transport the puck.
Possibility. There's a possibility that the Islanders can score. Okay. I mean, now I guarantee that Carolina's winning. I mean, if it's, I'm expecting you to come on here and give us some ridiculous fact why the Islanders are going to win. All you're giving me is there's a possibility we could score.
No, I'm telling you, the way the Islanders could win is because we have head and shoulders the better goaltender in this series.
Absolutely.
yes.
Head and shoulder. I would say that special teams. Well, listen, literally in the regular season, the special teams were a wash. The power plays were 0%. The penalty kills were 100%. And I would say that that their power play has gotten worse without Svechnikov. Our power play is going to get better because we're going to have Barzal.
Maybe.
I think
So
I would think the power play is better with Matt Barzal.
I would say special teams. If I had to, like, off the top of my head, who's got a better power play here? Neither of them scored in the regular season. Best guess would be Islanders.
It's no, Phil.
Yes.
No, it's
I
not.
think TJ would agree with me too.
No,
You
it's
think-
not
Hold
us.
on.
You can't be 31st in the league and saying we have a better power play than Carolina.
Without
not-
Svechnikov, they have the 28th ranked power
That's
play.
still better than 31.
Yes, but we just got Barzal back.
But we're not playing.
We
Detroit.
played 60, 58 games with Matt Barzal this year. And we played however many games with the fantastic, magnificent, bodacious Bo Horvat. And we still ended up 31st in the NHL on power play.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Unless we come out, it's gonna take a series or two for me to say, oh wow, gotcha. We're at 25 or 30% on the power play for me to give us any power play advantage. We just have been miserable in the power play this last year.
I would feel much better if they had played together the last however many games that
Agreed.
Barzal was out. Because to me, 5 games is I just think he's gonna have rust on him for at least the first game or two, Barzal. I mean, you just don't step out there after that amount of time in a playoff series. It's just different. Players are different. I think you're gonna see Pierre Engvall he'll turn into 1 point every 4 game guy, probably on an empty netter or something like that if we get gentlemanly swept. I'm just not sold. And Phil, I was really hoping you were going to give me some logical reason why the Islanders could win. Now, yes, I think once again that Sorokin's going to have 2 shutouts and 2 games where he only gives up 1 goal for us to win. I'm just looking at history and how we play 2 weeks ago. Same thing. They just totally dominate us. That speed and aggression on the forecheck, it's been a problem for years and years and years. Years against them. It's the Islanders, their Achilles heel, if you will, Phil.
It is, but this is going to be the fastest lineup we're putting out against them that we have in the past 4 years, objectively speaking.
Whoop-de-doo.
I'm just saying, listen, you want to know the
We couldn't
advantages
get out
we
of
have.
our zone 2 weeks ago. We could not get out of our defensive zone.
Yeah, you know what? It's very different playing a road game against a team like that on a 23-hour turnaround, right? Not even 24 hours. On a 23
They had the same thing.
I
They
get
had
it.
a 3-hour turnaround too.
Sure, but you have the luxury of playing at home, and you have the luxury of not playing against Matt Barzal, and it was a 2-1 game at the end of the day. And you could say, oh, well, they dominated zone time. Yeah, I'm expecting that, but the reason why it was a 2-1 game at the end of the day is because the difference was a goal that Sorokin is not going to give up in the playoffs because they have been struggling to finish. They just have been. They do not have, and that's a common theme for them in the playoffs. And this, to me, on paper, is the weakest Carolina team that they're going into the playoffs with since 2018. That 2018 team was better than this one.
That's the one that swept us, right?
Yeah, that was a much better team than this.
And we got swept.
And we did, but that team was miles better. And our current group is better than that 2018 group.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
We're older now.
We are not older now.
I mean,
you're actually younger now.
I think you're
Our
going
forward group is older now. And
Is our forward group older now?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Add it
All the same guys are there, and they
No,
were
it's not.
watching.
You've added Parise. You've had the fourth line is all older.
Okay, hold on.
Matt
Some of the
Barzal
guys are older in a better way, though. Like Barzal being older is
That's the only guy.
No,
not the only guy who's better in an older way that's on this team still.
Okay.
Jean-Gabriel Pageau now being 30 years old is not better.
Pageau wasn't on that team.
Brock Nelson being 31 years old
is better than he was back then.
Sure.
By miles, though.
Like Bailey worse.
Bailey's not playing.
Kyle Palmieri.
Worse.
He wasn't on that team.
I'm just saying, we're talking about this forward group. I made it very simple. This forward group is older than the last forward group when we played.
Look at Phil. Look what he did, TJ. He tried to flip it. You said they were older, and he goes, now he's trying to compare.
They're better. They're older for the better, though.
Okay, let's just go through it. That top line. Lee.
Worse.
Barzal.
Better.
Sure, better.
Eberle.
Eberle's better than what? Well, I mean, like now we have Bo Horvat, so I give Horvat.
Eberle had 37 points that season. That whole season.
Horvat over Eberle.
What?
I said I give Horvat over Eberle. Sure.
Okay, so that was the first line back then. Sure. By the way, statistically speaking, Lee had 50 points that year. He had 51 points that year. He had 50 points this year. It was 28 and 22.
He sucks and blows.
Is he going to
the second line? The second line in that series.
You wouldn't even invite Anders Lee over to your house. Who the hell are you kidding?
The second line in that series was Josh Bailey, Brock Nelson, Anthony Beauvillier. Which second line is better?
Bo had a really good. He was playing great hockey at that point, if I remember.
That's right.
No,
that was the second half of that year where he played extremely well.
You are confusing it with the next year. No, he had 28 points that year, that whole season. He had 18 goals and 10 assists.
You better look this up, TJ. Phil's trying to pull some of that.
Nope, look it up. Tell me how many points Beauvillier had in 2018, 2019. Go for it.
Why don't we see what they did in the playoffs?
Okay, we got to get back to the question at hand, though, right? Because I feel like we've migrated from that.
Hold on, I'll tell you what that third line was. You know what that third line was?
This team is older. This forward group is older.
This forward group is far better than that forward group was.
Older.
Sure.
We still don't score any goals.
Leo Komarov, Valtteri Filppula, Tom Kuhnhackl. That was the third line.
They're pretty good. I like that Tom Kuhnhackl.
That is not the worst third line I've ever heard.
I just wanted to the listeners of the show, Phil and TJ will call one another like little schoolgirls late at night and talk for hours about the same ridiculous shit. It's not exciting then. It's not exciting now.
Okay, we've got to ask the question, though. We haven't talked about this. We have a big question mark behind the bench. Someone who you've been very critical of this season, Phil.
Yep.
That I think, we're completely not adding into this equation. This is not Barry Trotz at the helm, albeit we're playing Barry Trotz hockey. This is not Barry Trotz as the head coach. It's Lane Lambert.
Mm-hmm.
Does that worry you at all? Should that worry the fans at all? I think Barry Trotz is a better coach than Lane Lambert. Will we not all agree on that?
Yeah, I agree 100%. Again, it would worry me more if the Canes were coached by like Peter Laviolette.
He's available.
So you don't have any.
We should hire him. Separate discussion. We should 100% hire Peter Laviolette.
Yeah,
but if they were coached by someone who I respected a lot more than Brind'Amour, then I would say it's a bigger advantage than it is. I am not really a huge Brind'Amour guy. I think they play a style of hockey that's great in the regular season where they're going at 100% every night, where a lot of teams don't go at 100% every night, especially earlier end of the midpoint in the season. And every single year in the playoffs, that guy just struggles to adapt, struggles to adjust. It's a big part of why they won 0 road games in last year's playoffs. It's a big part of why they've been dominated by better competition as they moved along in the playoffs over the past couple of years. And until I see with my eyes that Brind'Amour is able to make adjustments. I was watching him in the press conferences against the Rangers last year after those 2 losses MSG, and the guy had 0 answer as to why they struggle on the road so badly. They kept asking me, he's like, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's weird. It's like he looked clueless. The guy looked completely clueless. So do they have a coaching edge?
Last year, they lost to the Rangers because they were playing their 3rd string goalie. That's why they lost to the Rangers last year.
No. The third string
goalie
didn't come in until game 6 because they pulled Ronta in game 6, and then
Ronta came in. Hurt. He was playing hurt.
No, he wasn't. Ronta didn't get hurt until game 7.
Ronta didn't even play Game 7. It was
Yes, he did. He gave up the first 2 goals in Game 7
because he was hurt. He was hurt. He was hurt. That's why they won. He was hurt.
No,
they had playing the third string goalie.
No. You are misremembering. They beat the Penguins because the Penguins had a third string goalie from overtime in Game 1 until the end. Ronta was playing fantastic for them, only at home though. His home and road splits were just embarrassingly different. On the road, he got demolished in Boston, got demolished at the Garden. He gave up like a shot from the blue line to Tyler Mott to start off Game 6. It was a horrible goal. And then I think the Rangers scored like 2 more, and then they just simply pulled him. They pulled him from Game 6. He wasn't hurt. Game 7, he gave up 2 goals. I think they were both power play goals, if I remember correctly, which they got dominated in the special teams because they couldn't score on the power play, common theme, and their penalty kill completely fell apart. And then at a certain point, I think maybe Kreider maybe bumped into him or something. Something happened, and then he went down. And then they brought Kochechkov into that game when it was already over. That game was already over, sealed, and done. It had nothing to do with it. They lost because Brind'Amour had no answers as to how he could possibly get a victory on the road in the entire playoffs last year.
Okay, Phil. Now, here's something I think
we get the first road win, I think, this year in the postseason.
It might be, but I think we could win in there. I think we could split the first 2 games. I do.
I don't know. You know what? I'm from Missouri. You're going to have to show me. When you only win 2 out of 14 games in the last how many years, you're going to have to prove it.
Again, it was the same thing with Boston. Like, we were awful against Boston before we beat them in the playoffs. I pegged the odds of us beating Boston in that series at about 0%.
Okay.
I was so thoroughly
convinced. Played with a goalie who had a career-ending hip injury.
And they still rolled him out there every night. That's just
every night. Didn't play Swayman. And when they got Carlo out, when Carlo got knocked out.
Head coach got canned. I mean, like you look.
No, he didn't get canned then.
He got canned the next year. He got canned the next year. When you look at like shit like that adds up. Hold on a second. We roll on a guy on a career-ending injury every night.
When Carlo got injured, that was that for Boston. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't think Carlo's a great defense. They didn't have a whole lot in the defensive end. When he got knocked out, the whole tenor of the series changed. Absolutely did.
You know who else we knocked out for half a game in that series? McAvoy. Palmieri had a reverse hit on McAvoy that knocked him out for half a game. I'm just like that. The physical stuff, like TJ said, that favors us. There could be some elements of that come into play in the same way you had a Jacob Trouba chicken wing change an entire series in Game 5. Can't rule that out either. If there's going to be some sort of physicality edge X factor that's going to come into play, it's going to be Scott Mayfield cracks Brent Burns' ribs or something like that, and all of a sudden that could swing an entire series. But all I was just saying is I looked at that series and I was like, I don't see any possible way. They've got the finishers, they've got the better defense. The goaltending is probably a wash. Turns out it wasn't. Although, by the way, Varlamov was also playing hurt, and he had hip surgery that offseason after the playoffs too. So no one wants to talk about that, though. We're not going to talk about the fact that we played an injured Varlamov who had a .935 against Boston because that's inconvenient. And we're also not going to talk about the fact that Tuukka Rask beat Washington in 5 the series before. Oh, but he's so injured. He should have gotten rolled over by Washington. It's inconvenient because it doesn't fit the little cozy narrative we have that the Islanders just fluke their way through.
They fluked their way through.
Hold on. I've got a question on that one immediately. Hold on. We determined to roll out that. Where does the blame lie? On the individual, the head coach who determined to roll out the injured goalie, and the guy who determined not to play Sorokin, who saved our bacon and played fantastic that series before.
Yeah, he had a .935 in that series. It worked.
Maybe on the head coach a bit.
I mean, why should we blame him for doing something that won the series?
Here's the thing.
He was great that series. He had a .935.
You could have won the series with Sorokin as well.
If Sorokin gave up 4 goals in Game 1.
Here's the thing.
And then they brought in Varlamov, and Varlamov was fantastic.
If Varlamov wasn't benched against Pittsburgh, we lose in the first round.
Correct. And if Sorokin continues to play after losing Game 1 in Boston.
One bad game for a Vesna caliber.
Out he goes.
We can't go ahead and play with him.
That's the Gary Trotz style. Your hero.
Thank God
your hero style.
Thank God Trotz is gone.
Okay.
And then Varlamov proceeded to put up a .935 in that series. What's the problem?
You didn't need him. Sorokin could have done the same thing.
He got picked apart in Game 1. Embarrassed. They embarrassed Sorokin that first
He had one bad game. And, this is
never to be seen again.
This is why Phil's opinion on this particular item is invalid. This is the same guy who told us that Sorokin was freaking Kirk Cousins.
Okay, by the way,
we can't listen to him on this one. I'm sorry.
Sorokin, it wasn't one bad game in a row. It was 2 bad games in a row. He was very bad in that game 6 against Pittsburgh. No, he was. He gave up 2 goals that were pretty bad goals early on. We went down 2-1. The only reason he didn't give up a third goal is because Travis Zajac got in there and picked the puck off the goal line when Kapanen was putting it in because he skated right around Sorokin.
All right.
He was bad that game.
Stop, the both of you, and this revisionist history bullshit. I don't care about 3-4 years ago. I don't care. I'm caring about this year, okay? Let me ask you a question, Phil. You watched the last game of the year against Montreal. If we played like that against Carolina, what's going to happen?
If we played like we did against Montreal, I mean, we would win.
We're going to get absolutely rolled.
I thought we played a bad game.
We played a horrible defensive game against Montreal. Horrible.
I didn't think so.
I did.
I didn't think we did.
We turned the puck over numerous times. If we play like that, we're going to get 4 games.
Right. The other variable is, let's call it the Noah Dobson variable. You can't have Dobson turning pucks over to ECHL players and having it end up in the back of the net like it did against Montreal after we take a lead. No. I'm being serious though. Like he is very prone to those types of plays. I'm assuming that's the play you're talking about against Montreal, where he literally gave the puck away, skating up ice to an ECHL player.
Are you also talking about the one when Pelech was just lost out of his ass and didn't know where the hell to go consistently? I mean, like the selective Dobson hate is something that I've got
very selective, Phil.
You too, Phil, because that seems to be the only defenseman who seems to get any sort of criticism.
No, I said Pelech hasn't had a good year. I prefaced
Pelech
everything
bad.
I said.
He's been bad this year. Let's say that honest. Bad. Romanov has been miserable. We can go down the list. We said defense hasn't played well.
All I'm saying is the future $5.5 million defenseman.
Oh, I was going to say
the future $5.5 million Dobson.
What I was going to say, hold on, Phil. What I was going to say is,
come on.
You cannot slam this guy because he's going to be making $10 million a year, according to some people on this show.
That's correct. He is going to be making $10 million a year. Absolutely. This is the same guy. Who laughed off Devon Taves and thought he had one bad playoff series.
Oh, that's right. I remember that, Phil. You don't have
to worry about him. The guy is a Norris Trophy candidate every single year. Hey, don't worry about him. Don't worry about Noah Dobson, ladies and gentlemen. Just because he plays a current NHL style system or current NHL style game, and we try to jam those freaking square pegs in round holes. Let's put the onus and blame on the player.
I don't never see Noah Dobson. You'll never see Devon Taves skate up in his own zone and get stripped by an ECHLer and have the puck end up in the back of the net 3 seconds later. You just won't see that from Devon Taves in a critical game that you have to win. I'm sorry. That play against Montreal was egregious. That was an egregiously bad play in a critical game.
You do see turnovers from Devon Taves. You do see turnovers from Cale Makar in their own zone that lead directly to goals.
Not to random ECHL plugs in a game 82 that you have to win.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mayfield,
that play was awful.
Pulak, Romanov, Pelech, they've all done it.
I prefaced the defensive conversation by saying that the 4 best defensive players from this season are on Carolina.
I think Dobson enters that list.
Oh,
Dobson has been our maybe second worst defensive player this year.
He's our best all-around defenseman. It's not even close. Is there any other defenseman who can make a? Hold on, Phil. Is there any other defenseman who can make a pass from our end zone, from our blue line, all the way across? Is there any defenseman who can make a head man the puck and has the vision and the ability to hit a crisp pass in stride? Noah Dobson had 2 assists like that sprung goals to help us win a critical game down the stretch because he's the only defenseman who can pass. I don't know, maybe more than 10 foot in front of him.
Oh shit! Oh,
I'm bored. I'm sorry.
He must have been listening to himself on reverb.
Four defensive pairings this year for Noah Dobson. Right?
4 defensive pairings for Scott Mayfield. You don't talk about him.
How has Scott Mayfield played like shit, like we discussed? We're not throwing damn stones at the house of Scott Mayfield.
Scott Mayfield is not getting the softest competition against him like Noah Dobson.
Changing the goalpost real quick, but
no, it's not about moving the goalpost. Noah Dobson plays on our 3rd pair. Noah Dobson gets the 3rd most minutes on the right side because he is our 3rd pair right-handed defenseman.
That's
just objectively what he is. He gets at home. He gets the weakest matchups at
It's
home.
a freaking.
Because of who he's teamed with. If you put him with Adam Pelech,
He'd be playing top line minutes.
And here's the
Well, I
thing,
wonder why they don't put him with Adam Pelech.
I wonder what other mistakes this coach has made.
If you put him with Adam Pelech, you would see his defensive errors, if you will, plummet.
Correct.
Because that's Pelech's job. His job is to be the lockdown defensive guy. He's the puck mover. The fact that he's got to play with Aho, Bolduc, those guys,
Romanoff,
they're not good enough. They don't move the puck. They're not great defensively, and he bears the brunt. Like I said, I'm going to stick up. He's not $10 million good.
He's a $10 million.
He also just hasn't been. He objectively has not been their all-around best defenseman this year. He just hasn't.
He's the only defenseman offers any sort of offensive acumen on a consistent basis. The only one.
True.
Only one.
And again, I don't even think he drives
on a miserable
play.
power play. Imagine the numbers if this power play wasn't 31st in the NHL. How many power play goals is? What are the?
Okay, and hold on. So you're telling me you're going to completely exonerate the power play quarterback from any responsibility with that?
Yeah, when you've got
none of it is his fault.
When you've got miserable hacks like Bo Horvat, like when you got miserable hacks across the line on the power play unit, yeah, sure, I'm going to exonerate him for that.
Yeah, okay. So the guy who was scoring power play goals by the dozen in Vancouver because he had a real power play quarterback named Quinn Hughes. That's what a real
was he also playing on the same line of as Elias Pettersson on the power play?
Well, Pettersson played all the way on the other side of the ice. But almost all
same. He
plays
almost
all this stuff comes off of Quinn Hughes tips because
he was playing on a power play with a legitimate forward, with a better than any forward on our team. And we're like, how is he putting up more power play points in Vancouver? Because he's playing with a guy who's a top freaking 5 skater, a top 5 forward in the NHL.
Can we move to another topic?
I just saying this. Noah Dobson, best all-around defender that there is. He has been paired consistently, getting a raw end of the deal with his defensive pairings every single year.
Very true.
Starts off with Johnny Boychuk. Then he moves to Andy Green as he's on the way out. Then Zdeno Chara as he's on the way out. And now he plays with a consortment of freaking random defensemen.
Randos.
Every single game continues to change.
Randos.
Sorry.
I hope Noah Dobson becomes a good player. His goal scoring, it's hard to rely on, as you saw, because it's a lot of tips off of skates and opponent sticks and things like that, because it's all point shots. All of his goal scoring is on point shots. It's not like he's weaving through like a Roman Yossi or a Rasmus Dahlin and then pulling it back and roofing it backhand like some of these.
He can do that. He can't do that.
He can't do that. He doesn't have the skating ability or puck handling ability to do it. He doesn't. He doesn't even have the skating ability to bring the puck up ice. He doesn't.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is true.
That's system. That's
zero controlled entries on the power play once Barzal went down. They let Horvat and Nelson carry the puck up because Noah Dobson just cannot do it.
Or maybe
the amount of shorthanded chances they allow with Noah Dobson there at the point is astonishing. After December, he had 2 goals that went by a goaltender. So from mid-December until the end of the season, he put 2 pucks past the goalie because it is very hard to rely on all those point shots going in. He had a lot of good shooting luck in October, November, December, and all of it dried up in the second half of the year.
Do you think maybe that has to do with the fact that we told, hey, all of our defensemen, we need you to lay back. We don't want any sort of offensive.
He wasn't shooting any less. It's very hard to score from the point consistently. It just is.
What do our transition goals look like after we determine to play the Barry Trotz style of hockey? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say very, very low.
I don't know, but our goals per game went up significantly.
Hold on.
Our goals per game went up significantly. It did.
Can we
garbage goals or we playoff style goals? I'll call them.
Can we save this TJ Phil conversation?
Let's move on
after the podcast, perhaps, because this is what it gets to be. This is what it is. This squabbling back and forth. This is what it gets to be.
I start a few comments, Grump. I'll have you read them. I'm going to read through them.
Good evening, TJ and Grump. Torqued for Islander playoff hockey again. Teams tighter than Luscious Lane's Aquanet Slickback. If only our power play received the same maintenance and conditioning.
Oh, man. We've got here Frank K. Grumpy.
Hey, gents. Another new picture for Frank. This looks like a stolen stick. Hey, gents. The new season now starts. Canes are beatable. They're not physical at all. Anderson is overrated, but saying all that, the Canes speed will be too much. Canes in 5. Sorokin is hands down the team MVP. I think that's a fair assessment.
Joseph C. Grumpy.
All the major hockey channels on YouTube and a lot of hockey pundits are picking the Islanders for the upset. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
That means the Islanders are guaranteed a victory, Grumpy, because now on this show we've said not only 50-50, I've been convinced Islanders are beating Carolina in 5.
Yeah. Okay. Not me.
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing before I forget it, because I thought it was just like interesting. I went back and I watched a good chunk of the show we did 7 months ago in September. It was like 4 days before Matt Barzal signed the extension, and we covered that. Will he sign? Won't he sign? When will he sign? How will he? Like we covered a lot of things. One of the questions you guys asked me, I thought this was funny, is, okay, you think the Islanders could maybe make the playoffs? Both of you were very skeptical. I was saying I think they can get in either as a 3 or 4 in the Metro. And then you're like, what would take them to a cup contender? And I said, if all things align perfectly and Vancouver stinks and they don't reach an agreement with Bo Horvat and we go get Bo Horvat, that to me is a missing piece type player that we could go get. And you're like, how are we going to get Bo Horvat? What are we even going to trade? We have no assets to trade. So I thought it was just funny that we had that conversation. Another thing we discussed.
I find funny? You know what I find funny, Phil? That you're the guy who a week before the playoffs started bet money that they were not going to make the playoffs.
I did. 100% I did.
Here's the thing, right? Maybe I just didn't. Maybe my honestly, I didn't think that Lou was going to be as ludicrous with just continuing to mortgage off the future as he is. I maybe thought that there was going to be a moment where he'd have some sort of buyer's remorse, but the son of a bitch has none of it. And he said, top prospect, Anthony Beauvillier, first round pick. No, throw it all away.
I want to explain to you the reason. Phil's like a good cornerback in the NFL. You got to have a short memory. So all these fuck up trades that he makes year after year, pissing away draft picks, that's okay. I'll make one next year and it's going to pay off.
You mean Lou Lamoriello, right?
It's mortgaging for the future, not mortgaging the future. It's mortgaging for the future. It's TJ was by the way, in that discussion, TJ was adamant, no, Vancouver's going to be good.
It's mortgaging the future, but go ahead.
TJ was talking about how good Vancouver is going to be and why they're not going to be sellers, whatever. Then TJ made a point about, he's like, oh, I could see us maybe going to Tarasenko. And I, at that point, said, well, St. Louis is going to be great. So I was dead wrong on that, obviously. And then the interesting thing was, right after that, TJ launched into a whole thing about, I just have a feeling, I've got this feeling this year, we've had so much good relative health over the last several years. I just think this is going to be the year that, you know, the rooster comes to roost and it comes back to bite us. And this is the year going to miss significant time. If we would ever lose Matt Barzal or Brock Nelson, we'd be completely finished. So half right in that this was the year where we had a significant injury list. Half wrong, just like all of us. I thought as soon as Barzal went down, just because of how they were playing, like there's just no way we could survive this injury.
Let me just tell you something, Phil.
I just thought it was just interesting.
When you're doing 2 podcasts a week, 6 hours a week of podcast in the off season, you have to come up with a whole bunch of things that you throw out there.
No, for sure.
I mean, you know, so you got to throw every scenario out there.
Yeah, no, I just was watching and it was like all within a 10-minute segment. We covered so many things that
not
ended
like
up happening.
Tonight. Not like tonight. We've been up half an hour on this one damn segment. I can't believe it. It's just like a phone conversation with these two, and you have no idea.
Oh man. Oh no.
But how accurate was I on my stuff, Phil, for the most part? Pretty accurate.
You had us missing the playoffs, though.
No, I didn't. I said we're going to be battling for one of the last 2 spots. Last spot.
Yeah, but you were pretty sure that, I mean, you had made it seem as if we weren't going to get in, though.
I said we'd be contending for the last spot. That was what I said.
Okay. All right. So reasonably accurate. I was very confident that we were going to make the playoffs, though.
So much so that you bet some of your wife's hard-earned money.
That was
to say that we weren't going to make the playoffs. A lot even 2 weeks ago.
When I saw the Bailey thing, I was just like, all right, this coach is just too stupid. That's what I even wrote. Like, this coach is too stupid to get us in. I'm like, he's going to figure out a way to mess this up. And then he didn't, because, I mean, he did mess it up. It's just Pittsburgh literally gave it right back to us.
Again, what I said the last month and a half, I said,
I know you can't trust Jari. You can't trust Jari.
Here's the thing. It's not that the Islanders are going to get in the playoffs. You're going to see these other teams lose their way out.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened.
It was a mix. I'm not going to not give them credit for going at 660 without Barzal.
If Pittsburgh had average goaltender who makes saves in big, because I don't care. Grant Fuhr, remember Grant Fuhr? I mean, his goals against maybe were 3.5, 3.6. But you know what? When the big moment and they needed a save, he'd come up with a save. This guy, every single time Pittsburgh would take a lead or tie it up, 30 seconds later, he's giving up a goal. I don't care the circumstances. Every single time, he's shit in the bed. Game after game after game. Those 2 goals he gave up in 45 seconds against the Islanders, those were so bad. I thought he should have been shot from the – I'm glad the game was not in Pittsburgh because he might have been shot from the stands. And you want to know who paid the price?
It was in Pittsburgh. That game was in Pittsburgh.
You want to know who paid the price? Brian Burke, Hextall.
Brendan Burke, yeah.
Brendan Burke. No,
Brian
Burke.
I'm sorry.
Ron Hextall and some other jabroni who's the assistant.
Well, they should have. They were. I mean, their trade deadline was awful. They deserve every bit of it.
How did you not know that you needed a goaltender? We've been talking about for years. You need a goaltender.
Yep.
And now Jari, they'll have a new goaltender. I mean, we'll talk. We'll have you on in the offseason because
we'll talk about that one. Yeah. But I mean, what was really surprising for me, even more than the Jari thing against Chicago, I thought more their forward group let them down than anything else. I did not expect their forward group to come out, holding the stick tight, just given how experienced some of those guys are.
Mrazek was really good, though. Probably the best game he's played in 5 years.
He was, but I just thought that they were. Watching early on in that game, like the first 15 minutes or so, I'm like, they're getting outplayed. I wasn't expecting them to get outplayed at any stretch.
They scored that goal. Malkin scores that goal to get them over the hump. Oh, and then Jari lets the air out of the building. Not 30 seconds later, giving that goal up. It's like, God, it's the same with that guy all year. He didn't disappoint me once all year. I knew he would shit the bed at the most opportune time, and he did. I almost felt bad for him, but I don't. It helped us. That's why we made the playoffs. That's why we made it.
Let me ask you this too, kind of changing subject. Now, Phil, you tweet over there. I feel like to gaslight people sometimes, but Phil, he's a little bit of a troll. He is. He's definitely trolling out there a good bit of the time. Phil put out there a tweet asking for the grades on Lou Lamoriello. We don't even know what's happened yet in this year's playoffs, and the amount.
Did I not say regular season?
Maybe you did. Maybe you did.
I need to look back at that one. I just hit send and I got like 100 replies on that.
Trust me. And I looked through some of them. I saw a lot of A's, A pluses, A minus, B plus for Lou Lamoriello, and I'm just, I don't know. I want to get your. Now you're in the camp. You want Lou to come back, even if we missed the playoffs. You wanted Lou to be back.
I'm like, okay, I'll give you my honest take on it. Just summer and trade deadline. Summer, I would say, was underwhelming. If I had to slap a grade on it, B minus or C type of thing. They did the Romanov trade, right? You have to factor in that even though they weren't counting on it being a big deal, the Hudson Fasching edition did end up being a pretty big deal when you grade it out at the end of it. And they also didn't do anything in the summer to screw anything up. So those are 3 variables for me. The trade deadline. The trade deadline was a solid A. A very solid A.
What was your off-season grade?
A B minus or a C.
And your premise was because they didn't add anything really, but they didn't screw anything up.
No, they did add. They added Romanov and they added Hudson Fasching.
Would you rather
gave up a first-round pick for Romanov?
Looking at it now, would you rather have that first-round pick or Romanov?
First-round
Romanov.
Pick. Ow!
After watching the way he played with Polak, okay, and then looking at how this draft class has performed so far,
the draft class performed well. No.
What are you talking about? Who performed well from the draft class?
Let me pull up the list. We could have drafted.
Watch out, Phil.
Ricker McGrody was there for the taking.
All right. No.
He's over again.
You cannot. Okay. No. You cannot bring me random players who are playing in the Swedish lower league.
Ricker McGrody is playing in college hockey. Had like 40.
I do not care.
Games.
I honestly don't care though.
Okay, we don't care about production when it comes to some players, but where does the production?
No, I do not care about non-NHL production right now. I don't. The top
you
overall.
expecting a guy 13th overall to play immediately in the NHL?
These kids are 18.
No, the guy who was picked 13 overall missed almost the entire season.
Frank Nazar tore his ACL. That's correct. But okay, just to say that's so unbelievably stupid. Well, one team picked Frank Nazar 13th overall, so we would have picked Frank Nazar 13 overall.
I don't know who he would have picked.
We've known plenty of times that we go well off the fucking board in order to make our selections.
Okay, let's go look back at the picks that were around the pick we traded for JG Pajot and the picks that that'll be a summertime thing because I don't want to delve into it now.
Yeah,
but we can look at that since it's a couple of years where you can't judge Romanov what you get from today with the first round pick from right now. You have to give that a couple of years. I'm saying we should not have moved year after year after year draft picks. That's why we have nothing in our farm system. Nothing. No offensive talent worth anything in our farm system because he continually trades first round picks. That's why to me, F for this year. And here's the thing. The only thing that can make it an F- is if they flame out in the first round. That's an F- because all the things you did, you still didn't do anything in the playoffs.
Just as a spoiler alert, if we would have kept all those picks, the Pajot pick, the Palmieri pick, if we would have kept those picks, we still would not be getting any meaningful contribution from any of those players drafted. Just going to throw it out there.
Sure.
But here's the thing. They be ready to step in next year.
Not a guarantee. Maybe.
Probably. I mean, you can pick up guys like Hudson Fasching,
God,
whatever his name is.
Always, Grump, always Hunter Fasching.
The fascist.
We love fascism.
Those guys are I know you do. Those guys are a dime a dozen. They're a dime a dozen. You could bring 100 of them in a training camp, and whichever one looks good sticks. It doesn't matter. They're all bottom six guys. We don't have any top six talent, not when compared to the rest of the league. We are the lowest scoring team to make the playoffs, the worst power play to make the playoffs.
We have less goals in Minnesota this year.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's good to hear.
Minnesota's right behind us, though.
Yeah, I was about to say that Minnesota was not a lot of goals this year either.
Like I said, the worst game I saw this year was Minnesota and the Islanders. It was honestly the most boring game I ever saw.
Again, all that is irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
Yeah, because Carolina's going to sweep our asses.
No,
I don't think they sweep. I think seriously 10 to 15% chance. If we exit the first two games with a 1-1, I'm giving us I'm then on board with thinking Islanders are the favorites to win.
Okay, we'll see. Like I said,
the likelihood of that happening is very low, seeming that we've beaten them 2 out of the last 14 games.
I know what I've seen for years and years. I watch Carolina a lot. I've seen us play, us stand on the ice when Carolina just does whatever they want us. You know, like I said, what happens? Carolina comes into play us. They give us a stool. They bend us over and bam, we got popped from behind. That's what happens every time we play Carolina.
For years and years, we were getting our asses kicked by Crosby and the Penguins. And then in 2018, 2019, we came in there and we shocked them.
And then we got swept.
And then we got swept by Carolina. 100%.
By Carolina.
Sure. I'm just saying, like the historical context of it, when you factor in that
2 weeks ago. I'm just going to throw in 2 weeks ago.
Okay, if you want to completely discount what Matt Barzal's effect could be in a one goal game,
totally discounting it.
Then go ahead.
You want to discount
That's
what
silly.
The players do in the draft? I'm going to discount Matt Barzal coming back.
No, I'm not discounting the players in the draft.
Discount.
All I'm pointing out is that none of those players would be making a meaningful impact on this team right now.
Depends on
will they in like 4 years from now? Maybe. I mean, you guys want to go on about like, we had Connor McMichael. Like Connor McMichael, for all we know, stinks. We have no idea.
I like how again we're selectively choosing one of the three.
I want to.
We're not choosing Philip Tomasino or Arthur Kaliyev.
I can easily put in healthy scratch Kaliyev too, if you'd like me to.
I wanted Philip Tomasino.
Yeah,
you know who I didn't want? Casper Holmstrom, who winds up sitting his ass on the bench so bad. He was so bad, Phil. They put Josh Bailey back in. That's how bad he was.
That's because the coach is clueless. But yeah,
Josh Bailey.
It's almost like Noah Dobson's defensive pairings. That's how clueless he is.
That's how clueless. Here's the thing. I told you Josh Bailey was still better than Casper Holmstrom. I told you.
You are
Now it's
very wrong
proven
about
correct.
that, though. You're objectively incorrect about that.
Absolutely 100%. Here's the thing, Coach thinks so.
The coach
He
does
saw
not think so.
Casper out there. He's like, Casper, you blow.
Oh,
See
my
you later.
goodness.
Go play with the rest of the ghosts in the
Ridiculous.
back corner. Josh Bailey, back in the lineup. All right. More comments, please.
Oh, good gracious, Grumpy.
What's other comments, please?
Nick D, Grumpy.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to D-Cut. D-Cut's my guy.
Hold
I
on.
love you, D-Cut.
Hold on. What is this? Two members of this show liking this D-Cut character.
I love D-Cut.
What the? I don't know what's going on, Grumpy, but I feel like there's some tomfoolery. I feel like there's some mischievous actions going on behind the scenes,
All
Grumpy.
right. Let me just read some of these comments because, whatever. Grumpy TJ, how you guys doing tonight? It's raining over in Vancouver, so it's soup and pizza night. Wow, interesting mix.
Not bad.
Do you think Lane or Lou is rushing Barzal back, or do you think they waited for the playoffs? I guess for me,
Phil's saying, I trust Phil. He's saying that they waited to bring him back for the postseason.
I just wonder why all the cloak and dagger shit. It's so unnecessary. I mean, they were saying, "Oh, he's definitely going to be back before the regular season." Then they tell us, "Well, he wasn't skating till the week before. He wasn't skating with the team." Then you find out that he was. It's like, why the cloak and dagger shit? Is your team suck that bad that you have to try to do some type of surprise thing?
Surprise attack on the first ring.
Here's the thing. Carolina's seen Matt Barzal play before. He's not a surprise to them.
I am kind of shocked. I will say, I'm like, how does it get kept under wraps though for a week and a half? No leaked information that he's been out there skating for a week and a half before.
It's called the code of silence. That's what Lou Murta is.
The code of silence. Oh God. Michael B says, didn't think the stash could get sexier, but here we are. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Had to make sure we threw that one in, Grumpy.
Freedom Fun Adventure says, Grumpy, you know how TJ keeps all the swag from the show? Absolutely does. You really think with all the shows you do and the comments you still aren't monetized? How do you explain the 97 vacations he takes every year?
Good question.
Good question. There it is. I'm the one at fault there.
Remember, his wife's a doctor, so you got to remember that.
There it is.
Joseph C says, I don't remember all of them, but Steve Dangle, Gravchek, Eck, etc. are picking the Islanders. Says a few writers do the same. Yeah, everybody picked the Islanders to win Stanley Cup last year too. I'm like, they're dreaming. I just Carolina owns us. We're Carolina's bitches. We are the Washington Generals, and they are the Harlem Globetrotters.
What is this I'm seeing right here? I'm telling you, there's something going on with D-Cut in Phil's facts. He may be compromised. This would explain some of the hey, it's only a matter of time. Maybe Phil is being paid by D-Cut. He's in D-Cut's pockets, Grumpy.
Wow.
That would explain the no-hit Noah hatred.
That's right. Yeah, he hates Noah Dobson too. That's right.
It's only a matter of time before he starts getting.
He doesn't like Matt Barzal either, though.
The fan base hates Noah Dobson. Like, I'm not alone on that.
He doesn't like Noah Dobson.
You are one of the reasons why the fan base hates Noah Dobson.
No,
you in the
Noah
Twitter.
Dobson's
You in the Twitter. You're on like a. Go ahead.
I think the Islanders should trade Noah Dobson so he can become an all-star, first-team all-star. Because that's what happens when we move defensemen over this team.
It's like a Noah Dobson crusade.
Yeah,
that's what it is on Twitter.
All I want to say that D-Cut also hates Matt Barzal. So just to let you
I don't hate Matt Barzal.
Oh, man.
I love Matt Barzal.
Next comment, please.
Okay, Grumpy. He go. John McManaman. Johnny Mac.
Mac says Islanders could lose in 4 or win in 7. This team is so inconsistent. They're going to lose. I'm not. It won't be 4 games. The Islanders will win a game.
If they win, they're going to win in 6. That's what I'm calling. If they win, it will be in 6.
Then they're not winning. They're not winning that.
I do think that this is an accurate statement, though. This Islanders team does come out and play very, very tough hockey. I think if they win, it's not going to be they win in convincing fashion. It's going to be a fight if they win. And we talked earlier before you got on, right? If they beat Carolina, I think they could if they play the Devils, I think they're the favorite to beat the Devils. I think they could beat the Devils. I'm not so sure about the Rangers. It's weird looking ahead already, but I
agree.
I think we can beat the Rangers. Okay, not beating Carolina, but if something happens like Carolina's plane crashes on the way back for, let's say the plane crashes on the way to Long Island with the 2-0 lead, then the Islanders get a walkover. And let's say they play the Rangers. I think just because of the rivalry, I think those games are always, always close. But I still don't think we beat the Rangers either. Sorry.
I just want to look this up.
That's okay. You can look that up.
This is the one thing I was looking up. I just wanted to see how many goals they scored in each game against Shesterkin last year. Because I think we could all agree in that series, Carolina controlled the play at 5-on-5.
Yeah.
Very much. Game 1, 2-1 overtime win. Okay? That was and it was an awful game-winning goal. It just went right through Shesterkin. He looked skyward. Whatever.
Kind of like how we score goals.
Yeah. That's how we score. Yeah.
Okay. Game 2 was a 2-0 win with an empty netter. So it was 1-0 on the Brendan Smith shorthanded goal, and then an empty netter to seal it. Game 3, they lost 3-1. Game 4, they lost 4-1. Game 5, they won 3-1. Game 6, they lost 5-2. Game 7, they lost 6-2. 2 goals in garbage time. I think they scored the first goal when they were down 4-0. So the point is, they only put more than 2 goals up on Shesterkin once.
But the Rangers are really good offensively, and they shut them down a lot. Again, they're really good defensively.
I agree, but I'm saying the Islanders' ability to potentially score 2 or 3 goals against Freddie,
0.
I think you're underselling it in a major way.
I don't see us. All I know is what they get. They don't even get 3 chances a game. They don't even get 3 chances a game.
We when we
5
get
goals in the first game. They got shut out the second time we played them with a very different roster than what we have right now.
Shut out. Okay.
Again, very different roster though. Like 6 different pieces. Then it was 5-2, and then it was 2-1. And that 5-2 game was a lot closer than 5-2.
Can we also use the same exact thought process as saying Carolina got back from a 5-game road trip the first game of the season, and that the team was kind of discombobulated per who that Dick?
Sure. I mean,
100%.
Sure.
I'm just saying the team. I would obviously if we played the Devils, I'd give us the odds-on favorites to win against the Devils.
Here's the thing, Phil. If you want the Islanders to win, maybe you should bet that they're going to lose.
I'm betting Carolina. 100% I am.
Put some money down on DraftKings.
I mean, I got the Islanders into the playoffs.
We know that.
Just with my bets.
Mm-hmm.
I bet them to miss the playoffs right before that Carolina game, and then they lost. I bet them to miss the playoffs. The night of the when Pittsburgh played Chicago and when we needed the Devils to beat Buffalo in order for Carolina to have a competitive game against Florida, I parlayed them. I bet Pittsburgh to win, and I bet Buffalo to win, and they both lost. Additionally, I also bet a whole long ticket of like Pittsburgh win with a Crosby goal with this and that entire ticket blew up. None of that actually happened. Additionally, I cashed out my Islanders to win the Stanley Cup bet at plus 6,000. I cashed it out. I took it off the table because I'm like, I want as much negative betting against the Islanders as I could possibly have. I took that off the table. Every single bet that I put went to the contrary and got the Islanders through.
It's funny, Phil, because with 2 games left in the regular season, the Islanders were up a point on
Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're tied with Florida. And I said, there's no way the Islanders are not making the playoffs. And TJ's like, Pittsburgh's got the easiest schedule. I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. Tristan Jarry will happen. They didn't get another point the rest of you, losing to Chicago and Columbus.
They got a point. They got 1 point versus Columbus. But, I mean, you could throw the Columbus game down the toilet because they played nothing. Out. They were already out, right?
And Toronto, and here's the thing. Florida had to beat Toronto.
Right.
I knew if Carolina had something to play for that last game, there was no way that Florida was going to beat Carolina.
I knew that too. I think I told that to TJ also.
Well, he argued with me that I was wrong.
No, I argued that, listen, to me, when I watched I turned off the Islander game when we were down 3-0, and I'm like, okay, the only game that matters now, I was with TJ on the Pittsburgh thing. even with Tristan Jarry being bad, there's still no excuse not to lose.
Nope.
To lose to the 31 and
Nope.
32. That's where they ranked.
They were the
31st
two
and
worst
32nd.
teams in the NHL,
Nope.
and they found a way to lose the last
Nope.
2 games against them. Like,
Nope.
how?
Okay,
Nope.
let's just
No.
table that.
No.
I get
no,
it.
No. That's the reason that guy loses games they should win over and over. If it comes down to a big moment, that guy's going to spit the bit. He did. He sucks. I knew he would lose. I knew he was going to lose. I even said they could probably lose the last 2. I knew they were going to lose 1.
Right. But again, like I mentioned before, also, in fairness, if you're not going to score your first goal against the worst team in the league until 10 minutes left in the third period, I thought the forwards were as equally liable in that game as Jarry was, but irrelevant. Then I turned on the Toronto game and I'm like, wow, Toronto is playing for nothing and Florida still can't beat them. And then when Tavares scored in overtime, I looked at the tiebreaker scenario and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, if we beat Montreal, then we own the tiebreaker and Florida needs to win. They can't just go to overtime with Carolina. They need to win that game. And then I quickly turned on the Senators Hurricanes game and I see Matt Sogard make 3 of the most ridiculous saves I've ever seen to shut that game down. I'm like, Carolina has to play if New Jersey gets a point. New Jersey didn't even need to beat Buffalo. They just needed to get a point for Carolina to have a meaningful hockey game. I'm like, I was texting with Andy Francis about it. I'm like, I don't think Florida's beating Carolina in a game where Carolina has to play a playoff game because Carolina's looking at 2 prospects here. Either they're going to lose because the Devils are going to win their last 2 games against Buffalo and Washington, and they're going to have to go and play the Rangers again in round 1.
That's right.
And they want nothing to do with the Rangers right now this early on in the show, or they're going to beat the Florida Panthers and get the Islanders. I'm like, they're winning that game.
Yep.
And they almost blew it, though. They gave up 2 goals in a matter of like 30 seconds when they went up by 3 because Freddie can do that. And
they won. And
then they won. Yes.
They won. You know what happens when they play us? They win. Every single game.
Yeah. Also goes to show you that empty net
win.
goals aren't meaningless. But all right.
They win.
Also goes to show that empty net goals aren't meaningless. But don't tell that to Grumpy.
Empty
net goals, they're so meaningless.
If you want to pay somebody based on empty net goals, they're meaningless.
No, I don't want to pay someone based on empty net goals, but to completely discount the value of an empty net goal when you saw in this game goals 5 and 6.
Yeah, right? But when you're up 2 goals or 3 goals at the time, you're not playing as hard. It's situational. If that game was 1 goal, I bet they don't score because they're playing differently. When you're up that many goals and they pull a goaltender, okay, you know what? We just don't have to give up a whole bunch of goals. And they get a little bit lax than the other team scores. At the end of the day, they won. Just like at the end of the day, like I laugh. We're the Sultans of the Suck Squad. It doesn't matter. The top 6 teams in this conference are so much better than all the rest. You can slice it and dice it any way you want. We're going to lose.
They are, but that doesn't mean, again, like we saw with the Islanders and the Devils in the last 2 games we played the Devils, that doesn't mean that there aren't teams that we can't necessarily exploit. Because there are. And the Devils are one of those teams.
We can't score. The bottom line is we can't score.
Unless we play the Devils, where we scored 11 goals in our last 2 games against them.
Yeah, you know what? We're not playing the Devils. We're going to lose to Carolina in the first round, and it's going to be a moot point. And here's the thing. The Devils aren't beating the Rangers.
The Devils can beat the Rangers.
They can, but they're not going to.
Do you think the Devils beat the Rangers? I don't.
I think
I only don't because I think Vanacek is going to turn into a pumpkin. But if Vanacek, to me, all Vanacek needs to do is be like 9-10, 9-15 goaltender. He just needs to be good. I look at it as a similar type of team to the team that ran circles around the Rangers last year with Pittsburgh in the first round. I look at the Devils as similar in that they're able to exploit the Rangers defense and give them hell, which they've done all regular season. In all 4 games, Devils dominated all 4 of them. They went 3-0-1 against them, I think. They're going to give the Rangers fits. If they can avoid putting the Rangers on the power play consistently, and if their goaltender can be 20% better than Louis Domingue, which isn't a given, then the Devils could win. And they do, by the way, people are saying, oh, they have 0 playoff experience. Like, they have some guys who've been there. Like, Palat's been to 3 cups. right? He plays in their top 6. Dougie Hamilton has been to plenty of playoff games. John Marino has been to plenty of playoff games. Nico Hischier has played in the playoffs before. They don't have zero playoff experience at all, and I don't think it even matters for a guy like Jack Hughes, who's just like on an elite level talent-wise.
I just think that playoff experience really helps.
And they have, I think, enough guys where they could figure it out in that room. Palat, he could be an X factor for them. That dude hits another gear in the playoffs. He had a 27-game goalless streak at one point last year. Everyone's like, Palat, he's done, he's finished. He went from like January to March without a goal last year. And then playoffs came, and he was the best forward for Tampa last year.
Yeah, you know what? Jersey isn't Tampa, though. So
they are not Tampa, and the Rangers aren't Tampa either. And the Rangers got very lucky that they got to play an Instagram chef in round 1, because with half-decent goaltending, they don't get 5 games with Pittsburgh.
And then they played, battered up goaltender for, second and then third stringer.
Again, like I said, they scored more than 2 goals one time. That's what it was about.
It's because Carolina's defense is so good. I think you're going to see that. I think Freddie Anderson is going to do enough. Like I said, Sorokin's going to have 2 shutouts and 2 games where he only gives up 1 goal.
And he can have a shutout. You could shut this They've been shut out in the playoffs before. Several times.
I think there's a few things that have to go away. Long story short, fantastic goaltending. Injuries have to go ahead and impact the Carolina Hurricanes, where they struggle to finish.
They already have. They lost Svechnikov. Like, that's already baked in there.
That was baked in the last time they played us, and they dominated us.
No, it wasn't baked in. It was not baked in. I mean, it was baked in the last time they played us.
Svechnikov didn't play the last time we played them. He did not play. He was
okay. I thought you meant the playoffs from like 5 years ago.
No, I'm not going back 5 years, Phil.
No. Okay, yeah. And again, I'm going to continue to insist that the difference between Matt Barzal and Josh Bailey playing on our top line could be a difference maker in a 1-goal game where our power play went over 3 also.
And I'll throw that into Matt Barzal has to come back without skipping a beat. Right? We're throwing a lot of ifs in there. It's possible. Sure, but I feel like there's a lot of
but it's not a crazy if. Like, you're talking about an injury that wasn't a season-ending injury. It was either a sprain or a partial tear or whatever, and he's been skating for over 3 weeks. I promise you, they're not sending this guy in. What?
That's the rumor. We don't know that.
If it was a torn ACL, he wouldn't be playing. I mean, like, what else could it possibly have been?
It could have been a grade 1 where they didn't do the surgery and it's a tear. A grade 1 is a slight tear.
Sprains.
It could have been something like that, because a sprain is a tear. That's what it is. And they just, hey, it healed up enough where he can do things. So, that's a possibility. We don't know, because everything's so cloak and dagger over there.
I just think it's
everywhere, not just there.
I think it's a possibility, but you're asking me to think that, hey, if Matt Barzal comes back 100% healthy, I have to also believe that he has been skating for a week and a half beforehand, where none of the media or anybody had leaked any information. He's been skating for a week and a half. That's a big if for me.
I think it's going to be a big if. You think? What's more likely? Is it more likely that he was skating for more than a week and a half, or is it more likely that he only skated for the past 12 days and he's ready to go for game 1? What logically is more likely?
Do I think it's likely that the guys who even like, hey, I'm preparing, I get everybody ready for practice. I'm just happening to walk through the practice facilities, and I didn't happen to see Matt Barzal out there, and I just happened to keep quiet about it for a week and a half. Do I think that's likely?
Okay. You know what it is? This is what it is. Roy Hobbs is coming right out of the maternity wing to go out there the night before the big game and start taking some cuts. He sees Mac Murksy up there in the stands. He starts hitting balls at him as he's snapping pictures. Then he collapses down. Got to get him back to the hospital. That's what I think it's going to be like. He's going to look like dog shit till the bottom of the 9th. And then Matt Barzal is going to come and score the game-winning goal. Unfortunately, it doesn't go 7. It's only 4, and they get swept.
So,
I am not saying the Islanders are winning the series. I am just saying it is a lot closer than you guys are making it seem, when even with a much better lineup that Carolina had last year when they played the Rangers, Carolina's lineup last year, I think we could all agree, was better in that playoff series than what they're going to be icing this year. Just objectively true.
I think their defense is better than
last year. Is better than last year. I think
marginally so.
Oh
Brett
man,
Burns is a significant
Brett
step
Burns.
over
No, I'm
Tony
sorry.
D'Angelo.
Again, we're forgetting how good D'Angelo was for them. But sure, Brent Burns is better
Not
than
against
Tony
the
D'Angelo.
Rangers. He wasn't. I thought he had something in his head when they played the Rangers.
He did. After game 4, he did. Yeah. I mean, they really got to him at the Garden in game 4. 100%. And it really affected them. Yeah, Brent Burns is better than Tony D'Angelo. Is Jalen Chatfield better than Ian Cole? I don't know.
Yes. I love that kid's game. I think
He might be better, but again, you're forgetting that Cole was a cup winner. Like he was coming with,
Cole
experience.
can't skate anymore. Cole can't skate.
He was good in that series, though. He was good in that series.
Yeah, I like that. I like the Chatfield kid. Like I said,
Brendan Smith was good in that series too. He had a shorthanded goal that won him a game. I mean,
he makes Shane Gotchespierre look like he can play defense because that kid is so good doing his job. I really impressed. I'm like, holy crap, I like that kid. Everything Carolina seems to do works for some reason. And they always beat the shitty team, so they'll beat us.
Oh my God. So there's just a lot of ifs. I think it's possible 10 to 15% chance. And I think that's being looking at and you're comparing, oh, this is a better team than they skated against the Rangers. The Rangers are a better team than the Rangers last year were a better team than what the Islanders are this year.
Marginally.
Oh,
marginally. No, marginally.
Oh.
Marginally. They got by that entire season on just crazy goaltending. They did.
And their really defense, good offense.
Their defense was very, very bad.
What has our defense been this year?
Better than the Rangers defense was last year.
I think average from what we expect. But it's like their forward group is miles better than ours. And it's not like we could say we've got a goaltending advantage over last year's Rangers team.
No. Shesterkin was all world last year, 100%.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think that was a better team there at that point. Sure. Is this Carolina team the same one they suited out there? No, it's not.
Listen, we went into the season with a lot of big ifs, right? And a lot of question marks. Will Kyle Palmieri be able to rebound? Will we get the Zach Parise? He did. I mean, let's call spade a spade. Kyle Palmieri was fantastic this year. He just was. He was objectively very good. Will Pajot rebound this year? Yes, he did. Will we get the second half Parise from last year this year? Yes, we did.
Third line.
21 goals.
Liner. So the third line.
He would be third in goals on Carolina.
He's a third liner. He's a third liner.
And he has more goals than all but 2 of Carolina's forwards.
Third liner. How many? Well, he got 5 empty netters.
4 empty netters. Take out the empty netters, and he doesn't
get to 20. He doesn't get to 20 then.
And he would still be Carolina's third leading scorer.
Does it not? Okay, we talk about scoring and the fantastic production. Is it not a little bit of a worry that the guy who missed 20 plus games is the second leading scorer on the New York Islanders? Like we talk about secondary. It's been Brock Nelson. Everybody else has been kind of, we contribute here and there. Sometimes they go on hot streaks. Sometimes they go cold. That's why I think the Islanders, right? They have the ability to play up to the standard. They also have the ability to play like shit.
Again, it's not concerning when you understand the context of it, right? The context is, okay, we had a top 6 grouping that consisted of Josh Bailey, Matt Barzal, and Oliver Wahlstrom as our top line for the first 38 games of the season, more or less, right? With one of those guys tore an ACL in game 38 and was done for the season. Another one of those guys was demoted out of the lineup for most of the last 25 games of the year. When you consider that both of those guys were replaced, one by someone externally who finished the season with 70 points, and then with Anders Lee being promoted to the top line, who had 50 points and 28 goals. None of those were empty netters, by the way. Again,
I've stopped listening to you, Phil, because I'm trying to remember.
So when you understand the context of one top line forward out for the year at game 38, another top line forward demoted, and then a second line forward who was traded to Vancouver specifically because he was underperforming, then it makes sense. And then you add in the fact that Kyle Palmieri missed 28 games this year. Well, that's obviously going to put a dent in his production, but he's back now. Pierre Engvall wasn't on our team this year. He was playing third line for Toronto on a shutdown line, and he's come over and he's been a huge net positive toward our top 6. So it's just completely different. That's all. No, it's not concerning. Not at all.
You continually say, Grumpy, I'll let you respond first.
Okay. I just want to say, you just want to do the numbers thing, right? We just want to do the numbers. Is that it?
No, I don't want to just do the numbers. Just like but I'm saying you have to contextualize this to like, oh wow, well this, what happened here? Why is this like this? Well, yeah, when your top line winger is out after game 38 for the entire season, well, there's a calculus there. And who is he replaced by? He's been replaced by Bo Horvat.
I'm just gonna throw some numbers at just to throw a little facts at you, Phil.
Do it.
Carolina scored more goals than the Islanders. They gave up less goals than the Islanders. They beat the living shit out of the Islanders every time they play them for the last 5 years. And somehow that doesn't seem to matter. I went into this saying the Islanders have a 20% chance of winning the series. I've changed my mind. We have no shot of winning now. Just none.
It doesn't matter.
Phil does explain away where it's like, hey, we scored less goals, we gave up more goals, we won less games, we had
less points,
two wins in 14 games. He explains it like it's not a big deal. I think
no. Listen. It's not like this is ancient history, Phil. 2 weeks ago, they shit canned us. Yes, the score was 2-1, but that game, if it wasn't for Sorokin making a couple of spectacular saves in the first period to keep us in the game,
there were no spectacular.
We went up 1-0, didn't we? Didn't we go up 1-0 in that game?
Yep,
and it still wasn't good enough. They scored the first goal in Carolina, still not good enough. 22 plus minutes in the offensive zone. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. That's 2 weeks ago. That's not 6 years ago. That's not 39 games ago. That's 2 weeks ago. That's 5 games ago.
Boy, am I glad that we have Matt Barzal instead of Josh Bailey. I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, again, I keep telling you, if we didn't have Matt Barzal, I would feel very differently about the series. If Carolina had Andrei Svechnikov and they were scoring as many goals without Svechnikov as they were before he went out, I would feel wildly different about the series. But the fact of the matter is, 2 things have drastically changed. One, Carolina, from when Svechnikov went down, has scored less than the Islanders, even without Barzal. And number 2, from the last time we played them, and I'll say it again, Matt Barzal on the top line instead of Josh Bailey makes a difference. Matt Barzal on the top power play makes a difference. Those are going to be difference makers. I don't even need to slap an if in front of it. I think he's healthy.
Now here's the
thing. I think he's going to play well. I think he's going to make an impact. He's our player. He's our guy. Let's get excited. It's Miller time.
It's Miller time. It's Bud Light time there, Phil.
When the Hurricanes scuffled towards the end after losing Svechnikov, they were in a funk a little bit. Then the last 2 games, like, holy shit, we got to win these games. They scored 10 goals.
I don't believe that. Yeah. You kept trying to sell me that line of shit. You're not going to get me to believe that.
Right. Yeah. In a funk a little bit doesn't translate to getting shut out 4 times in 19 games.
10, but then they scored 10 goals. 10 goals their last 2 games. Hey, we got to play something. Now they're thinking, hey, we got the Islanders. 1-0. This game's
Pittsburgh
over.
beat the shit out of Detroit the game before. Like, we're going to give them a medal for putting 4 goals up on Detroit. We put 4 goals up on Detroit like 3 weeks before. Like,
there you go.
Great.
But when they played us,
and that was when Detroit was in a playoff race.
When they played us, they beat us again, and thoroughly throttled us. No. That was maybe the worst game we played all year, except for the first Devils game.
It wasn't the worst game we played all year. We played a lot of worse games than that.
Maybe not score-wise, but just domination. I was like, holy crap.
Like, I don't know, games that come to mind that were worse, the Calgary game, the road game, again, without Barzal. That game was one of the worst we ever played. I thought the Edmonton road game was of the worst we played. There are a couple others that come to mind. The Florida game, the first game we played against Florida, I know the score was 3-2, but those were 2 power play goals that we got late. We were, I mean, when I watched that game, I'm like, wow, this season's really going to be tough if we can't enter the zone against Florida.
That's the same. Florida gives us trouble because it's the same thing as Carolina.
Yep.
No, but then we started playing better, and then we beat the shit out of Florida 5-1.
We were 1-2 against Florida this season.
Yeah, but once we figured our stuff out, we beat the crap out of them. I always go by the most recent game.
So when do you think? Okay, you go by the most recent game.
I go by the most recent game with Matt Barzal.
You know what they figured out against Carolina? You know what they figured out against Carolina? We can't beat them. That's what they figured out.
We can't beat them without Barzal. I agree.
They were praying that they'd play Boston because they know they can't beat Carolina. All right, TJ, get to the comments because we're like 8.5 hours into the podcast now.
Brett W says, hey, if anybody runs into John Tavares at the bar this next week, make sure he picks up the first round. He's never around for the second.
That's a good one.
There it is.
Now, hey, kudos to John Tavares because that's why we're not playing Boston in the first 100%. Round. So Thank you, John.
Okay, but it's not actually true though, because I went back. If you look at when he scored that goal, he scored it with like 38 seconds left in overtime.
Yeah.
If no goals get scored after that and it goes to a shootout, we would still have the tiebreaker.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
he's not the reason why. All they needed to do was milk off the next 38 seconds.
But
Florida would have just needed to tie.
Florida would have just needed to tie the last game, and I think they would have gotten it. They would have gotten it. I think they would. If they needed just 1 point, I think they would have gotten it.
It just changes the situation.
Bottom line, John Tavares, thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Thanks for finally giving back to us.
D-Cut says, TJ, we have the receipts of you emphatically tweeting the Islanders will not make the playoffs after the Horvat trade on January 30th this year. Yep. Admit you were wrong. It will be circulated all over social media.
We would not have made the playoffs just by adding Bo Horvat. The amazing ad of Pierre Engvald is the addition that was needed to thrust us into the postseason. If we don't have Pierre Engvald, as we've learned today, unfortunately, we just would not have had enough to put us over the line. We would have had Josh Bailey and Simon Holmstrom out there every single night.
I firmly agree with that, though. And I think you guys also do.
Here's the thing. I agree. If we just did Horvat, it wasn't enough. Engvald has helped the team, right? As much as I don't think he's as good as Hudson Fashion, but I think he's definitely helped the team.
Are you admitting that you were wrong, though, TJ?
Without you didn't add Pierre Engvald.
It's a real struggle for you.
TJ is wrong. TJ is wrong.
You're wrong.
Listen, and again, I think they only got Engvall really because Barzal went out 7 games later, right? If Barzal never would have went out, they would have made the playoffs. In my opinion.
I think they would have made the playoffs.
They would have made the playoffs too. It's just Barzal went out, and then all of a sudden it was like, all right, we're really thin at forward. Dubas is going to give us a gift of Pierre Engvall for a 3rd-round pick in 2024. I mean, how could you say no?
I think it would have made Bo Horvat much better in the long run. I'm not expecting as much. I'm expecting way more next year than we're going to see in the playoffs here.
From production from Matt Barzal and Horvat?
And Horvat, yeah, because they'll be playing together more. I mean, I know they played, 4 or 5 games, 6, whatever games, however many games it was that they played together. The longer you play together with someone, the more your chemistry develops. And I think next year they'll be way better together.
And they were really good those 6 games together. They really were.
Like I said, I think next year they'll be much better.
I was wrong. We were able to make the postseason with just the addition of Bo Horvat. I think Engvall definitely did help. Maybe he'll earn us a point or so. But
there you go.
Wrong. Sure.
Earn us a point or so? Oh, come on.
There you go.
Engvall was huge. Having Engvall on that Nelson Palmieri line.
And I was right then. If we didn't add Engvall, then we were not.
Okay.
Then it's fine. Okay. Bo Horvat was not enough.
Okay. D-Cut.
I'll take
TJ kind of apologized. Well, he did apologize, and then Phil talked him out of the apology somehow.
That's fine. It was a quick one. But there it is.
You know what, Grumpy? You really need to take over the social media account because TJ makes you look like a fool. Like people might think
that's what I was going to say.
People might think that you tweeted that and said something as foolish as Bo Horvat doesn't make a difference.
You know, I never say that. I never. Here's the thing. Everything I say comes out to be true. Everything.
Yeah. And
everything.
Again, still the item of the team.
TJ doesn't want me touching he doesn't want me touching anything. He thinks I'm a loose cannon, Phil. Can you believe that?
Listen, your social media takes would look a lot smarter if Grumper was running the show.
Oh, I will tell you one thing. Our social media takes don't flip-flop every time, but it's
I wouldn't have to re-dribble for years about how Kiefer Bellows is going to be a star NHL player.
You would have to re-dribble about how you thought that Devon Taves was just a product of Cale Makar. You dribble about that every time.
Next comment, please.
Come on, bro.
Rick Roma. He from Glengarry, Glen Ross. He's got the leads. Serious question. What letter grade do you give Lou right now? What grade will you give him if they beat the Canes?
Right now, it's like probably a C minus. If we beat the Canes, it's a B, solid B.
Oh,
for me, it's a D, bordering on an F. The reason is we're not winning the Stanley Cup this year. You've decimated your prospect pool, you've decimated your draft capital, and this team isn't any closer to winning a Stanley Cup than it was 5 years ago.
A+.
That's why, to me, the general manager has to know that balance between, hey, this team is not good enough to win a Stanley Cup, and think we got to turn it over to the next guy or whatever. We need to get the new cast of characters coming in here. That's where he fails, in my opinion. Is it the individual trades? No. Does he give up too much to acquire a Palmieri, a Pajot, a Horvat? Yes, he does. It's the fact that he can't sign anyone in the offseason. I just think he's lost his fastball, and he still thinks it's the 1990s. It's not. That's why he gets a bad grade from me.
Okay, you're making it seem like he's, Steve Yzerman here. Okay, he's not that bad.
I'm telling you.
Phil, another
we can pull up all the shit takes and the freaking sour milk takes that Phil has, but now he's trying to come after my takes, trying to come after my boy Stevie Y, who still has it. I'll let you continue.
Because you don't flip flop like Phil does, because then he could say, "Well, yeah, I did say that," but then 42 seconds later, I said the exact opposite. You know how he does.
The funny thing about the Horvat trade is you have like a contingent of Islanders fans, you included, that think we gave up too much.
Yes.
I think unanimously, the Canucks writers, the Canucks fans thought that the Canucks didn't get nearly enough. They didn't. They
totally
really
disagree. For a guy who's a UFA, wasn't going to sign there.
Those writers also unanimously said that 8 years times 8.5 is a wild overpay.
Yes, it is an overpay. No. I mean, listen, 95% of UFA deals are overpays. But if you examine
a UFA deal.
Okay, forget about the fact that he's a pending UFA, because it doesn't matter. The point is there would have been no less than a dozen suitors at the trade deadline who would have been ready. At the point that he got moved, it is very rare for one of the top two commodities at the trade deadline. It was him and Meyer. Those were number 1 and 2 in whatever order you want to put them. For that to be moved 30 days early at not a premium plus price is almost unheard of.
Price would have dropped.
Maybe the reason the premium
price would not have dropped.
Maybe the reason the premium was not there was because he was only going to accept the deal $8.5 million, and everybody knew that. Maybe that was the reason why he was underpaid when they was traded.
What are you talking about? The Blue Jackets gave an arm and a leg for Duchesne without any knowledge of knowing as to whether or not he was going to resign.
Different situation.
I just want to get back to what Lou's big failure was. The team is not, Phil, I think you can agree, the team is not good enough to win the Stanley Cup, correct?
Probably not, no.
No, definitely no. Not probably not, absolutely not.
Probably not.
So what should you have done with Mayfield, Varlamov, and Parise? Even if you make the trade to move, you want Horvat to be part of it, I like Bo Horvat. You gave away a first-round pick, mistake. The other two guys I could live with, giving away the first-round draft pick. You could have redeemed yourself, because you know the team's not good enough to win a cup. They're not going to win a cup next year. They're never going to win a cup with this cast and crew. They're just not. All the other teams in the league are better. They're better than we are. Moving forward, Buffalo, Ottawa, Washington is going to be back in the hopper next year. Okay, but here's the thing: Detroit, not quite to where they are. They're going to be better.
No, they're not.
We might not even make the playoffs next year.
Detroit will be better.
You could have recouped the assets that you lost, like Washington did. I liked what Washington did come up on the deadline. They got Sandin, but they traded away a lot of other guys and got draft capital. That's what he should have done, because he should have realized we were not good enough to win a Stanley Cup. We should move these guys, recoup some assets, and then we can rebuild on the fly. That's what he should have done. He didn't. That's why he gets a low grade from me.
I agree 100% on Varlamov, especially when, in hindsight, they only played him twice.
And he lost
both games with 0 points.
Right. And they should have played him more than twice, to be honest. I thought they should have played him at least 4 times. They probably should have given him the Ducks game, and I also would have given him the Tampa game, because I didn't like our chances of beating Tampa that game anyways on the road. So I would have given him more games just to keep Sorokin fresher. But nor here nor there. I agree 100%. I was advocating strongly, trade Varlamov. There's got to be a second-round pick hanging around there somewhere. So I agree with you on that. On Parise, again, I think it sounds like he's going to be back next year. And
again,
yeah,
why?
Why not?
Because you can get somebody who makes vet minimum like Hudson Fasching to come in and do that same thing. The same thing.
No, you are underselling Parise and his contributions tremendously. You can't. He's not just going to pick up a guy who's going to score 21 goals from the third line off the street. It doesn't happen frequently. You're making it seem as if it's something that's easy to do.
He's a third liner. He's a ham and egger. I don't want to pay him.
You're not paying him. You're giving him
1.5 total. That's not a lot. I don't mind paying a guy $1.5 million.
You're going year by year with him. You're going year by year with.
He was invisible for 20 games in the mid. Invisible, and to his credit, he picked it up towards the end. Absolutely did. But he was invisible the middle of the season. I thought that's it. He's hit the wall. He's totally cashed. He did have a bounce back at the end.
He's a very good player. He's a player type that you need to have on your team, and the fact that he has near Hall of Fame. Okay, I'll say he's not going to be a Hall of Famer. Near Hall of Fame pedigree with him is something that helps tremendously. And then Mayfield, I could easily have been sold on moving Mayfield at the deadline. I understand why they didn't, because I understand that they wanted to give this team as good a chance as possible to get into the playoffs. And to discount the fact that there's zero value in getting to the playoffs is just wrong, right? Teams that
we've been to the playoffs. We've been to the playoffs with the same group, with the same exact group.
It's not the same. It's not the same exact group.
Okay. You talk about 1 or 2 guys.
No, I'm talking about like 6 or 7 guys.
No, Phil, we made the playoffs 2 years ago.
And there are like 6 to 7 guys on this team who weren't there.
Oh, it doesn't. It's the same core guys. The same core guys.
It's not.
The big contributors are mostly the same.
Bo Horvat is not the same.
Okay.
Pierre Engvall is not the same.
Lee,
Pierre Engvall,
Nelson.
Sure.
Engvall's been in the playoffs before.
Lee was not there.
No, I'm saying the same guys. Okay.
Lee's been in the playoffs before.
But 2 years ago, Lee was not on that squad.
He's been in the playoffs with the Islanders before Lee. Phil,
I know.
Well, I want to get back to the philosophy behind this. You think that just making the playoffs has a lot of value?
I think it has value on two fronts.
I think expectation,
not for guys in the minimum.
Okay, I think for just a franchise, there are, once you start falling out of the playoffs and becoming a perennial loser, like we are going to be, like Yzerman's Red Wings, for example, the expectation surrounding the culture of the team is, we're just like this loser franchise. Now it becomes a story of like, okay, we had a 1-year blip because we had unfortunate circumstances, and we proved that it was just like a one-off year, and we rebounded. And against all odds,
that's how
with missing Barzal, with missing Pelech, with missing Palmieri, with missing Wallstrom, we put together a 93-point season, and we persevered, and we got in. You could sell that story in the room. You can.
You know what?
For Noah Dobson, who does not have significant playoff experience because they treated him like a kid. There were some games in that playoffs where they gave him like 12 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it was. They sheltered him majorly. This is going to be pivotal for Noah Dobson's development, for Samuel Bolduc's development. It's going to be important that these players play these games in order so that they can have a taste of what they need to do for next year in order so that Noah Dobson becomes the $5.5 million player that we hope he can be.
You cannot be more wrong, Phil. No, it's an ultra veteran team who's been there, done that. It means nothing. For a team like Buffalo, yes. For a team like Ottawa, yes. Not for the New York Islanders, who've been to the Eastern Conference Finals 2 of the last 3 years. No, sir. Absolutely not. With the same cast and crew. No way, no how.
We talked about, Phil just mentioned that, you can't be one of the
Phil
dregs
flipped on this also. He flipped on this previously too.
You can't be one of the dregs.
I mean, he flip flops. It depends on the day. It depends on the moon. Depends on what kind of tea he's drinking. He flip flops.
Once Phil also said, once you're at a spot to where you're out of the playoff picture and you're not making it, well, then you just start breeding a loser mentality, and it's tough to come out of that. Look at the Red Wings. Look at other teams. Well, let me ask you this. If you trade away your first-round draft pick for 4 years in a row, and hell, it could be 5
and don't win
next year. No, once you trade away consistently that first-round pick after first-round pick, would you not say that your likelihood of really bottoming out, and I mean really bottoming out, it's a really high chance, right?
Maybe.
Because look what happened with the Devils too when they had to rebuild after that. They
after Lou left.
Rebuild. They had to do rebuild. The Red Wings having to do a rebuild during the rebuild. It happens more often than not. And I'm just saying, if you do not win a cup and this is the mentality you're taking, it just, man, did we waste opportunity? Did we have a lot of opportunity costs? Right? Just pissed right down the toilet. So that's more what I'm worried about. And it is what it is, right? We're on the train. I do think we've got a chance to beat Carolina, but it's the philosophy is the one I've got an issue with.
Let's get to the next comment.
Sure. I was about to say, right now we're taking about 15 minutes of content. Just kidding.
Barzell said himself, he's 100% hopefully he is. I 100% agree. I hope he is. Next comment. Rick Roma says, if Barzell was happy, wouldn't it have made sense to give him a game before the playoffs? I think so. I mean, did the extra 4 to 5 days off since the Habs game really help him? He's definitely not 100%. I agree with you, Rick Roma. Next. Ponyboy Curtis says, TJ, if we beat Carolina, you have to eat 7 hot dogs on live stream and 4 bowls of ramen. That's just a regular meal for TJ, nothing special. You can cut the hot dogs up and put them in the ramen to avoid bread consumption. That's exactly how he eats it, Ponyboy.
That is how I eat that, Ponyboy.
But this is a must do. It's disgusting to actually see in person. You don't want to do that. D-Cut says, 14-7-2 without the ballerina. Lots of pressure on him not to F things up. I disagree.
Remember when the record was like?
Hold on, I can somewhat agree with the second part. I think that he personally is probably going to feel a tremendous responsibility to the team for getting it done without him. I think he will. I think it's impossible for him not to. So, no, I mean, listen, you're out. He knows his standing as the best player, best forward on the team. He knows it, right? We all know it. He knows it. Yeah. It's literally in his contract. He's paid the most and more than anyone starting next season. So him having to watch from TV, which he said they're like, oh, how was it watching the team? And I think they were expecting an answer of like, oh yeah, it was amazing watching them rally. He was like, oh man, it sucked. Like it was awful not to be there. He's like, great that they were, able to rally. But I think there's a certain, okay, the boys got it done. They went on a 660 clip without me. I better be, ready to come to war and make sure that I'm the guy who leads this. I think that's there. It's there without it. It's there without that circumstance. But with that circumstance, I think it's there more.
He shows up in the playoffs.
He does.
He absolutely
does. He definitely does.
When we played Tampa Bay, he was the only guy who showed up. Palmieri was like freaking ghost. 0. Who are the other losers? Nelson, Bailey, Lee, losers, all of them. Barzell, not a loser. Okay.
Barzell was the best forward by far in the Tampa series.
By far.
Yeah. He was great in the Boston series too. He wasn't the best forward in the Boston series. I thought Brock Nelson was, but he was very good in that series too.
Do you know the last 30 games, the Islanders only played 12 opponents that made the postseason? So it's like we went on a huge run. The schedule benefited us. It did down the stretch.
It doesn't matter.
But we took care of business against the teams we had to.
It doesn't matter. You can only play them as they come up. Doesn't matter. But here's the thing.
But hold on. The reason why that stat is like silly in a certain sense is if we don't do what we needed to do against Pittsburgh, then what you're saying is that 16 of our last 30 games were against playoff teams.
Absolutely.
Okay. Rick Roma says, if Romanov is healthy, I think Dobson should come out of the lineup. Just kidding. I wanted to see if I could make TJ's face turn red. Good one, Rick.
I love it.
Shay says, hey, Shay. Hi, y'all. I'm going to game 4. I'm so excited. Well, it'll be last game of the year. You get to watch the Islanders.
No, it won't. And they're going to win game 4, Shay. We're excited for you, Shay. We're excited for you, Shay. We are.
Freedom Fund Adventure says the Islanders have the edge insurance experience and goaltending. Mm-hmm. We don't have any experience, according to Phil. That's why he's making the importance. The playoffs are so important to get the experience for the team to be able to play, even though they've all been there.
We do have the experience over because I do think, I think our team for the most part, the core has been through quite a lot regarding playoff pushes. But
can the Isles dominate them physically?
Yes,
they can. You got to catch them first before you can hit them. If yes, then the Islanders win. Bailey cannot play. Ross Johnston should play instead. I disagree with that.
I mean, he wants to play Ross Johnston instead of Matt Barzell. I don't think he realizes that Bailey's coming out for Barzell.
That was a while ago too. That could have been at the time period when we were at first we were confused. I'm like, why the hell is Bailey practicing on the 4th line and not Mike Martin until it came out as a maintenance day today.
Yeah.
Right.
Freedom Fund Adventure says Horvat is going to excel in the playoffs. Think Josh Bailey is as terrible on the barbecue grill as he is on the ice. I bet he's really good on the barbecue grill. Actually, no. I bet his wife or one of the players cuck him and tells him to sit down and enjoy a Bud Light.
Oh, God. Anyway,
Goon says, Grumpy, do you still enjoy films of Woody Allen, or is it too difficult after his alleged dirty deeds? I don't give a shit what he does in his private life. I like his movies. I could care less what he
Who the hell is Woody Allen?
Oh, God.
Just move
You
on.
know who Woody Allen is, don't you, TJ?
Yeah, we don't have time for that. Just move on.
I don't know. I
You don't know who Woody Allen is?
I know the guy. I know Chevy Chase. Is he kind of like Woody Allen?
We'll save that for tomorrow's show.
Yes.
Somebody ask about Woody Allen. TJ will look it up by then, unless we get talking with Phil, because he doesn't know shit. The Islanders 91 says, if the Islanders win the cup, god damn, who would you actually give credit to? Names.
Sorokin.
Yeah, Sorokin. It's got to be. Sorokin's probably going to have a goals against of like 0.23 for the Islanders to win a Stanley Cup.
There's 3 players that probably get the credit. It's Sorokin, Barzal, and Horvat. This assumes that Horvat plays outstanding hockey with Matt Barzal. And Matt Barzal.
You're underselling Brock Nelson.
No, it's Sorokin, Barzal, and Noah Dobson. That's the answer. Next comment, please.
No.
Declan says
it would be Sorokin, Barzal, and Brock Nelson.
Next, Declan says you're going to see Brock Nelson. We'll see. Most GMs
listen. Nelson is clutch in the playoffs.
Okay.
Brock Nelson, you're underselling. I just think the credit right now will be so shocked with how well Bo Horvat plays. I expect, right, if we do so great in the postseason, I'm hoping that I'm going to be floored with how great Bo Horvat plays in the postseason.
Right, but again, a lot of that credit is tied into the Barzal element, though.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they both get the credit, because if we win a postseason, if we win a Stanley Cup, I'm expecting them to be on like a 1.2 point a game average with that line.
For sure.
And that's the only way I can see us doing it. They come out and they just play fantastic hockey that nobody was expecting, or very few were expecting.
Declan says, most GMs have the thought that if my team is not a cup contender, I'm retooling, rebuilding, or whatever. It's rebuilding. Retooling is a name that they just created to give rebuilding a nicer term.
I like retooling.
It calms the natives down. That's what happens.
I like retooling.
It's a rebuild. Lou says, no matter what, I'm going to do the best I can to compete now, disregarding the circumstances. No, this is what Lou does. He's like, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want because it's my team. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Next comment, please.
I want this. There's another comment that feeds off of this here in a second. And it's funny because I wanted to ask Phil's opinion on this. Tony said, I love the Soviet Union like propaganda around the team that Lou has facilitated. The media speaks to him like he's done. The media. I wanted to ask you about that. What did you think about Andrew Gross in the media when they were asking questions? Do you think maybe we could question, or you think it's maybe up to question that maybe we should have moved Varlamov at the deadline if we've only played him 2 times since the deadline? What do you think about how sheepish everyone is?
This is how it went, Phil. It's like, Lou, I know that you like to have really 2 solid goaltenders. I know that you like that. But do you think in hindsight, do you think that perhaps you should have moved him at the deadline, considering he only played 2 games? And
wait a minute, did he have media availability today?
No, this was a couple of weeks ago.
This is a few weeks ago when he asked this question.
When Gross embarrassed himself and the rest of the Islanders community. And he says, well, do you think that in hindsight, since he's only played 2 games since the deadline, that you should have traded him to recoup some assets? And then Lou goes, where's that coming from?
No, at first he looks at him and he just laughs. And he's like, no, I actually want an answer for that. And he looks at him like, how dare you even ask that fucking question? He looks like, at old Beaky.
Where's that coming from? It wasn't even a thought in our minds. Yeah. To me, you should have been fired immediately. So someone could approach you about trading a freaking backup who plays 2 games down the stretch, and you wouldn't even consider moving him. Fired. Next day, listen here, you stupid old bastard. If you don't even consider moving a guy who's a freaking backup, you're gone. And don't let Fredo let the door hit him on the way ass out in Bridgeport as well. Fredo.
What did you think about that comment by Lou? I mean, like, does that bother you that that's the type of mentality he has? He was
too busy tweeting, contradicting tweets, one right after the other, to make sure he gets as many people involved as possible.
100%. That's exactly what happened in that moment.
He does.
Okay, don't worry. I've got it. Just Grumpy did a good job of.
By the way, I can't wait for when Lou gets the Jim Gregory Award again this season for you guys' reaction, because there is put it this way: if they get out of the first round, I can guarantee he's going to win the Jim Gregory.
It's a regular season award.
Hold on.
All the awards are voted on at the regular season end.
No. The Jim Gregory's not. That's done in the playoffs.
Oh, shit. Why don't they just name it the Lamoriello Trophy? He
They
ain't done
should.
shit. He ain't
so
done
good.
shit.
He's great.
Run it. Roll it, TJ.
Hold on, real quick. You think that Don Sweeney's not going to win the GM of the Year award? You think it's going to be Lou Lamoriello?
Now, my only thing is, like, do they give the GM of the Year and the Jack Adams Award to the same team? I don't know if I've
He
ever
made
seen
the
that
bold
before.
strategy to go ahead and can the old head coach, bring in a new head coach. He gets back.
I mean, then you should give Bergeron
right,
the Jim Gregory, because
Look
that
at
was
who he
Bergeron's
brought in at
decision.
the deadline. Look who he brought in at
I'm
the
just saying
deadline.
they did it's really tough. They historic 65 wins in a regular season. Historic.
No, I get
know
it. I get it. I just don't know that they're going to do the same
If this
teams.
wrinkled up piece of shit wins any awards at the end of the year, they might as well just stop the awards.
Okay, hold on. This I know this particular response makes Grumpy a little infuriated, but
Very well, without question.
Hey, Lou, I understand, your whole career, your belief in strength in the net, and that's not just one guy, right?
Toughen up.
But given Sorokin, playing 18 or 23 games, is it fair to maybe question, if there had been a chance to trade Varlamov for future assets, could that have helped the organization maybe more than, him really not playing down the stretch? I mean,
Where did that question come from?
no, I'm just,
It burns my ass every time I hear it.
I cannot.
I'm sorry. I love that response.
You love that response from Lou Lamoriello. That pile of shit.
I think it's funny.
It's like Belichick on ice.
Except without any of the freaking success that Belichick's had.
Why don't you get to the part where he blows Fredo?
Oh,
right
stop. That's the question right after. No, we're good. We don't need to, unless Phil wants to see that one.
That one I saw with Hudson Fashing.
Yeah, God, he's just trying to go ahead and lay the groundwork.
Well, just finish so we get I can't control myself every time I
just
see
curious,
It was never even a thought in our mind.
it.
I guess the best way I can answer that question.
It was never even a thought in our mind.
That's the stupidest answer I've ever heard.
I
Why
love
not?
this freeze frame, this smug smile.
Yeah.
Dude, it pisses me off. Like when you hear stuff like that, that stuff sends me over the edge. And maybe that's why I just cannot.
That stuff just makes me laugh.
Lou, why is it that, do you think the team's in the right direction? I know you're last in the standings and no shot of making the playoffs anytime soon. What's the direction of the team? Where's that coming from? What?
Anybody asks them a question, like I thought that was such a Charmin soft question too. Can we maybe question if you should have maybe moved them?
Say what you want, but this guy, after
they won shit in 30 years.
Now listen, after they got mopped by Toronto, he came out and faced the press and he said, "It's not on the coaching staff. This lies squarely on me. It's up to me to make the moves to fix this team. And I'm going to do it. And they were dead in the standings at that point, to the point where your social media guy, TJ, tweeted out that Bo Horvat is not going to get them to the playoffs. Right? I don't know what this man's thinking. He thinks he could, weasel his way into the playoffs, but he can't.
I'm going to have to start doing some of these Twitter things.
And Lou got them through. Lou got them through,
not the players.
Tristan Jarry got them through.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Jarry got them through.
Did Tristan Jarry make them go 14-7-3?
Here's my prediction. How about this? Lou signs Tristan Jarry in the offseason and he gives him a little bonus. Thanks for last year, Tristan Jarry.
And
how much you want to bet Varlamov? I told TJ, I think it was November. Varlamov said something in the New York Post. I absolutely want to come back next year. I don't want to leave here. Again, why would anyone want to leave the Islanders? There's no accountability. Doesn't matter if we win or lose. We just like living here, making a shitload of money and just being underperforming year in year.
There is accountability, though. I mean, I think this is one of the first years where there's been, again, it's hard to hold players accountable when the seasons preceding were second round, third round. And then it was the first season they had under Barry Trotz where they didn't go anywhere. So I think this year is the first year where you saw real accountability kick in. All right, Anthony Baviglia, you want to play dog shit for half the, you're off the team. Okay, Josh Bailey, you want to be awful this year? Fine. So for down the stretch, you're only going to play 5 out of the last 20 games. You've seen a greater degree of accountability this year because you had to off of last year's embarrassment.
He played Casper Holmstrom. There's no accountability there. That's Lou's handpicked guy.
Again,
You're
that's
gonna play
you.
him. You're gonna play him.
Again, you can disregard, if you'd like, the contributions that Simon Holmstrom was able to make on the defensive end of the puck on a team that was looking to play defensively responsible hockey down the stretch, and the clutch goal scoring that he brought in key moments.
I'm not even looking at your face because I'm looking up his stats. But
more 5-on-5 goals this season than Arthur Kaliev.
-4.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
I heard -4.
Noah Dobson, the worst defensive player on the team, is a +4. He's a -4.
Okay. I mean, if you want to use plus minuses,
9 points in 50 games. How many points did Philip Tomasino have? How many points did Arthur Kaliev have?
Both more.
Both more.
Healthy scratch Kaliev had fewer 5-on-5 goals than Simon Holmstrom.
Oh. How many games did Kaliev play this year that you're calling him healthy scratch Kaliev? And what is Simon Holmstrom?
Like 55 games.
Scratch Simon Holmstrom. Are we calling him that?
I mean, is he healthy? He looks like he's got freaking rickets. So I don't even think he is healthy. I think he's got some type of skin disease.
Oh God. Okay.
Next comment. Get to the comment.
I knew that shit was going to send Grumpy over the edge as soon as that comment came out.
Damn, I can't even watch that interview. I cannot sit.
I can't watch you. And Lou, I mean, I just about called Phil Lou, but Phil laughs Lou off. But that should.
Rick Roma says Grumpy is right about Lou not signing his players or young players early. Fitzgerald gave Hughes 8x8 when he wasn't great, and everyone bashed that contract. How does that contract look now? Absolutely. You got a guy who's super talented. You pay him early. You know what you're going to have that locked in value for a whole lot of years till he turns 30. Then you can make a decision on him. And it saves you money in the long run.
Okay. So apply that now to which Islander player do you want to apply that to, though?
Ilya Sorokin, for instance, or Matt Barzal before he got to where it was. You could have signed Matt Barzal. Instead of giving him 7, maybe you could have signed him for 8, for maybe giving him 7.5, something like that, as opposed to 9.
No way. You think for an extra 5 years, Barzal was only going to require another $1 million? No way. There's just no way.
But he hadn't put up the numbers yet.
I mean, okay. You're telling me
or Sorokin
that buying 0 UFA years cost $7 million. Buying 5 UFA years was going to cost only $1 million? No way.
Do you think he's worth $9 million a year?
Yes, I do.
You think his production so far is worth $9 million a year?
No, if you want to water it down specifically to points, then of course not.
That's what he's getting paid for. That's what you get paid for is points.
No, that's not true. I don't think that's true.
Big money is points. Big money is points.
No. Okay. Listen, if Patrice Bergeron was getting paid $10 million, would he be worth it? Yes, he would be. I'm not comparing Barzal to Bergeron.
That's good because he only gets paid 2.5.
It's 2.5 plus 2.5.
2.5. 2.5.
No, it's 5. They're going to have a $2.5 million cap penalty for him next year.
2.5. He got paid 2.5. It afforded them to get all these guys in season for this.
Yes, but the total, the repercussion of that is they're going to be sitting on $4.5 million of cap penalties next year. That's going to screw them. But again, separate discussion.
If they have a Stanley Cup, you think they're going to say, "Okay, we don't want that"? Krejci, the same.
Listen, they better win the Stanley Cup because their cap picture next year is going to be very, very bleak. But again, I don't really care to talk about Boston.
Of course not.
I'm just saying, in terms of at that moment, if they would have done 8 years with Barzal instead of 3 years, I think it's ludicrous to think that the AAV would only have been $1 million more. And I think TJ probably agrees with me. I think if they would have done 8 years,
must have read some comment. He's got a face. He's got a face that he read a comment.
Yeah, no, if they would have done 8 years with Barzal at the time that they did 3 years, the AAV probably would have been 9 or 9.5. It would have been.
I disagree. We'll just disagree.
Okay, we'll disagree.
Same thing with Sorokin. Why give him a deal that gets him right up to unrestricted free agency? You should sign.
Again, was not necessarily a proven quantity with the Islanders.
But you believed in him. Jack Hughes was not a proven quality.
Jack Hughes was a first overall pick, and you were able to see
proven.
But he had the skill set. You could see.
But so did Sorokin. So did Sorokin. Instead of getting him right up to unrestricted free agency, you're trying to tell me you couldn't have signed Sorokin for an extra 3 years for 6.5 per? You absolutely could have. Now you're going to have to pay
You
him
could have
what?
signed him for an extra 4 years because that was a 4-year contract. You could have been an 8-year
It was a
contract.
3-year contract.
Oh, so you could give him an extra 5 years.
If you would have given him an extra 5 years,
He was the
you
backup
probably-
at the time. He was the backup at the time.
Yeah, but if
Maybe
you would have given him an extra 5 years, you probably would have been about 7 million, is my guess.
I don't know. For a guy who
Again, but you have to.
backup. He was the backup.
Here's the thing. Let me ask you this.
But again,
Now that
he
we're
has to
looking at it-
accept the terms of what you're putting on the table.
Now
Well,
that we're
that's
looking
my
at
whole
this
thing.
now that we're looking at the situation, would you have overpaid him a little bit on the front end? Sure. On the back end, would you not say another 5 years for Sorokin going forward at 7 million is not a steal? Because in my opinion, that's a freaking steal.
Sure. Yeah.
So you
sure.
overpay on the
100%.
front
That's why
end,
you
but
do
you
it.
get a better deal on the back end. And through the prime of his career, you get a guy who's going to be an absolute steal and a Vezina finalist year after year. I'm down for that.
Buffalo re-signs Cousins and gives him what, 8 point something million for 8 years.
7 point something. But yeah, okay.
He's locked up for 8 years, forever in instance.
Sure. Okay.
Making where if you let him get to unrestricted free agency, that money's going to go through the roof.
Okay.
All the smart GMs are doing that. He doesn't do that. It's a mistake. It's 1990s thinking. That's what it is.
Paige Thompson, 7.1
Thompson.
million.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Put Sorokin in a different bucket. Goalies are a different bucket. Different situation. I want to focus on the skaters.
No
If we would-
adoption. They should have signed him for $10 million, Phil.
Disagree.
Right?
Disagree. I thought the bridge deal for no Dobson was the only move to make. I didn't think paying him 7 years or 8 years times 7 million. I didn't see any logic in it. That's probably what it would have cost. If they would have done 8 years with Dobson last summer, it probably would have been about 7 million. Agree?
I'll give that a thumbs up. Yeah.
Okay. Would it have made sense? To me, I firmly said no. If you were giving him 8 years this summer, based on the season he just had, what would it be? I wouldn't pay him more than 5.5, to be honest, just given how bad he was defensively. And he didn't do enough offensively to make up for that. That's just the fact. He didn't. 49 points is not enough to make up for how deficient he was defensively, where you would give him, I mean, we could all agree he wouldn't be more than 7 million today, right?
Yeah, I agree. If you
Okay, so I don't think that was necessarily a bad idea. Now let's put the shoe on the other foot. Imagine if after a banger second half of the season and a huge postseason with the big Game 6 goal, if they gave Anthony Beauvillier a 7-year deal at age 24 for $6 million a year, we would have been nauseous.
But no one ever thought Anthony Beauvillier was more than a second line guy.
And everyone thought that Dylan Cousins is going to be a first line guy forever.
You don't think Dylan Cousins is really freaking good?
He's very good.
But
this again, you're paying off of career production here. It could go well. It could also be awful. We have no idea.
Has Anthony Beauvillier even scored 50 points in a season?
No.
He's had 1 year where he had 20 goals,
You
right?
can't say that about him. I mean,
okay,
you're
but again,
about high-end guys.
You haven't.
We don't have any.
You haven't given me the player. You haven't given me the player in the contract who you would have wanted to do that.
On the Islanders?
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't have any of those players, Phil. We're too busy having a bunch of Jags. You could have done
again. What would you have? You're saying that last summer you would have wanted to give Dobson 8x7. Okay,
sure.
Fine. Next summer, do you think he's going to cost more than that?
Maybe he's the same. Maybe he's a little less. He's probably a little less valuable than 7 years. The reason you do that is because 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, every single one of those years, you have a guy who's on a discounted price where he's producing in the prime of his career. It's just, if I could buy an item where I'm going to overpay on the front end, but I know I'm not going to have to put any additional item, labor, work, et cetera, into this, and I'm going to see that, and I'm going to see that asset continue to appreciate. Fuck yeah, I'm going to go ahead and buy that if I know.
Again, I think if we would have given Dobson 8 years, 7 million last summer, I think I'd be nauseous right now. I would be like, what the hell did we just do here? There was no reason to rush into that based on how he played this year. It would have been a disaster. Okay. It would be, right now, it would be looking like a very bad contract.
Look at the deal Sidney Crosby signed, and he's been under for how long? How many years? $8.7 million a year.
In a legal contract. I mean,
but regardless, he certainly has outperformed that contract.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
what happens
he's
when
the top 5 player of all time or whatever.
but you see, that's my point. They locked him up early and got a whole bunch of years. The salary cap only goes up.
I am not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. I'm just saying that in Islanders practice, that circumstance hasn't existed.
Sorokin. Oh,
Okay,
Pulak.
again,
Pulak. You think
Polak again?
You think Pulak gets $5 million if you let him? If you don't let him get to unrestricted free agency?
I think wait. Polak's a bad example.
More. I think Pulak. Yeah, I was about to say.
He would have gotten more. They gave Polak.
So. He doesn't score.
I think
Grump, off of a 10-goal, 35 points, 38 points he had that season, and it was a shortened season. He had like 38 points with 10 goals in 68 games, and he had a big playoffs in getting them to the ECF. And they gave him a 2-year bridge deal by $5 million. And I'm with you. I'm like, that is a horrible deal because we're walking him to UFA. I would have given him $7 million. That's what I said at the time. I would have gone long-term $7 million on Polak. Turns out it worked out in our favor because the next year he only had 2 goals and it cost him big time. And we got him for $6.1 million. Had they signed him long-term at the time when they did the bridge deal, it would have been more than what he's on now. 100%.
Albeit sure. It's difficult to talk about the Islanders that way because we don't have high-end talent on this team. We just don't. Yeah. You got 2 guys who are high-end talent, really 2, I'm going to say. Overpaid for Bo Horvat. Already that's an overpay. Already.
But yeah,
now, 7 years from now, maybe not. But I'm just saying it's tough because you don't have anybody in the draft who's a high-end talent because we don't have any of those picks.
Okay. So we could play that game right now. Oliver Wahlstrom's due a contract this summer. What do you want to do with Oliver Wahlstrom?
He's got to have a bridge.
Absolutely, because he has done nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. And when you look at Oliver Wahlstrom, do you think, man, that kid's he's a Dylan Cousins, he's a Tage Thompson?
Not yet. Absolutely.
No, not at all. He can't even stay on the ice. So the answer is for him is no.
So I mean, I don't think we're disagreeing on anything. I
just wish
you might disagree and think that had we done Barzal, but again, it wouldn't have been 8. Could it have been 8.5? Maybe it could have been 8.5, but okay, fine. So basically you took a $1.5 million discount in order to give him 600,000 more in the back. Okay. We're talking very insignificant numbers.
All adds up.
All adds up.
Well, it adds up on the front end too, though.
I'm just not
in terms of being able to get cap compliant.
I'm just not a big believer in walking guys right up to their free agent year. You overpay to keep guys then. That's what winds up happening. You overpay.
I want to bring up a funny comment once you finish this up.
Okay, just bring it up because we have to get through the rest of the comments, and we're at 7.5 hours into the.
Arthur Kaliev broke his foot, by the way. That's why he missed time.
There you go, Phil.
Tony Cheese,
bastard man.
Tony Cheese said, if Grumpy had control of the Islanders Never Say Die Twitter, it would just be posts about pinup girls from the 60s and sucking Barzal off.
I don't think that pinup girls from the 60s suck off Matt Barzal myself.
Those are two different. Those are supposed to be 2 different occurrences.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Grumpy would post pictures of pinup girls from the 60s sucking Barzal off. So he had to clarify that for you, Grumpy.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Shay said, will
you guys enjoy these playoff games or be there sulking and not enjoying them? I'm 100% going to enjoy every damn second of this run, even if it's just 4 games. Never know when they'll be in the playoffs again. She's 100% right on that. I'm going to enjoy the playoffs. I still think we got 20%. Oh, joking aside, 20% chance to win, only because of Sorokin. It's totally Sorokin based. Nothing.
I maybe was at 10 to 15. Phil has maybe swayed me to about 25%. Phil has swayed me. I'm feeling more optimistic.
Not me. Barzal has swayed you. It's not me. It's
knowledge. You didn't sway me.
Common sense on my side says 2 wins last 14 games. No fucking way in hell are we going to win this with ease. But it's like, you know what? I'm seeing the injuries. I'm looking at how they've struggled down the stretch. Carolina, I think our goalie definitely can steal a few of those games. I'm probably at 25% now. And the podcast,
nothing Phil says could ever sway me because he speaks out of both sides of his mouth and his butt at the same time, all the time. TJ, same thing. Like I said, I felt going in 20% before the show, and I still feel 20%.
All I can say is my preseason predictions were more accurate than yours.
No, they were not. No, they were not.
You don't need to go.
You're the guy who bet the rent money that the Islanders were not making the playoffs a week and a half
I
ago.
said my preseason predictions.
Yeah, whatever. You said they make the playoffs. That's all you said. And I said they'd be contending for a playoff spot.
There was one person who thought the Devils were making the postseason. It was this.
That's you, TJ. That was you.
Crawford Brad says here, so you both think we lose. How many games? If we lose, I think it goes 6. It's not a quick loss. I don't think it's a sweep like Grumpy says. If you lose, it's
5
games.
5.
I just don't see them losing a game 6 on home ice is all.
Okay.
I don't think it gets there. Okay. I think it's 5. I think it's 5. They'll beat us. They'll win both games in Carolina. They'll lose the game 3, win game 4, and then close out game 5.
So I'm with Grumpy. I think if they lose, it'll either be in 5 or 7.
Yeah.
And if they win, it'll be in 6.
There's too much history and recency, how they play us. I just
okay.
Good says, Phil, zzz, last time you said the drinking water where you're located was outstanding, while Grumpy said people go pee-pee in the water. Who's telling the truth here? Who is Pinocchio?
Listen, it's Lake Ontario. I am sure people pee in Lake Ontario.
There you go. So I was right. Phil was wrong. Thank you.
But by the time it reaches my sink, it's nice and fresh.
Supposedly. Yeah, but you know it's supposed to be clear, right? Dan, with my friendly baby. I love that baby, Phil. Isn't he the greatest baby ever? Look at that baby. He's like giving up on the Islanders. He's got his head down. He's giving up on the Islanders. He's like, thank you, Phil. I definitely think we're the underdog. I give us a 35% chance. But what you're saying is exactly what I'm thinking. Also, Burns is terrible defensively. We can exploit that. No.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
No. No. Okay.
Phil's burner account here.
Phil, facts. Thank you. When Barzal got injured, almost everyone ruled us out. Now Barzal's back. Engvall is more effective than he gets credit for. He blows. Palmieri has the capability of raise his game. He sucks. Sorokin is elite. Agreed. Nelson's at the peak of the game, of his game. That's not much. Why so much negativity, gentlemen? I'll tell you why. Because Engvall is just a guy. Barzal is back. We don't know how healthy he is. We don't know how he's going to perform. Palmieri sucks. He used to play for the Devils. Sorokin is elite.
Yes.
Nelson is like freaking Ichabod Crane. There you go.
Nelson's good. I'd say Sorokin's world class.
We're not good enough. We're not good enough to win. We're just not good enough to win. Sorry.
We just don't match up. I don't think we match
everything
up.
Everything else.
Their player personnel is not that much greater than ours, but I just don't think we match up well with the style they play and the way we play.
Everything you and Phil talk about is freaking smoke and mirrors. At the end of the day, we're not good enough. That's just the bottom line. Sorry.
Carolina should have sold at the deadline. They're not good enough.
Carolina better than us. 20 points better than us.
Okay, but I mean,
20 points better than us.
The whole thing is, well, if you're not good enough to win the cup and you're
with the healthy Svechnikov, you don't think they had a chance to make a run?
No.
You know what? They play Boston really tough.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they would have lost to Boston. They also would have lost to the Rangers again if they played them in the second round.
We're going to find out in a few weeks. We're going to see, Phil. We're going to see. We're going to see, man.
Listen, if it's Carolina Rangers in the second round, I think the Rangers are going to just tear them apart. Okay. It'll be over in 5.
We're going to find out.
Rangers going to make back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals then.
If it's Rangers versus Carolina, I think just the Rangers have given them so many problems this year.
Let me ask you a question, Phil. If the Rangers make it to the Eastern Conference Finals and lose again, what would you say the Rangers have accomplished?
Great accomplishment to get to
nothing. The answer is nothing, Phil. Nothing. They've never won a division. They've never won a conference.
Hang a banner for
nothing. It. They've accomplished nothing. That's the answer. Freedom Fund Event says, "Oh God, please not Phil." Zzz. Grumpy, pull that woman's shirt over his head and pound him, then smash his teacup over his head. The Islanders can win if they rough up Carolina, but certainly they can without Ross. But not certainly can without Ross.
Oh, good Lord, Ross.
Jay says, Engvall has not been so bad, Grumpy old man. Seen him on the boards and in the middle of the ice. Also, you can call him soft for skating through the middle. Can't have it both ways.
Also, you just called him soft for skating through the middle.
Can't have it both ways.
He skated through the middle, but it's with no contact. He thinks
because Carolina is not a physical team.
I saw him in Disney on Ice, the Toy Story show. I mean, sorry, no.
Carolina not being a physical team, I think, greatly helps us too. It
greatly helps Engvall. I'm just confused about how you guys are going about we need to get speed, we need to get faster, and then they bring in one of the fastest skaters in the league, and it's well, we're not him. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
What?
Pierre Engvald.
Guys with talent, Phil.
He has talent.
I don't need Dan Jansen out there skating and falling down, skating to 500 meters. I don't need that. That's really a throwback, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say, it went right past me, Grumpy.
Obviously.
But when I look at Pierre Engvald, I think to myself, okay, this is a guy who reminds me a lot maybe of a Michael Grabner type of character. Very great speed, doesn't finish all that great. He creates opportunity with his speed and his legs. This is not like we're saying, oh, okay, you've got a guy like Panarin. You've got a guy, right? The guys like that don't grow in trees, but in the same token, the speed, we do need speed. We also need speed and skill. And I'm not sure he dresses a skill. And the love that he gets because he put up a few points early, I'm like, it may be a little unwarranted. That's all.
I don't need him to put up all the big point numbers. I need him to continue to create and facilitate by driving strong possession for guys who can finish well, like Palmieri and Nelson, which is what he has done.
Nelson had performed without him before he was on the team this year. And
yes, and he performed better with him.
He's performed fantastic career year after career year every single year. Has nothing to do with Engvall. Engvall helped, sure.
His numbers were better before Engvall got there. And it wasn't because of Engvall or not Engvall. They were playing a different system. They went to the Trotz system after Barzal got hurt. They went back to the Barry Trotz system just to make the playoffs, and they did. Sunday Sand next comment says, I've heard they're only selling playoff tickets in North Carolina to people who have a North Carolina zip code. I got one of those. There are a lot of Long Islanders who have moved to North Carolina, so there might be still a strong showing of fans there. They have a lot of season ticket holders in Carolina. It's going to be a Carolina crowd. Don't doubt that. I every time we've gone to a game, it's not a whole lot of Islander fans. And we have a lot of Islander fans who go to those things, but they're really loud Carolina supporters. They are.
They're obnoxious. I do not like those.
They're not obnoxious. I just don't think they know much about hockey.
They're loud and obnoxious and don't know much about hockey. I mean,
but they're not assholes. They're not nasty people. They're not.
Okay.
Max Power says, bottom line, Barzy needs to click with Horvat again and put up a lot of points, and Sorokin has to be top notch. That's it in a nutshell right there.
There it is.
Isles JJ says, Phil, tell me why Simon Holmgren is going to be my Cup MVP. Because
there's a lot of those ironic where it's like he's winning, he's gonna win the Conn Smythe. Simon Holmgren.
We can just ignore that and move on. Greg Frost says, Grumpy, you make me laugh. You praise Dobson all the time, and he's one of the biggest pussies, and yet you condemn Engvall for not being physical. Yeah, Dobson has more skill, but he's scared of his own shower, and he's a D-man. He'll go into the corners. He's not a guy who's going to run you over, but he absolutely goes into the corners. He's real smooth moving the puck out of there. A lot of people don't believe it. He absolutely does. And I pointed out often when I'm watching games with TJ how nobody says how smooth he is with the puck. Pierre Engvall won't even go to a damn corner. When his mother sent him to a corner when he was a kid, he just passed out due to fright right on the floor. That's what happened. She lost her kid. He went to a foster family. The rest is history.
Okay. I just wanted to bring up some quick splits. I don't
care about them, Phil. Move on.
We're
4 hours in. Let's move on.
No, this is very quick.
We're almost done. We've only got like.
I don't like Phil splits because they're selective.
No. I just wanted to just highlight the Engvall Nelson Palmieri line. Okay, 15 goals for, 4 goals against. Okay,
you already said that earlier.
Okay, 105 scoring chances for, 60 scoring chances against. Okay.
How many?
We're playing against all the shitty teams in the league. We know.
This includes Toronto. This includes Carolina. This includes the Devils. This includes
Vancouver,
Tampa twice,
Montreal. We know.
Okay, but again, it includes the full gamut. This is from the Anaheim game and on. Okay, 105 scoring chances for, 60 scoring chances against, 41 high danger for, 26 high danger against. Okay. Brock Nelson, I just want to show Brock Nelson without Engvall or Palmieri.
Oh, now you're taking 2 guys off his line. Okay.
I am.
Because playing with freaking Anders Lee for a long time. Anders Lee blows.
I'm looking at, the last 14 games of the season, Brock Nelson had 12 points. From watching it on, he had 12 points. I mean, the big takeaway is Brock Nelson performed consistently without Pierre Engvald, with Pierre Engvald. It's not Pierre Engvald who's driving that line. It's Brock Nelson continually.
I just think the stats and the underlying numbers in terms of scoring chances for and scoring chances against are just astonishing. Like if you want, I'll pull up with Leon Beauvillier, which is Nelson's next greatest line combination. So I said 105 scoring chances for, 60 scoring chances against.
How many goals under that? How many assists?
I'm sorry?
Does it tell you how many goals he scored and how many assists he had?
No, this just shows how the line did, how that trio did. The trio of Nelson, Beauvillier, Lee, 20 goals for, 11 goals against. Good, but not as good.
Comparable.
It's not comparable. 15 to 4 versus 20 to 11.
It's comparable.
That's more
than
than
Anders Lee on the line. You got Anders Lee on the line. He's a totem pole. He's an absolute negative defensively.
172 scoring chances for, 162 scoring chances against.
I'm not surprised. Anders Lee is on that line.
Okay, but
again, on that line.
Anders Lee is like you're playing 2 against 3 when Anders Lee is on the phone.
My point is that Nelson, that second line's play got significantly better when you had Engvall and Palmieri on it.
2 guys
versus any other second line combination they've had all season long.
You have 2 guys who can skate on that line with Nelson, where when Beauvillier was there, they had 1 guy. That's the difference.
Sure. But I mean, I thought Beauvillier was the worst of the 3 players on that line, to be honest.
But he skated. He
skated to nowhere, though.
But maybe offensively, but defensively, he came back and helped out. Anders Lee doesn't do that. He just doesn't.
I thought that Bo was lazy defensively this year. Whatever. But the point is,
no loss that he's gone. No loss.
None at all. My whole point is that has become a very dangerous second line. It really was their only dangerous line over the past 3 weeks.
Absolutely, 100% agree. 100% agree.
Which is why I'm just intrigued about the prospect of what a Barzal-Horvat line could be if you have 2 dangerous lines. That's all.
We're going to find out.
Monday.
Big Islander fan says, I love Grumpy's optimistic outlook. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Jackson Tom Ford says, Sorokin in 6.
There it is.
Max Power says, Rangers will beat the Devils in 6 as well. Then we beat them in 6 and route to the Eastern Conference Final again.
Love you, Max.
Max Power says, I'd be willing to give Phil a shot at general manager. You come to regret that real quick. Islanders JJ says, Grumpy needs to get a pair of headphones to join this club.
His head starts sweating. He starts complaining. So
that's right. Ika says, that bum Dobson dragged Romo down. Once he's moved to Pulak's left side, he excelled. Actually, Pulak looked like dog shit for quite a while with Romanoff until they tightened that up a little bit.
Yeah.
Crawford Brad says, if Sorokin is the Islanders' first star of the season, who are the second and third stars? Nelson is number 2, and I don't even think there's a third.
Yeah, there might not
be. The third is undecided.
There is no third player who stood out as, man, he's definitely the third. For certain, Sorokin, big, then Nelson next, and then whoever. If Barzal had stayed healthy, it would have been Barzal. Maybe Barzal might have been number 2.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Injuries, whatever. Matthew S. says, making the playoffs despite Barzal's injury and mostly inept offense.
That's what made the season a success.
Okay. Isles JJ says, can we get Grumpy and TJ bracket for the playoffs? Not today.
Yeah, we'll have to get something. Yeah, maybe by Wednesday. Maybe we'll make a post on a social media, Grumpy.
If you come on to the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man show tomorrow, we will do a bracket breakdown for you. You got to subscribe to that show and like it. Yes.
Hold on. Stop for a second. We can go ahead and do that only if you promise to put pictures of 60s pinup girls and Matt Barzal on our bracket on like the corners, like in the bottom corners of our bracket. We'll make one, okay?
And TJ shows once again why he is not funny. Adam P says,
hold on, stop. You're doing that shit again where you just read everything and you're just reading it to get done.
I just told people.
To just throw a whole bunch of answers at the bottom of the test.
Here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to draw more listeners to the TJ and Grumpy Old Man show, and you botched it instead of just letting me roll. Adam P says, Lambert is just middle of the road. I don't see him as some sort of genius. I'll agree with that as well. First-year head coach. Frank from Empire State Construction says, fire TJ, hire D-Cut. That's a common refrain. Tony Cheese, the name changer, says, poor TJ only had Drew in his corner. Yikes.
That's
the BK
okay.
Italian Kid says, hey, guys, I went to the last game against the Canadians, and UBS was a madhouse. Playoff atmosphere. There is going to be surreal. I hope so. AJ Piazza says, would you like the Horvat trade if we traded Ishikov and Salo instead of Ratu? For me, the trading of the first-round draft pick was the real catastrophe. That's the one I didn't want to give up. Rick Roma says, Phil is right. His cadence puts me to sleep, but he knows his stuff. He doesn't. He's full of shit. He'll change his opinion from 1 minute to the next. If you sleep and wake up, you might hear a totally different opinion on the same topic. Don't let him fool you. Drew Reviews Music says, I bet TJ would want Mike Piazza on the Islanders. He absolutely would. And Joseph C. says, the Rangers were much better after the trade deadline last year.
Yeah. Well, there you go, Grumpy. Do you ready to turn in your paper now? After you went ahead and just blurted off the last few answers, you just answered C on all of them.
Everybody gets a C.
There it is. There it is. So, Phil, I guess to sum up today's podcast, how far do you see the Islanders getting? What is considered a success for you this season? We can have them where you can't Philly flip-flop, Grumpy.
I want to know your prediction on the series, Phil. Go ahead. You're going to be on the record.
Islanders in 6.
Islanders in 6.
Okay. Grumpy, what's your prediction?
Carolina in 5.
I'm going Canes in 6. I know it's going to be a home game for us. I still think we lose that. Canes in 6. Now, Phil, how far do you think the Islanders go in this year's playoff?
Eastern Conference Finals.
What is considered?
They're going to lose. They're going to lose to Tampa in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Tampa is going to beat Boston. Okay.
Yeah.
They had two forwards went down when they played us. Are they healthy or are they still kind of banged up?
Who?
Tampa. They had two forwards who went down when they played us. I can't remember who the hell.
If their names aren't Stamkos, Point, or Kucherov, I don't really think it matters.
Very good.
Okay.
So you're predicting another first-round exit for Toronto then?
I am. I'm predicting another first-round exit for Toronto. We'll see how their goaltending holds up. I don't love the whole mishmash of moves that they've made, especially in light of the fact that they really haven't been able to put together anything cohesive. A big part of that is because O'Reilly got injured. So it might all come together for them. But this Tampa unit is a very cohesive unit. We saw it in a good 2-week stretch when they wanted to turn it on and finally clinch that third spot.
Yep.
They turned it on. They shut out Carolina. They shut us out. They held I think they had a back and forth 2-1 game with Boston in there. Did they beat Boston that game?
No.
I
don't know. They beat another good they held another good opponent to 1 goal. And then all of a sudden they clinched the third spot. They put Florida away. And then they just decided, we're done for now. We're going to save it for the postseason. Yep. And that's exactly what they did.
And that helped us. That absolutely
helped us. That did. They definitely helped us. They looked at the standings. They said, we're not going to catch Toronto, so we're just going to go to sleep and save our energy. I think anyone who's writing Tampa off is foolish and hasn't learned anything from the past 3 years. Because last year, they didn't even have Braden Point for most of those games.
That's right.
Braden Point is their best playoff player by far.
Yep.
I give Toronto. I think Toronto's finally going to make it out of the first round.
No freaking way.
Yeah, and then I wouldn't even call it like a major upset. It would be an upset just because of what Boston's accomplished this year. Yeah. But I think it's silly to think that a team with Vasilevsky can't necessarily beat a team with Linus Ullmark. As good as Ullmark's been this season.
I don't think Tampa's beaten Boston all year.
I don't really care about that, though.
Well, I don't. In fact, most teams haven't beaten Boston all year.
I mean, listen, you can. I mean, the bubble year was strange, but the Rangers were 4-0 against Carolina that season, and then Carolina swept them 3-0. And the year that Carolina beat us in the playoffs, we were 3-1 against them in that regular season.
I think for the Islanders to win the playoff series against Carolina, we're going to have to play 28 games for them to get 4 wins.
No, but I mean, speaking of 28, I put out there that I think that 24. Adam Pelech is going to play 28 minutes a game on low end, just because they're going to be sheltering Bolduc majorly.
He's going to get walked around if he plays that much. They walk around him now. They walk around. He does not have the same legs he had 3-4 years.
I think they just need to prevent him from pinching. When he activates in the offensive zone, he gets in trouble. I would rather he just sit back. I would prefer Pelech have like 5 points all year and not do that stupid pinch where he gets caught than have 23 points or whatever he had this year and get exposed for trying to do too much when he thinks he's Bobby Orr.
Okay.
And Mayfield, I feel the same way about
Yes.
Mayfield also.
Yes.
Mayfield has about a 10% chance of recreating a Bobby Orr type moment, but
And when he does, it's magnificent.
That's right. Everybody knows I love Scott Mayfield.
Yeah.
But the worst thing that happens to Scott Mayfield is when he'll come down and he'll score one of those
like against
Bobby Orr goal. Yeah.
from some weird angle to beat Vasilevsky or whoever. And it's like, oh no.
And then he'll do it 9 more times, and it's just like, oh, come on, man.
And he thinks he's Bobby Orr. Exactly.
Oh,
That's
He
what
did it again. It wasn't. He didn't score, but like against Toronto, it's the 1-1 goal in that game. Like he just came circling the zone and he orbited, and then he found Parise on the back door, easy goal. It's like, wow, Mayfield can do that, and it's just like, yeah, he can do that,
but he should not.
But he shouldn't do that.
Yeah. But yep. So Carolina Islanders are going to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Okay. 3 years. What would be a success for the season? What would be a disappointment for this year's season? Or is this year already been a success just by making the postseason?
No, I wouldn't say this year's been a success. I think they've defied the odds to a certain degree, just considering the injury luck.
Yeah,
they did. They definitely did.
They haven't had a significant injury for years.
Well, with Matt,
but again,
all being out though, making
years doesn't matter when it's this year. Like, yes, they didn't have major injuries 3 years ago, but I could give a crap. If I would have told you going to the season, like, oh yeah, by the way, both Barzal and Pelech are going to play less than 60 games this year, you would have started laughing and be like, haha, we're done.
Sure. And that's why I think they did defy the odds. I do. I think they defied the odds to make it to the postseason. But I knew
they were going to have those type of injuries all year long. That's why I said they'd be fighting.
And on top of that, we were missing Palmieri for a good stretch of time.
Well, there's addition by subtraction. There's your silver lining.
Stop it.
I do want to ask though, what is the success for the year? What is considered a failure at this point?
I think getting to the Eastern Conference Finals would be a success.
What if you get bounced in the first? What would be considered a failure?
Yeah, if they get bounced in the first round, I would think that's a failure at this point. 100%. They were resilient and they went 14-7-2 without Barzal, and they got in by the skin of their teeth. And then to blow it against a team that I believe to be vulnerable right now.
Yes,
I think we could all agree that Carolina is vulnerable.
Certainly,
you guys have questions about whether or not we can beat them, but that is not the same as whether or not they're vulnerable.
Correct.
If we're not able to expose those vulnerabilities and take advantage, that to me would be a failure.
I think for me, the Svechnikov injury that'll stop them for competing with Boston. At the end of the day, that's the injury that Pacioretty was a big injury, but the Svechnikov one really hurts them offensively. And I think otherwise, I think they could actually compete with Boston for a shot to go to the Cup final. I believe that. But without Svechnikov, no shot. I don't think they can beat the Rangers and probably not the Devils in the second round. Maybe the Devils because they've never been there, but I don't think they beat the Rangers.
I think the Devils are pretty much a guaranteed first round out. I don't see the Devils beating the Rangers.
Guarantee it just because I think, again, they're not the scariest team from an Islanders perspective, but I think stylistically they frustrate the Rangers. The Rangers struggle with the elite speed teams. They just do. They get their defense gets very confused, and guys like Trouba and Miller really get exposed badly in these types of games. And again, regular season is not the same as playoffs, but the Devils are one team that's absolutely driven them crazy this year.
I think the Devils are going to have to learn how to win in the playoffs.
Devils struggled a little bit down the stretch too when the Rangers were playing their best hockey. I think
they still beat the Rangers during that stretch in a game where there were major home ice implications. Right? If the Devils would have lost that game to the Rangers, I think the Rangers would have tied them at that point.
Was that okay?
Yeah,
I don't remember that be the case. Okay.
Yeah, they would have. The Rangers would have tied them in points, with the Devils only having one game in hand. If the Rangers would have won that game, and I think it was at the Rock. It was a home game for the Devils, but the Devils got it done. And what was the goal that they gave up to the Rangers? A power play goal, because again, the theme for them is you're going to have to keep them at 5-on-5. At 5-on-5, the Rangers are going to struggle to generate chances against the Devils because the Devils are going to speed bag them like they have all year. You put them on the power play, and they're going to make you pay big time.
I feel like now that was a 2-1 game. That was a close one too. They scored 2 goals in the first period and hung on there to the end.
Shesterkin was brilliant. He was,
and that's what you got. He's a great goalie. I just think I'll be interested.
What was the shot total in that game? I remember that the Devils really tilted that game.
Devils had 31 shots. Rangers 25.
Yeah, they poured on a lot of shots in the 6-on-5 empty net pull. I think they had like 4 or 5 shots in the last minute that got that up.
I just think it's a lot. It's a lot to ask the Devils, who have, for the most part, virtually zero playoff experience for their core. It's a lot to ask them to make a big step to say, hey, you're going to beat a team who's, I think, playing pretty decent hockey right now. So I think, Boston, I think, is pretty much a guaranteed lock to just walk over Florida. It's just a question: is it a sweep or is it a gentleman's sweep? I mean, that's
Sweep.
I think it's a sweep.
That's a sweep. I just like how Boston's talking. They're like, with all this breaking records, like, yeah, it's great that we got that. That's not what we're here to win a cup.
I would be shocked if Florida won a single game.
Yeah. No.
They're not very good. Like, if you go back and look at the teams that Florida beat down the stretch to put them in this situation, they took care of the teams that they needed to beat. They did. The only impressive win in there was the comeback win against Toronto, where I didn't love the call in the final minute that put them on that power play. But whatever, the call's the call, and then you're able to even up the game and win in overtime. But, they beat the Senators. The Sabres was a decent win, but there was not a single playoff team other than the Leafs in that 7-game stretch that they beat.
How bad did they miss Joel Quenneville?
Bad. I hate Paul Maurice. I thought it was a horrible hire.
Yeah. He should be fired.
He should be fired.
They should have fired him before the playoffs started.
They had more talent on the roster than 92 points.
Yes.
Now,
absolutely.
Golden Knights against the Winnipeg Jets. Who do you have?
Golden Knights.
Mark
Stone's going to be back. Yep. Shouldn't even be I could see it going like 5 or 6 games, just because Winnipeg does have enough offensive talent to explode against a bad goaltender. I think they're going with Laurent Brossoit, right?
Don't know.
I think it's Brossoit. I don't think Thompson's healthy yet.
Oof. I think that Avalanche probably beat the Kraken. I think the Avalanche are a team that have no chance to repeat after Landeskog out.
Big loss.
The Avalanche, I think, are going to sweep the Kraken.
I was about to say Kraken. I'm not sure they'll sweep them, but they're going to beat the Kraken.
Their goalie stinks, so I'm going to go with the sweep.
Well, Georgiev's not any better, really.
He's been good this year, though. He has been.
Oilers over the Kings, I assume, with how hot the Oilers are right now. 1-9.
Yeah, but that's going to be a closer. That's going to be a close series again, just like it was last year.
That went 7 last year, right?
It did, yeah. Kings were up 3-2. They blew it at home.
Stars over the Wild. I think the Stars have a chance. Nope. Stars or Edmonton come out of the West.
I am going Wild over Stars.
Really?
Yep, I am.
I can't. That's like Islanders West. The Stars are Islanders West. I can't.
No, you mean the Wild?
You're saying
the Wild. The Wild are Islanders West.
I am going Wild over Stars. I don't even think it would be a wild upset. I think, as in a crazy upset, I just think, I don't know. It's going to be 2 good goaltenders going head to head, 2 really good goaltenders, and I think I like the way Evason's coached them up this year.
I just want to say this is my favorite time of the hockey year, without a doubt, is the first round of the playoffs. Every single night you got 2 games, 2 games, 2 or 3, a lot of games every single day. I love the bubble. I thought the bubble was the best because they were playing games from 1:00 in the afternoon till 1:00 in the morning. It was absolutely the best.
Wait a minute, no, isn't it every game? You have like 3 games every day, don't you?
Yeah.
What do we got Monday night?
Islanders, Boston,
and then you got a couple West Coast games after that. We got 4 games on Monday night.
Yeah. That's what it's going to be, 4 games a day, every day.
I love it.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But before we wrap things up, I want to hear Phil. I want to hear final thoughts from you, Phil, before we wrap things up.
Final thoughts are, thank you for having me on again. Very gracious hosts. But I think there's maybe a variance of opinion here on how the first round is going to go. I choose to remain optimistic. I think they battled through a lot of adversity down the stretch. This is a team that has, you mentioned, a good veteran core, guys who have been there before, guys who know how to win come playoff time. We didn't even talk about the fact that Zach Parise has been to over 100 playoff games. with 80 playoff points, and he could be a valuable X factor over here. I think we drew the best first-round matchup we possibly could have drawn. The stars align for us. The hockey gods are on our side. Let's go get it.
Let's go get it. I like it. I like it. Grumpy, what do you want to say before we wrap things up?
Phil's a bootlicking weasel, but I want to say love and laughter to everyone who listens, and even those who don't, from TJ, the grumpy old man, and Phil's Facts.
The best place to find the crazy tweets by Phil is, as you can see here on the screen, Phil's Facts on Twitter. That's the best place to find Phil. They also do their podcast as well. Make sure you're on the lookout for when they do that. But that's the best place to find Phil's Facts is on Twitter. And thank you so much, Phil, for coming on the show. As always, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, listening, commenting your thoughts. Let's go, Islanders. Let's win. Let's beat the vulnerable Carolina Hurricanes and look at it one series at a time. First game Monday night. It'll be a big Monday. Thank you so much, Grumpy. Thank you so much, Phil.